Chapter 1. Arcadia. The bus ride through Arcadia's magically sculpted streets was devoid of potholes, bumps, or any other protrusions. It made it easy to lay my head against the window as we rolled through the megacity, and the fact I had the seat to myself also helped considerably. The only real interruptions to my attempts at resting were the constant clamor of my classmates talking and laughing, the slow, rolling stops and starts of the bus as we pushed through traffic, and the occasional tight turn. Still, looking out the window, I was reminded of how beautiful the megacity was. The towering buildings were all sleek curves of a futuristic architecture that somehow captured grace and majesty while still being functional. Even the sunlight curved off the metal and glass buildings in gentle, shining waves instead of the harsh glare normal skyscrapers reflected. Outside of the city center, Arcadia's districts had more natural buildings that conformed to the various cultures making up the city, but here it was the future made reality. I sighed to myself. Sometimes it was easy to forget I was literally living in a city crafted with magitech, the fusion of magic and technology the alien Zenith had gifted to humanity's chosen. "Hey, Shrimp," a voice suddenly appeared next to me. "How come you get a seat all to yourself?" My breath caught as my stomach tightened painfully. I opened my eyes and slowly turned to my left, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my chest. The American girl next to me had perfectly curled blonde hair flowing down to her shoulders. Her Japanese-style high school uniform was identical to mine, an onyx blazer with silver trim covering most of her white button-up blouse. The skirt matched the blazer, thin, silvery lines forming a checkered pattern. Around her neck, a blue bow marked her as being a first-year high school student like me. As far as looks went, she was a natural beauty. Her generous curves combined with the perfect smoothness of her face, driving most of the guys in class crazy for her. Even her viridian eyes had a vibrant brightness to them. In all, Katie Bennett was the perfect American beauty. If only she weren't such a bitch. An eyebrow raised after a moment, putting a dangerous edge to her otherwise soft and perfect face. "What? You just going to stare?" "Cyclops," she snickered. "Didn't realize you were a mute now." My hand instinctively went up to the medical-styled eye patch over my right eye, and although my mouth opened slightly, I couldn't seem to find any words. A lopsided smile stretched across her face at the motion, and I hurriedly lowered my arm back to my side. "Aw, don't be embarrassed." She laughed. "It looks better like that. Besides, Cyclops is a much better name than Crazy Eyes." My cheeks burned faintly, but I ignored the sensation and looked down at my hands, forcing them flat against my lap. I could feel my heart beginning to beat faster, so I tried to focus on regulating my breathing. In and out, slow and steady. No anxiety, just peace. "Oi, Mai-chan, I asked you a question." She poked my arm hard, the familiar honorific dripping with sarcasm. "Why is it you, of all people, get a seat alone?" I shrugged, not entirely trusting my voice to work. If it weren't for last week, I would have been at least able to say something neutral and hopefully get her to leave me alone. Now, though, I was reduced to meek passivity, trying my best not to set her off. "Again." "Whatever." Katie finally scoffed, eyes trailing over me. "So long as you don't think avoiding me is going to get you out of our promise. We're best friends now, aren't we?" The very thought of nodding made bile rise in my throat, so instead I just turned to look at her slightly, hoping that was enough of an acknowledgement. Her smirk returned, and her hand moved to brush back some of my unkempt black hair, fingers teasing one of the loops of my eye patch resting behind my ear. I almost slapped her hand away at the invasive touch, but I forced myself to remain still. My teeth clenched together painfully. She smirked with smug satisfaction, gave my ear a light flick, and then finally removed her hand. "So long as you remember." She stood up and quickly scooted back to her own seat a few aisles ahead. Quickly, I readjusted the two loops behind my ears, making sure the patch was on firmly. Then I brushed my bangs back into place so my right eye was mostly hidden again. My nerves were screaming at me, and I couldn't keep my hands from shaking slightly. I tried to return my thoughts to the city, but the moment was ruined. Standing up to Katie's constant bullying a few weeks ago had been a mistake. I should have realized she had too much pride to simply back off, especially when I had told her off in front of her cronies. Katie had only taken it as a direct challenge to her status, and she had been quick to retaliate. Now, she had all the leverage, leaving me desperately trying to figure out another plan. Until then, I would just keep pretending to be terrified into submissiveness. Feeling my heart still racing, I closed my eye and forced myself to slow my breathing. Pretending? I'm just pretending. I lied to myself. It wasn't much longer before the bus stopped inside a parking garage, and our teacher, Mr. Toujou, stood up. He was young, his dark hair pulled back into a ponytail that revealed his handsome features. His glasses and crisp, slightly messy suit gave him a scholarly look while still remaining casual. Combined with his youth and passionate rambles, I knew that at least half the girls in class had a crush on him to some degree. I remained ambivalent. While I liked his teaching style and how he mostly left me alone, I also hated how he seemed oblivious to things that might make him poke his nose in my business, but... "All right, everyone, listen up," he shouted above the clamor. "Remember, you're representing Sakura High during this field trip. I expect you all to be on your best behavior. Furthermore, do not forget to meet up with everyone at the end of each hour. We'll be going through the mall floor by floor, working our way down. Do not go ahead under any circumstances. Understood?" A chorus of various forms of yes and at least one no echoed out. Mr. Toujou seemed mostly pleased and started the process of excusing people starting at the front of the bus. I stood up, grabbing my half-filled backpack from under the seat and putting it on while I waited my turn in the seat furthest back. The bus cleared out fairly quickly, everyone excited to be able to go shopping at one of the biggest malls in the city as a field trip. I probably would have been too if I had any money. Mr. Toujou barely spared me a second glance as he gestured for me to get up. Turning to leave himself, I followed behind him, pausing only to give a slight bow and murmured thanks to our bus driver, an older Korean man with a grandfatherly visage. He returned my thanks with a smile and nod, and I quickly hurried out into the dim light of the parking garage. My classmates had already separated into their respective friend groups, chatting to each other excitedly as Mr. Toujou and the two parents who volunteered to chaperone our little excursion did a quick head count. Considering how short I was, it was probably a good thing nobody was standing close by. "All right, everyone," Mr. Toujou said. "We're on the third level right now. The other classes should be at the other parking garages working their way to the middle of the mall as well. Now, go. Have fun. And be safe. Try to stick in groups of at least 2 if you can." Almost everyone was already on the move on the word go, and I was no exception. I followed the rest of the class to one of the sliding glass doors that opened for the mass of 32 students, leading into a long hallway and another set of doors. On the other side of those, the mall opened up. I walked in quickly, took a quick right followed by a left at the next intersection, and tried not to slow down my hurried walking pace even as my eyes bulged at the sights I was seeing. The interior was a combination of white, gunmetal gray, and onyx black materials, all smooth and exceptionally shiny. What wasn't made of solid color was created out of rippling glass that reminded me of water. It felt more like walking into a futuristic museum than a mall. Rows of storefronts spiraled out around me, offering an amalgamation of things from clothes to electronics to books. Sculptures and carefully tended plants gave life to the area, and even though I was barely into the mall, there were already dozens of people moving about or lounging on benches near greenery. And the water features, there were fountains, of course, but the biggest thing was the constantly flowing water. All along the floor, there were thin rivulets of water running under portions of the ground, outlining the various pathways. On storefront walls, water trickled from the ceiling along glass tubes and joined the various floor rivers. In some areas, the various rills joined together and bubbled up into small ponds uncovered and open to the air. It was less of a mall and more of a sci-fi garden that happened to be built around stores. I had seen pictures of the mall before, but visiting in person was something else entirely. Forcing myself to continue walking, I grabbed my phone from my blazer pocket, unlocked it, and took a quick look at the map I had pulled up earlier. At first glance, the various stores made an almost impossible mandala of the floor plan, but just looking at the major pathways made the area look much more manageable. Still, it was a labyrinth of a design, and I was happy I researched the place ahead of time. I kept my head down as I worked my way to the center, where the food courts were. A covert glance behind me assured me my quick turns had eluded Katie or anyone else who might have wanted to follow me. I would have to keep my eye out for our school uniform, but considering all 4 classes of my grade were wandering the level, the odds of Katie finding me among the crowds seemed low. Sudden shrill laughter broke my concentration, causing me to stumble. Looking up from my phone, I saw 2 women in the casual jeans and sweaters standing near a storefront. "Oh my God, you would totally be so cute," one said to the other, giving a small push. "Oh, stop it," the other responded, giggling as she grabbed her friend and pulled her away. They left, revealing a tall, rectangular mirror surrounded by a small moat of uncovered water. It stood near the wall of a clothing store I didn't recognize, and next to the mirror was a cardboard cutout of an adorable-looking girl. She had on a frilly pink and white dress in the style of a fairy, gossamer butterfly wings extending from her back. Excessive amounts of ribbons, hearts, and lace adorned the dress, knee-high boots, and pristine gloves the color of snow. The girl's hair was a matching pink, and the pupils of her eyes were in the shape of 2 lines that curved to make the outline of a heart without touching in the middle. I recognized the image of the girl. Of course, it was Hope Fairy, the #1 ranked magical girl in the entire world. The cutout of her had her arm extended. Her signature wand with a pink flower on its tip pointed at the mirror. There were numerous magical girl posters, cutouts, and advertisements throughout the city, but I'd never seen one that looked quite like this before. Intrigued, I approached the mirror, now making out the words on a speech bubble poking from the cutout's head. Wonder what you would look like as a magical guardian. Tap the mirror to find out. Magical guardian, of course, was the proper term for what they were. After all, more than just girls were chosen by the Zenith. Still, only guys tended to be called guardians, though some of the girls who went for more esoteric archetypes in their costumes and powers preferred that term as well. Feeling more curious, I walked over to the mirror. I figured it must have been one of those smart glass mirrors that took your reflection and simulated clothes on top of it. From what I'd heard, they were pretty advanced pieces of magitech, rendering a full 3-dimensional reflection. But it wasn't too surprising to see one here, considering this was such a big mall in Arcadia, a city literally made of magitech. As I got closer to the mirror, I saw a blinking circle in the middle of the glass. Above the circle in pink letters were words that sent a shiver down my spine. "Would you like to make a contract?" Something about the words felt sinister. Maybe it was just the shows I had recently been introduced to where becoming a magical girl always came with a price. In reality, I'd heard the contract was simply a promise on the MG's behalf to fight against the anathema wherever they may appear. It wasn't some trick or monkey's paw, just an oath to use their newly granted powers to protect and help others. At least, as far as I knew. I stood in front of the mirror for a moment longer before I reached out a hand to touch the button. I'd never really considered the possibility of becoming one before. After all, everyone knew it was pretty much a lottery who ended up being chosen, not to mention the idea of fighting literal creatures constructed of nightmares and profaned mythos was, Well, I didn't consider myself especially brave, and I had no illusions of what fighting such monsters would be like. Still, the mirror was a fairly advanced piece of magitech, and I was curious to see what kind of clothes it would put on me. I looked up from the button into the mirror and froze, finger hovering over just before touching it as my blood chilled. The girl in the mirror wore the same school uniform as Katie plus some opaque black tights, but that was where the resemblance ended. The clothes fit snugly around her, accentuating her complete lack of curves. Combined with her short and skinny stature, she looked more like a younger girl cosplaying as a high schooler. Her hair was an inky black, going slightly past her chin in length. The girl's right eye was covered by a medical-styled eye patch, mostly obscured by the long bangs swept over it. Her left eye was a bright azure blue, shining with an unnatural, vibrant gleam that marked her as mana-born. The vividness of her eye color gave a stark contrast to everything else about the little girl. My throat felt suddenly tight. I hadn't exactly been avoiding mirrors, unless I had been subconsciously. It wasn't that I absolutely hated how I looked or anything. In fact, the uniform scaled down to such a tiny body not even 5 feet tall did look cute. The problem wasn't how I looked so much as it just was, me. The reminder of the things it didn't show but still reflected. The hint of gauntness in the cheeks, the opaque black tights that did nothing to conceal stick-figure legs, how tight the blazer was wrapped around to fit properly. The dark circle forming under one eye. It dredged up darker things I didn't want to think about. It was the memories hinted at, but not shown, that made the bottom of my stomach drop out. I stared at my reflection a bit longer. Then I took a deep breath and pulled my finger away. This was stupid. Fantasizing about things would get me nowhere. Why play dress-up when it was hard enough just trying to make it through every day? I turned to go, but as I did, I had the sudden, intense feeling of someone watching me. It felt more visceral than any gaze I'd ever felt before, enough to make my skin prickle. Instead of continuing my turn, I looked back into the mirror, searching for whoever was leering at me. In the corner of the mirror, the reflection showed a small hedge behind me. Sitting on top of it was an odd, undulating blotch of shadows the size of a small animal. I squinted at the mirror, trying to make out the weird form, and as I did, 2 pure red eyes opened up, shining like droplets of blood. I let out a gasp, twirling around. Nothing stood on top of the hedge, my heart beating in my throat. I slowly looked back into the mirror, but the shadowy form was gone. Cold sweat formed on my spine as I shivered. I looked around, but the people walking by and sitting on benches seemed blissfully unaware. I licked my dry lips and forced myself to start walking, pulling out my phone to look at the mall's map again. It was probably nothing. Just stress, anxiety, and lack of sleep. Yeah. How many hours did I get last night? 2. I must be more tired than I thought. Rubbing at my uncovered eye, I forced myself to dispel the apparition. Maybe it was even part of the mirror, like a trick or something that would actually make more sense. It was probably some sort of Easter egg they put in, a reference that I just wasn't recognizing. I let out a soft chuckle to myself, shaking my head as the thought helped me calm down. Between magic and magitech, there were dozens of weird phenomena around the city. Holograms with reactive AIs, force fields used for a myriad of things, and even magical girls themselves jumping onto rooftops or running by in blurs of motion that outsped cars were all fairly common occurrences. No need to get worked up over something so small as a strange reflection. It took me another few minutes to make my way to the food court. It was more or less a ring of stores surrounding a picturesque garden that belonged outside of a Victorian mansion. Waist-high hedges made alcoves where benches and tables were stationed, painted with vine and moss motifs that made them blend into the environment. A large fountain was placed in the very middle of the courtyard with dozens of the covered rivulets leading to and from it. A statue of a fairy stood in the fountain, its outstretched palms pouring water down around it. As I made my way to the fountain, I started looking around. A few students had already made their way to the food court, taking more straightforward paths than I had. But none matched who I was looking for. To pass the time, I looked back down at my phone and checked my messages. Finding no new texts, I bit my lip softly. Had something come up? Maybe one of her friends dragged her off somewhere? No, she wouldn't ditch me, would she? My, a sudden voice behind me lilted cheerfully. Fingers pinched into the sides of my stomach, and a squeak of surprise escaped me as I whirled around. Lily Parker stood there, a triumphant grin on her face. She had on the same uniform as me, but her blazer was tied around her waist. As one of the best members of the track team, she was built with lean, defined muscle that only enhanced her casual beauty. Slender and modestly curved, she carried herself with a confidence I envied. Her sunflower blonde hair was in its regular ponytail, but it was her mischievous sky blue eyes I was fixed on. It wasn't quite a squeal of surprise, but it'll do for now. She raised a hand to her chin thoughtfully, although maybe there's some other places I could pinch to get the proper reaction. Lily, I glared half-heartedly at the Australian girl as I blushed. She laughed and then wrapped her arm around my shoulder, pulling me along with her. Kidding. Mostly. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat. Burgers sound good. It's my shout. Yeah, I grumbled beneath my breath, trying to ignore the sudden clawing pang of hunger that went through my stomach. Thankfully, the ambient noise of the fountain covered any noise it might have made. I disentangled myself from her and started pulling off my backpack to get out my wallet. Just a large fry for me, I tried to say with a nonchalant shrug. I'm not that hungry. Aw, don't be like that. Lily groaned. You're going to make me feel like a glutton if you don't at least have a burger, and I said it was on me. Come on, let me spoil you once in a while. I gave a tight smile and shake of my head in response, extracting 2 of my $7 and handing it over mournfully. I could have bought 2 entire loaves of white bread for the same cost, but I couldn't just buy nothing without being rude. Lily rolled her eyes at me as she took my money with a sigh. All right, fine. Why don't you find us a table and I'll pick up the food for us? I gave a quick nod, and she left, weaving into a particularly thick crowd of people to a fast food spot. A quick look around revealed a smaller table with 2 stools, and I quickly claimed it, setting my backpack down next to me. While I settled in to wait, I let my fingers trace the moss and vine patterns on the table, marveling at the details on them as my mind wandered. Lily was from one of the other classes in my grade, and she was easily the nicest person I knew. Of all the students in our school, she was the only one who was outright friendly to me. She was more or less a star in whatever sport she was participating in, making her incredibly popular. So popular. Even Katie mostly left her alone outside the occasional barbed comment. Even then, it barely seemed to faze Lily's bubbly personality. I wasn't quite sure why Lily hung out with me or how it even all started. Besides a brief encounter after school where I gave her a can of juice I had been saving, we hadn't really had any real contact. Then, the next day at lunch, she had suddenly barged into our class, pulled a desk next to mine, and started talking to me like we were childhood friends. At first, I had assumed it was some sort of prank, but in the following weeks, she had gone out of her way to greet me, and she continued to come and eat lunch with me 2 or 3 days of the week. But that was more than enough for me. Her cheerfulness was infectious, and even her continuous attempts to sneak up on me had become endearing. We didn't get to spend much time together, considering how many friends she had pulling her around everywhere. But I looked forward to it every time she went out of her way to find me. It was like stepping outside of a stuffy room into sunlight and fresh air. I traced the table patterns for another few minutes until Lily came back and sat down. plopping 2 overstuffed takeout bags on the table. I raised my eyebrows, and she scoffed. What, I gotta keep up my carb intake? Or was it protein? Whatever. I'm a growing girl, yada yada. She handed me my large fries and a napkin that I took carefully to avoid spilling any on the table. I forced myself to slowly take 1 fry at a time and chew them thoroughly. My stomach was screaming now at the smell of the food, and I tried to clench my core to keep it from making any noise. Meanwhile, Lily pulled out a burger from a bag and unwrapped it. It had 2 patties on it with greasy bacon strips poking out underneath the bun, and melted cheese spilled over it all in a golden glow. My mouth watered as she began to tear into the burger, and I forced myself to look back down at my fries. "Hey, what happened to your arm?" Lily asked suddenly with a frown. I blinked and looked to my left forearm, where the sleeves of my blazer and blouse had ridden up slightly, showing some gauze wrapping. Quickly, I pulled my sleeve down. Burnt myself cooking. I used the rehearsed lie, ignoring my stuttering pulse. Some oil spat out at me. Gah, hate it when that happens. Lily shook her head. Wasn't too bad a burn, I hope. No. I quickly continued with relief. Just a little splotch. Silence followed as I picked at my food, and Lily ripped through her own. So, you play any more Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion? She finally asked, between bites. I'm still stuck on the 3rd dungeon's boss, that freaky spider mantis centaur thing. I started, eye shifting to the side. Yeah, I'm on the 5th dungeon now. How she sputtered, almost spraying food over the table. I only introduced you to the game, like 2 weeks ago. I don't really have any electronics, but my phone. I shrugged, ignoring my growing embarrassment. Combined with the city's free Wi-Fi, it makes it easy to play whenever. Anyway, the arachnomantis isn't that hard. You just need to play a magical girl with high enough agility to dodge its attacks. It has too much strength and armor piercing to tank directly, but even a level 22 star with S rank and agility growth can outspeed it. She finished her burger in record time, and I briefly wondered if she even took the time to chew. Man, she groaned, stretching out. I never should have introduced you to the world of games. I've turned my sweet, innocent little Mai into some kind of creepy, shut-in nerd. I fought a grin trying to stretch onto my face. Keep talking like that, I turned my nose up at her haughtily, and I won't offer to use my 5-star Blade Princess to carry you through the fight. Her eyes widened comically, and she clapped her hands together as if praying as she bowed her head down deeply. Mistress, please tell me what you desire. Do you need a moist towel for your noble hands? A foot rub, perhaps? 7 gentle head pats. I let out a barely restrained huff of laughter that only grew in intensity as Lily continued offering me, gradually, more and more outrageous things ranging from a lifetime supply of Spam to a carriage, pulled by armored kangaroos. It finally culminated with the keys to a shiny new Australia and its throne. Australia isn't a monarchy anymore, I pointed out between giggles. But that could change. She smirked, eyebrows waggling with uninhibited intent. My queen. Chapter 2. Anathema. I blinked as a square message appeared with vivid clarity in the center of my vision. The message read itself in a screaming chorus of a dozen discordant voices that made my skin crawl. A second later, the alarms in the mall went off in the loud droning of what sounded like air raid sirens. The sound made a primal dread rise in me, a hollow chill spreading through my body that sent goosebumps rising on my skin. Briefly, the memory of every anathema emergence drill we'd done in school flashed through my head. Everyone in the food court winced as the next message bloomed, the mall's magitech warning system sending the message to every person's head simultaneously. As the message read itself, I recoiled in horror as voices read the final number. 10 Minutes Arcadia was one of the 7 most advanced island cities in the world, created by the Zenith themselves. The early warning system was supposed to give a minimum of 30 minutes before an attack, I looked at Lily in shock as the warning alarms continued crying out, only to find her earlier expression replaced with fear. Below us, motes of ethereal green light formed into arrows along the floor beneath various groups of people, pointing towards promised safety. There was a paralyzed few seconds of stillness in the food court where everyone seemed too shocked to move. Then, almost at the same time, people began to panic. Chairs were knocked over as people threw themselves to their feet, shouting as they pushed their way forward. People began to push, yelling as bottlenecks in the miniature hedge maze formed. Somebody screamed, and I stared at the chaos, unable to shake the utter, debilitating terror I felt. I'd never been caught in an anathema usurpation before. Even in Arcadia, with all the fancy magitech shielding crystals, they still happened. But there was always plenty of prior warning. Normally, the area was easily evacuated, quarantined, and then cleaned up by MGs and the magical soldiers who dedicated themselves to killing anathema. Some MGs even live-streamed their fights. Sure, usurpations weren't a daily occurrence, but a half dozen every month were to be expected. But now I was in the middle of one, and for all the drills we'd done at school, none of it helped with the fear. It was so thick inside me I could feel it coiling through my ribcage and wrapping teeth around my heart. Every racing pulse pushed into those knife points, teasing my chest with sharp pinpricks of terror. My lungs suddenly felt tight, and I struggled to make myself breathe. I snapped back to reality as Lily shook me, leaning in close with a worried look on her face. I sucked in a deep, quivering breath, giving her a shaky nod. She responded with a reassuring smile, but her eyes were alert, snapping back and forth as she watched the chaos around us. She gave me a gentle pull, and I pushed myself up from my seat, grabbing my backpack and shouldering it as an afterthought. "Don't worry, we're actually not in as much danger as it seems," Lily said after a moment, flashing me a quick grin. "Just follow my lead. Okay, this isn't my first usurpation." I snapped a look at her in shock, but she just chuckled. "Another time. For now, we wait for our arrows to appear and, there we go." As if on cue, glowing arrows of light bloomed beneath our feet along the ground. Grabbing my arm, Lily began pulling me along as we began running along the path the arrows created. It surprised me how quickly the food court had begun to empty out. But there were still people like us just getting to their feet and following their own arrows as they appeared. The arrows were a form of magitech, made to help with evacuations. They were like an active GPS, creating a constantly updating path to the nearest available shelter. Each group of people got their own customized pathways in an attempt to avoid bottlenecks between fleeing people. So long as the arrows were green, we were on track to make it before the usurpation took full effect. While it made it look like everyone was running around in a panic, it would hopefully stop people from getting trampled and shelters from overflowing. We sprinted past stores, turning in seemingly random directions as we trusted the arrows with our lives. Lily could easily have outpaced me, but she stuck by my side even if she did let go of my arm after a minute. As far as I could tell, we were making good time. My mental map wasn't perfect, but I did remember the general location of the shelters in the building from when I looked up the floor plans the previous night. We'll be fine. 10 minutes isn't much time, but the shelter isn't far. At most, it'll take a few minutes to get there at full speed, even following this indirect path. Even if the shelter is at capacity, the stairs are nearby and we could get to the ground floor's mega shelter entrance. We're fine. Everything's going to be... Brian, the voice of a young girl, shrieked, the cry broken by sobs. Lily and I stumbled and came skidding to a stop. Then another wail cried out, and Lily burst into motion down a path towards the sound. I followed after her blindly as we took a turn the arrows weren't pointing to. Lily moved quickly, faster than I'd ever seen her move before. I did my best to follow her, but lost ground in a matter of moments. We took another turn in the sleek mall and found ourselves in front of a store selling stuffed animals. A young, elementary-aged girl stood there whimpering, looking around. When she spotted us, she practically collapsed, clutching a stuffed bear to her chest. Lily slowed down as she got there, crouching down to the girl's level. I caught up to her seconds later, breathing heavily. "Hey there, sweetie." Lily gave a reassuring smile. "What's wrong?" "What are you doing here all alone?" The girl sniffled and wiped snot from her nose, her lower lip quivering. "Mommy and Daddy told us to wait on the bench with the nice store lady while they got food, but then the alien alarm went off. Everyone started running around and the lady ran too. Nobody would stop to help me." She looked to be on the verge of tears again, and Lily reached out her hand, offering it. "That's all right. How about we help you? We'll take you to the shelter. Your mommy and daddy are probably waiting for you there. Come on, we can go together, and you can tell me all about the cute teddy bear you have." The girl hesitated, looking between the two of us. "What about Brian? Who's going to help Brian?" Brian. Lily tilted her head. "Who's Brian?" "He's my brother," she whimpered. "He was supposed to wait on the bench with me and the lady, but he wanted to go to the store with the footballs and baseballs. I told him not to go, but he snuck off and—" "Shh. It's all right, honey," Lily reassured the girl, rubbing her shoulder gently. "Do you know where the store is? We can go get him together." "We had to cross the place with all the food and the pretty fountain," she said, looking up at Lily as she shook slightly. "It was crowded, and Mommy wanted to eat somewhere quieter." Quickly, I reached into my pocket, pulling at my phone. The internet was out, as it always was during an usurpation, but I still had the third floor's map pulled up. I scanned over it, looking for our location based on our path so far. I found us quickly, and then started looking through the different stores on the other side of the food court. "Found it," I said after a moment, and Lily looked up at me in surprise. "There's a sporting goods store across the food court. That must be the one." Lily gave me a wide grin, and I saw something warm but unfamiliar flash across her face. "Nice job?" "My. All right, sweetie, how about you come with us? We'll pick up your brother and—" "Wait," I interrupted without thinking, my heart leaping into my throat. Lily turned and gave me a questioning look. I bit my lip as I studied the map again, thinking about what the system message had said. To my surprise, it popped back into my mind, showing the remaining time. 8 minutes, 32 seconds. Below our feet, I could see new arrows had formed, but the previous green had gained a yellowish hue. As the alarm continued to wail, cold logic began to form in my head at a furious rate. Doubling back, finding the girl's brother, then running to the shelter, there wouldn't be enough time. Not if we dragged the girl with us. She wouldn't be able to keep up the pace. Maybe one of us could make it to the store, find Brian, and then run to the shelter, but it would be cutting it close. The only way it was possible would be taking a straight-line route from location to location, relying on everyone else to already have cleared out. The problem was that the person who went would have to know the mall's map well enough to get straight to the store, which meant the realization hit me as I considered our options. I ran it through my head once more, but came back to the same conclusion. Swallowing, my legs felt shaky as I forced myself to meet Lily's searching look. There was only one option if we wanted to save both of the kids, and I was not about to abandon a little boy to the anathema. "We won't make it if we take her with us," I finally breathed out. She wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace we'd have to go. Lily's eyes widened at my words as she glanced back at the girl. She seemed to think about it for a moment, then gave a simple nod to herself. Looking back to me, I could see the determination on her face. "All right, here's what we'll do," she said quickly, her voice a little breathless. You'll take our little pumpkin to the shelter, and I shook my head quickly, and she stopped. "Lily, you can't even navigate in video games with a mini-map that shows your location," I pointed out, trying to keep my voice from quavering. "You'd only get lost." I'll do it. I'm the one who always ends up navigating for us in games. I can get there and back to the shelter in time." She opened her mouth to argue, and I held up a hand. 7 minutes, 55 seconds. I pushed. "We don't have time to discuss this. It has to be me. Just wish me luck." My Lily hissed out. She searched my face for something, but after a faltering moment, she simply got up and wrapped me in a tight hug. I squeezed her back, hoping she couldn't feel my body shaking. "He might not even be there," she whispered in my ear. "But we have to try," I murmured back. "When you get to the shelter, can you make sure they don't panic and activate the emergency shield? I've heard horror stories." "Over my dead body," she promised, hugging me so tight it was painful. Lily pulled away from me after another quick second, giving my shoulders a tight squeeze before she reached into the pocket of the blazer still tied about her waist. She pulled something small out and pushed it into my hands. "Here, take this, and no matter what, promise me that if you see the arrows turn orange, you turn back. No matter what." I looked back into her eyes as she stared into my own. My stomach turned as I realized she meant I should leave the kid if I couldn't find him in time. I kept her gaze, ignoring the clenching in my chest. "I promise," I lied. For another breath, neither of us moved, and I swallowed the bitterness in my throat. Then, I turned on my heel and sprinted away from my friend, praying I wouldn't have to betray her. I followed my mental map, twisting through the maze until I reached a main pathway, and then I beelined it to the food court. As I did, I looked at the object Lily had pushed into my hand. I almost tripped when I realized it was a switchblade in matte black. I quickly regained my balance and pocketed the knife into my blazer. Why did she have a knife with her? For that matter, were switchblades even legal in Arcadia? I considered it for another moment, decided it definitely didn't matter at the moment, and kept moving. I just have to ask Lily later. If there is a later, I ignored the chill that thought brought along as I entered the food court proper. It was eerie seeing it empty. Tipped over tables and half-eaten meals littered around. I ignored the feeling and started sprinting through, taking the most direct route I could see. It didn't take me long to make it through now that there weren't people adding to the confusion of the area. By the time I got to the store, I was out of breath. Quickly, I brought back the message telling me the time remaining with a focused thought. 5 minutes, 27 seconds. The arrows were orange now, but I ignored them as I kept moving. Hopefully Lily could forgive me. "Please be here and just come out immediately." I rushed inside the shop, taking a quick look around. The store itself was a medium-sized, all-purpose sporting goods type, offering miscellaneous things for a variety of sports. Rows of shelves held everything from footballs to rock climbing gear. I started looking through the aisles quickly, trying to slow my breathing enough to speak. "Brian." I called out, "Are you here, Brian? Your sister sent me." "Come on out, you're not in trouble, but we have to go. I'll take you to your parents, so please, just come out." Nothing happened for an excruciating few seconds. Then I heard a shuffling sound, and from underneath a clothing rack containing football jerseys, a small boy pulled himself out. He was sniffling, and he looked up at me with a scared, uncertain face. He was cute with his messy swath of blonde hair, and he had on a simple blue shirt with stripes and cargo shorts. I felt my heart soar seeing him safe, and I gave him a relieved smile, holding out my hand in an offering. "There you are. Now, come on. I'll take you somewhere safe," and Brian rushed over to me and gave me a tight hug around my legs. I blinked in surprise, then quickly moved to comfort him, giving his back a gentle rub. It was so scary, he sniffled. "And the sirens are so loud. I want Mommy." "I know." I hushed him softly, gently pushing him away to look in his eyes. "So how about we go find her?" "Okay. We can even run the whole way as long as you hold my hand. How about that?" I saw his face light up, and he gave me a big smile missing a few teeth. I grinned back, offering my hand. He took it, and we went to the store entrance where I stopped and waited. Sure enough, arrows appeared along the floor. They were a dark orange, hovering on red now, but that still meant we could make it as long as we hurried at our best speed. The message in my head told me we had 4 minutes, 2 seconds left. My heart was going a mile a minute, but I felt a fierce satisfaction as I opened my mouth to tell Brian we were going to start running. Then the alarm stopped. A moment later, the lights in the mall flickered off, and the arrows beneath us disappeared, leaving us in darkness. As the alien message popped into my head, emergency lights switched on, illuminating the area in dim, crimson light. Sweat formed on the back of my neck, and my hands were suddenly clammy. Desperately, I thought of the message with the time limit, trying to see how much time we had left. But nothing appeared. Brian whimpered, huddling closer to my side. The sound of a brief and intense static crackle rippled out without warning, scratching at my bones. I snapped my head to look at the source of the noise and saw that in the middle of the air above the food court were trembling lines of inky shadow spiderwebbing out from a single point. It looked like glass cracking, but somehow the cracks reached out in all directions and not along a flat plane. The void black cracks wavered unnaturally, and as I watched they began to spread and branch off with more of the staticky bursts. My throat went dry. I started backing up into the store, pulling Brian along with me. Another crack formed in the area above the food court, and as I watched, the cracks seemed to pull open at their origin point, opening it into a jagged hole that peered into nothing. From that dark space, a dark shape fell, landing on the floor of the food court with a dull thump. I quickly turned, pulling Brian with me to the very back of the store, behind the counter with the cash register. I crouched down, moving Brian into the corner as my pulse pounded in my head. He opened his mouth to say something, and I quickly covered it, putting a finger in front of my lips in a shushing gesture. He stared at me with wide, quivering eyes and nodded. I slowly removed my hand from his mouth, furiously trying to think. We're screwed. We are so screwed. That thing that had dropped from the rift was definitely one of the anathema. They were monsters that sought out humans and killed them without hesitation, if you were lucky. Now that it was in our world, it would start searching immediately, possibly even working with others of its kind to set up a nest. We could try to stay and hide, hoping the creatures somehow missed us, but for all I knew, they had super hearing or something. Brian was doing his best to remain quiet, but small. Desperate sounds were still escaping from his mouth. No, there was no way we could wait it out, especially not with one of those monsters so close. Besides, waiting brought the risk of even more of them showing up. That left either sneaking by the thing, which was even more unlikely to work, or, I swallowed, a distraction. That could work. I just needed the tools to make it happen. Planning and analysis were always my strongest abilities. Right now, I needed to rely on my instincts and act. There was no time for second-guessing, no time to carefully deliberate on the correct course of action. I had to take what I knew and what I was good at and make it work. I can do this. I have to do this. I turned to Brian, trying to put on my most confident smile. Stay right here, I whispered to him seriously. I'm going to try to find something in the store. Whatever you do, don't move or make a sound. Okay? Tears started spilling down his face, but he gave me a nod, clamping his hands over his mouth. He was shivering, and the sight broke my heart a little bit. I gave him another reassuring nod, then moved, working my way around the store while keeping low to the ground. I kept my eye on the window, looking out in the direction of the anathema I had seen, but the hedge walls of the food court were high enough to block my view. I was more scared than I'd ever been in my life. So scared. It was hard to breathe. It felt like my rib cage was crushing my lungs, and a permanent spike of anxiety sat in my chest. Still, Something in me screamed that I couldn't sit still, that I had to move. If I didn't, it wouldn't just be my life on the line. And there was no way I was going to let that little boy die. I found what I needed almost immediately. There was a bin filled with balls from different sports, and I reached in, grabbing a few baseballs as I shouldered off my backpack. I put 4 inside and then palmed a 5th. I kept moving, shouldering my pack once again. Those would work for the distraction, hopefully, but I wasn't going to leave anything to chance. In the worst-case scenario, I'd have to fight, or at least hold off the monster while Brian ran, which meant I needed a weapon. I paused in an aisle of the store that held baseball bats, and after another indecisive second of consideration, took an aluminum one. I knew I wasn't strong. In fact, I was downright frail, and I wasn't confident in how useful it would be. I kept looking, hoping to find something that might fit me better. As I moved past climbing gear, something caught my eye. It was an ice axe, packaged in thick plastic layers with a protective sheath wrapped around its head. My eye widened at the sight. Those things were used for ice climbing, meaning they could puncture things. I wasn't sure if Anathema had armor, but if they were anything like what I had seen online or in games that featured them, it seemed likely. Quickly, I grabbed 2 of the axes, discarded the bat, and then crawled back to the counter. On my way, I saw a box on the floor with pictures of some kind of volleyball-like game on it. A new idea formed, and after rearranging my loot between my hands and backpack, I started slowly pushing the large box back behind the checkout counter with me. When I arrived back, Brian let out a small squeak of relief beneath his hands, and I gave him a smiling nod, hoping it didn't look too strained. After a quick glance above the counter to make sure there was nothing in sight, I ducked back down and got to work. First, I needed the axes. I grabbed at the packaging, looking over it as I tried to figure out the best way to get it open quietly. I almost slapped myself when I remembered Lily's knife. I grabbed it from my pocket, figured out how to pop out the blade, and started making cuts. Going slowly, I tried to minimize the crinkle of the plastic as I punctured through it and cut. It still made some noise, and I made sure to pause and listen every few moments. The only sounds were my soft but heavy breaths and Brian's muffled noises of panic. The first axe took me the longest to get free, but the next went much quicker. Once I had both of them out, I picked one up and gave a few light swings, getting a feel for its heft and how to best grip it. When I was satisfied, I started opening up the volleyball box. Seeing me with the ice axe, Brian's fear seemed to settle slightly as he watched me work curiously. My knife helped me make quick work, and inside the box was exactly what I hoped for: a huge, gangly net folded up in a thick heap. I pulled it out, unwinding some of it, but doing my best to keep it bundled enough that I could still carry it. Okay, 2 weapons, a net, and baseballs. Is there anything I'm missing? Or anything that could improve what I already have? The axes are decent, but if I'm close enough to use one, I'll be in danger from getting hit by whatever I'm fighting. I'm not strong or fast like Lily. All I have is my mind, and whatever strategy I can cobble together. Once we do this, there's no room for mistakes, no second chances. If I screw up, I die, Brian dies. I forced myself to slow down, fighting my instincts that screamed at me to run. Instead, I took a closer look around the counter we hid behind. It had little cupboards I hadn't noticed before, and I opened them. There was a variety of miscellaneous things inside, from cleaning supplies to duct tape. I grabbed the tape, because duct tape might as well be magitech with how many different things it could be used for. As I went to close the cupboard, I noticed a broom leaning in the corner next to Brian. An idea bloomed in my head. So I grabbed the broom. Grabbing the bristly head of the broom, I unscrewed it from the wood pole. Then I grabbed one of the axes while lining it up with the pole, using the duct tape to attach them together. I had to unpeel the tape from the roll slowly to avoid making too much sound, but even still, I didn't manage to avoid it completely. Every time I pulled some off too quickly, I winced at the noise and paused to listen, continuing only when I was sure nothing was coming for us. When I finished, I looked at my improvised weapon. It looked ridiculous. The long wooden pole with the tiny ice axe attached to one end. It was the world's wimpiest-looking scythe, but it would at least allow me to swing the ice axe down on something from a relatively safe distance. I took the other ice axe and put it in my backpack with its head sticking out, closing the zipper around the handle. Hopefully, that way I would be able to reach over my shoulder and pull it out quickly. I slipped on my backpack and then grabbed my makeshift scythe in one hand, the baseball in the other. Finally, I bundled the net under my left arm. I took one last moment to gather myself, taking a few deep breaths. How long did that take? 10 minutes less feels like it was forever. I shook my head. The stress and anxiety were playing with my head. Everything was going as well as could be expected. My plan had come together nicely, and now the only thing left was to put it into action. I grabbed my phone from my pocket after a moment of reshuffling items. There was no service or internet, but the map was still pulled up, so I took the time to memorize 3 different paths to the shelter. Once I was sure I had the paths memorized and could picture them clearly in my head, I tucked my phone away, ignoring my terror. I turned to the little boy. He seemed a little more calm now after watching me get everything ready. "Okay," I whispered to him, giving my softest smile. "Here's what we're going to do. You're going to follow right behind me. When we get to the door, I'm going to throw this baseball and distract whatever might be out there. Then, we're going to make our way to the shelter as quietly as possible. If something finds us, you run and find a store to hide in, okay? Don't come out or make a sound until I find you." I paused, then quickly added in a quieter voice, "Or someone else comes looking. If it's somebody calling out saying they're here to help, go to them. Otherwise, stay hidden no matter what you hear. You understand?" He gave me a jerky nod, and after fumbling my items around, I managed to free a hand to rub the top of his head gently. "Don't worry, I'll protect you. Now, let's go." I started moving, still crouched and making sure Brian followed. He stuck to me like glue, and I made sure to pay extra attention to my scythe's length to not bump it into him or any of the shelves. We made our way to the entrance, and I paused, looking around at the food court. The weird rift thing had disappeared from the sky, and the mall was silent as a graveyard, which was not a comforting analogy to make, stupid brain. The way looked clear, and so I carefully set down my weapon and transferred the baseball to my right hand. As I did, I caught my reflection in the glass of a nearby display. I looked scared, of course. But my eye, there was a determination that gleamed behind it that I'd never seen before. As I looked on in surprise, I found my hand reaching towards my eye patch. Screw it, it's not like anyone is around to stare anyway. Might as well go all out. So I pulled off the eye patch, tucking it into my blazer pocket as my right eye quickly adjusted to the dim red of the emergency light. My reflection peered back at me, my left eye a bright azure, and my uncovered right a sanguine red, both gleaming with the mark of someone affected by mana while they were still developing in the womb. The 2 different colors were just due to mundane heterochromia, but being mana-born meant they both had a vivid sheen to them. The combination ended up causing people to stare or sometimes outright stop me to take pictures. I'd taken to wearing the eye patch to avoid the attention since elementary school. I'd still gotten looks, of course, but the medical-style eye patch had stopped all but the most intrusive from asking questions, afraid it was an injury and, therefore, a taboo topic. Of course, that hadn't stopped Katie when we had first met in middle school. She'd poked and prodded around the topic, finally taking to calling me Cyclops Girl. Then, at the start of the current school year, she'd grown the courage to outright pull off my eye patch in the middle of our lunch period. After that, word had spread through the grade quickly. Freak. Crazy eyes. Demon girl. Katie had gotten creative with the names. From a distance, it was all just stupid, low-tier bullying. But that didn't make it cut any less. And even small cuts could bleed someone out eventually. My vision finally finished adjusting to both the dark and using both eyes again, so I shook the thoughts from my head. Now wasn't the time to be introspective. It was time to move. Carefully, I stood up, still searching for movement. Seeing none. I took a breath, pulled my arm back, and threw the baseball as far as I could, aiming at a store window on the other side of the food court. I wasn't particularly strong and never really practiced throwing, so I just arched it the best I could, hoping it would slam into something and make noise. It did not disappoint. Maybe I had underestimated the effect of fear-induced adrenaline and the strength that came with it, because I watched with shock as it flew all the way across the food court. It fell short of the store I aimed for, but then it bounced off the floor with a noisy thud and ricocheted into the window. The baseball slammed into the glass, and the entire window shook noisily in its frame, echoing through the empty mall floor. Triumph flooded into my veins, a wild grin stretching over my lips as 4 shapes suddenly blurred from the shadows, rushing to the sound. I got the vague impression of something dog-like with an unnaturally long tail, the sound of claws scrabbling on the tiled floor as they moved. My heart leapt into my throat as one of the shapes appeared from behind a half-wall of hedges along the food court's outer perimeter, directly where our path to the shelter was. The shapes moved about as quick as a normal canine running at full speed, but made no sound other than the clicking of their clawed feet. I waited, making sure there were no others, and then moved, jerking my head at Brian to follow. I kept my scythe close and the bundled net in my left hand ready as I led Brian to the hedge walls, skirting along the perimeter of the food court away from the direction I'd thrown the ball. My heart felt like it was trying to tear through my chest, but I ignored it as I shuffled along. When we got about a quarter of the way around, I took another careful look above the hedges, but saw nothing. I moved, breaking from the cover of the wall and headed to a pathway that led between stores. From there, I knew if we took a right and followed the maze of storefronts for a while, it would eventually lead us directly onto a path to the shelter. Brian stuck close, all but clutching onto me as we moved. I led him along, trying to ignore the storefronts we were passing and the thought there could be any number of anathema hiding in them. If they were hiding inside, there wasn't much I could do about it but be alert and ready. We made slow but substantial progress. My path was designed to take as many turns as possible, utilizing the small alleyways created between the stores. That way, we wouldn't find ourselves on a long straightaway where anything could see us from far away. Before every turn, I stopped and looked down the hall, forcing myself to observe for at least a minute before continuing. With the size of the mall, it felt like I was going through a city more than anything else. Brian kept up well, and I made sure to give him a reassuring smile every time we waited at a corner. I had no idea how the kid was holding it all together so well when I barely was. Maybe he was just in shock. Maybe I was in shock. Whatever. It didn't matter too much as long as we were making progress. At the halfway mark, I paused to catch my breath, taking a little more time as I watched our next pathway for movement. Seeing nothing, I stepped out, turning to give Brian another reassuring smile. For the first time, he gave me a shaky smile back, and an anathema stepped out of a storefront 10 feet behind him. It was about the size of a small wolf and borrowed the same shape, but instead of fur, it had a slick, black carapace covering it in armor, sinewy red muscle poking out between the plates. The thing's tail was serrated and hung limply behind it at nearly twice the length of its body. As the thing stepped forth, it turned to me. I blinked as my gaze met what looked almost like a giant eel's head. Its unassuming, derpy eyes stared back, lidless and unmoving. Then it opened its mouth, and I realized its head wasn't that of an eel, but a lamprey. Teeth lined the interior of its suction cup mouth, and it let out a shrieking hiss that bounced around weirdly in the shorter passage. Brian started to flip around, but I was already moving. The lamprey wolf hurried to move as well, scrabbling and slipping over the tiles as it tried to find traction to leap at us. I threw the net over Brian's head at the thing, grabbing his shoulder and pushing him behind me once the net left my hand. "Run!" I yelped at Brian, my voice cracking even as I readied my makeshift scythe for a swing. The monster managed to take a step forward only for the messily unwinding net to entangle it. Its legs caught in the various layers of webbing, and it tripped forward, crashing to the ground. As it did, I grabbed my weapon with both hands and swung down. The head of the ice axe smashed straight into a piece of carapace and then threw it into flesh. I felt the squish of meat being punctured through the broom pole, and I suppressed a shudder. The thing let out an undulating hiss of pain, spitting gray slime over the ground as it tried to stand, only for its legs to get further enwrapped in the net. It still managed to slide itself forward, only for the excess netting to catch its back legs as well. Between the smooth tile of the ground and its tangled limbs, it couldn't seem to get to its feet. I pulled up on my scythe, drawing it out from the monster and sending an arc of black ichor onto the wall and ceiling. Then I swung down again, and again, and again. The ice axe punctured through the thing's body a half-dozen times before the creature finally started tearing through the net with its claws. I pulled my scythe back, fear sending a shock of lightning through me. Suddenly, I realized the ice axe wasn't piercing deep enough to reach anything vital in its body. I had to aim for the head if I wanted to kill the thing before it got free. I adjusted, aiming for half a second before swinging down the scythe again, aiming directly at its head and neck area. There was a sudden blur, and the monster's serrated tail whipped up and wrapped around my weapon. Then it pulled with unnatural strength, and my scythe went flying. I stumbled backwards, reaching behind my head and grasping the ice axe that was sticking out of my backpack. My fingers were slick with sweat and slipped around the thing, unable to find a good grip. Cursing, I pulled off my backpack and ripped the axe clear, tossing my pack to the side. Before I could flip the axe around to grab the handle, there was a ripping sound as the monster tore itself free from the netting. It leapt at me, bowling straight into me and slamming me into the ground. A gasp of air escaped my lungs even as my head was thrown back by the whiplash into the tile. Pain exploded through my head and back, dyeing my sight red. I blinked the color away, but when my vision cleared, the thing was standing over me, its head hovering above my stomach. Somehow, I was still holding on to the ice axe, and I fumbled with it, trying to work my hand down from the head to grasp the handle. I pushed against the ground with my feet, trying to slide myself away from the monster. It stared at me for a second before it pulled its head back, opening its maw in a victorious shriek, and then it plunged its face onto my stomach. Dozens of serrated teeth undulated in rapid succession to claw into my skin, while something sharp and abrasive ripped through my blazer and shirt and into the flesh of my navel. The beginnings of a scream escaped through my clenched teeth as it tore into me. Finally, my right hand found a grip on the axe and what felt like a serrated knife plunged into my stomach, and I screamed. Tears came to my eyes as whatever impaled me began to tear around inside of my guts. Dark edges closed in around my vision as a burning pain clawed into me. After another few churning twists, the knife-like object withdrew from my belly in one quick, smooth motion, and I gasped at the sudden sensation. I tried to look through the blurriness covering my sight, my abdomen spasming in a sharp, burning pain. I found the creature still latched onto me, its lidless eyes meeting my own. Suddenly, its neck undulated, and I felt a sudden suction as it began slurping up my blood and guts. The thing was eating me. Something inside my head snapped at that realization, and I let out a scream that cracked my throat as a whole new agony flooded my body. Panic and desperation flooded through me at the sheer intrusiveness of the sensation as my guts were sucked out. I tried to grab the thing's head with my left hand and push it off, but I couldn't find any purchase on its slick skin. I switched tactics, instead using the feeling of the monster's head to aim, and I swung the ice axe at it. The axe pierced the thing's neck, and its entire body spasmed, the suction faltering. The brief reprieve gave me time to pull the axe back out and adjust my aim. Its tail swung up from behind it, and I knew it was going to try to whip my ice axe away. Before it could, I swung down again, and the axe plunged through its head, this time directly above its eyes. The monster's entire body stiffened, going completely still. Then its teeth suddenly unlatched from my belly, even as the thing fell on top of me. I could hear myself whimpering as I pulled the axe out and swung down again at its neck. There was no reaction as it bit deep, but I didn't stop. I kept swinging, stabbing holes into the thing until my arm grew weak. I could hear myself gasping for breath as I laid there, the creature's corpse resting on my lower body. For a while, I did not move. Every heaving breath of air caused my stomach to rise and fall, sending shocks of pain through me. I tried to slow down my breathing the best I could, and the pain gradually began to lose some of its bite. When it went from excruciating and paralyzing to only reducing me to tears, I began trying to slide myself from under it. The movement caused my abdominal muscles to contract, and I choked on more sobs as I forced myself to continue until I was finally free. I wiped at my blurry vision, trying to regain my composure. From where I was laying, I tried my best to look around for Brian, but I didn't see him anywhere. He must have ducked into a store and hid, like I told him. That was good, because I was sure my screams had echoed through the hallways. Hopefully, the maze of the mall had bounced the sound around enough that it would take time before more creatures found me, but I couldn't waste even a second. I needed to move, and to do that, I had to assess the damage to my abdomen. I felt panicky fear rise in my throat as I pushed my head and shoulders up off the ground to see my wound. There was a hole through my blazer and blouse on the area around my navel, showing skin and flesh scraped raw. In the center was a noticeable hole, and even as I watched, blood bubbled up from it with each of my breaths. Soft, mewling sounds of pain started escaping me as horror washed through me. Bile rose in my throat, and I forced myself to hold it down, not wanting to know what kind of pain vomiting would induce. I let myself lie back on the floor, closing my eyes. I couldn't stop myself from whimpering weakly as I gently moved my hands over my wound and felt a hot, sticky warmth. I tried to put a little pressure on my wound, but the slightest push sent stars across my vision. My weak, pained noises gained a raw, shrill sharpness to them. As I tried to regain control of myself, I realized that even though the monster hadn't hit anywhere vital, it had still ripped through my guts. If I tried to move, the pain it would cause would almost certainly make me pass out. I was stuck, bleeding out, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I'm going to die, I realized, and tears spilled down my cheeks. I felt myself choking on weak sobs as I tried not to agitate my belly. I had killed an anathema, an alien abomination, but so what? What did it matter if I was going to die anyway? I had saved Brian. But now, what was going to happen to him? Would he really be safe with more of those things prowling around? I'd failed in every single way that truly mattered. And Lily, Lily. I was never going to see her again, her blonde ponytail bouncing whenever she ran, her mischievous grin when she surprised me. I was never going to get to play more games with her, to watch her run at her track practices, to see her smile at me again. I really wanted to see her smile again. Something inside my heart fell apart. I let myself cry in uncontrolled, choking gasps, ignoring the throbbing pain that came with it. My sobs were utterly undignified sounding, all snot and choked whines with a sock, but I didn't care. It didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered anymore. Dimly, I heard the pitter-patter of something against the tile floor, and I almost let out a mirthless laugh as it grew nearer. So much for bleeding out. At least I wouldn't have to suffer much longer. The pattering steps grew nearer with an odd, hopping cadence, and it was only when I heard it stop near my head that I decided to open my eyes and face whatever had come to finish me off. At first, I thought I was looking at a stuffed animal. A pure white, floppy-eared rabbit sat near my head, staring at me with red eyes. The rabbit was huge, the size of a fully grown cat, and even as I looked at it, 9 foxtails unfurled behind it, gently waving back and forth. As I looked at the thing in confusion, I noticed that instead of solid pupils, both were black circles that held a 7-pointed star made of 7 straight, overlapping lines. Everything about it was overemphasized and artificially perfect, exactly like a stuffed animal was. The rabbit's head suddenly moved, tilting slightly as it continued to stare. "Congratulations." A woman's voice resounded through my mind. "Your actions have not gone unnoticed. The Zenith have recognized you as being a capable fit to become a magical guardian and continue defending humanity." I blinked, completely failing to understand what was happening. I went over the words in my head again, but couldn't seem to process them. The rabbit's head tilted to the other side, and the woman's voice came back to me. "It appears your conflict with the anathema has left you in a critical condition. I should inform you that if you choose to become a magical guardian, you will gain access to resources capable of preventing your eventual demise. As you seem to be losing blood and consciousness, I will skip the rest of the introduction and get straight to my one and only question." The rabbit's heptagram eyes began to glow with crimson light, and I felt a cold chill down my spine. "Would you like to make a contract?" Chapter 3. Contract. I could feel my breathing pick up as I wondered if I had finally lost my mind. "It would be best if you tried to remain calm." A woman's soothing voice washed over me. "Hyperventilation will only aggravate your wound further. While not an imminently fatal wound, it is still best to keep you in as perfect health as possible." What are you?" I whispered, my voice quivering. It paused for a moment. Then an ear twitched. Perhaps some explanation is required after all. Very well, I am an entity created by the alien race you know as the Zenith. As for what I am, the closest equivalent humans have is that of a highly advanced artificial intelligence. Although the proper explanation is much more complicated, you may think of me as an AI formed by both magic and unrivaled technology. I was created in order to assist humanity in their fight against the anathema. Humans have taken to calling us familiars. Recognition dawned on me. MGs always did seem to have weird little mascot animals that got advertised with them. Even the few magical girl shows I'd seen had featured weird but cute-looking creatures who ended up giving the girl their power. A flare of pain brought me back to the moment, and I suppressed a shudder. I was starting to feel cold, and I was covered in a sheen of sweat from the fight and pain. I looked back at the rabbit. "I don't understand," I whispered. "Why me? I'm not special, or strong, or anything like that, so why me?" The familiar's foxtails swished back and forth. "On the contrary, the Zenith determined some time ago that you would be compatible with magic and be capable of serving in a vital role as a magical guardian. Otherwise, I would not have been created. Each familiar is personalized from inception to be a match for their potential guardian. You know, I've even been watching you for the past 23 days, gathering more information and performing a final assessment. After your recent actions, I decided further observation was no longer necessary." "Oh," I replied weakly. The pain in my stomach was growing, sending sharper spikes through my body. The adrenaline from the fight must have been fading too, because exhaustion was starting to pull at me, and a nap sounded really good. If it weren't for the sharp bouts of agony, I was pretty sure I would have passed out already. Perhaps more questions should wait until a later time. The familiar's ears perked up slightly. You are injured, though I have limited ability to tell how badly without forming a contract first. I would highly suggest you make a decision on my offer swiftly. All of it was so sudden. It felt surreal. No fanfare, no gradual build-up, just bam, fight an anathema, almost die, and now an alien creature was offering me a power most would kill for. It was too much, and I wanted to ask 1,000 questions, to pinch myself and make sure I wasn't dreaming. The familiar, however, was right. I didn't have much time to think through this. I was lying on the ground, helpless and bleeding with monsters roaming about. If I wanted to survive, I would just have to accept this as reality and move on. So I bit my lip and forced my brain to work through the situation. Becoming a magical guardian. Wasn't this exactly what everyone dreamed of? Besides the gaping belly wound, of course. If I accepted, I would be able to use magic. Magic, as in fireballs and flying and, well, pretty much anything, really. The laws of reality would become more like guidelines, suggestions that I could scoff at. Accepting would basically make me into a superhero, an icon idolized by modern society. Oh, and I would survive my mortal wound too. According to the familiar, as far as sign-up bonuses, that was pretty good. Naturally, seeing only benefits, I knew there had to be a catch. Nothing was free. Nothing. What's the catch? I asked in a whisper. There are 3 stipulations to the contract. The first is by and large the biggest reason people do not accept. In becoming a magical guardian, you pledge to use your powers to fight the anathema and protect humanity in its struggle. This means for the rest of your life. Your fate will be entangled with pain, suffering, and death. You must realize that you cannot be a light in the darkness without immersing yourself in those very same shadows. Even should you not fight the anathema directly, you will still be working in some way to alleviate the suffering they cause, and in doing so, expose your very soul to the tragedies of a war without end. Her words made me shiver, eliciting an accompanying wince and hiss of pain. I rolled the words over in my head quickly, only taking a second to consider them. It was such an easy decision, and I felt a sour taste rise in the back of my throat when I realized why. All right, next condition. There was a pregnant pause, and I looked back to the familiar when it didn't immediately reply. Time may be short, but perhaps you should consider it more thoroughly. It suggested carefully. The fear of death may be influencing your decision, but I did consider it. I let out a weak shout, slamming my fist down on the tile impotently. I don't think you understand. My life, it hasn't been good. All right. The idea of fighting anathema scares me. At least it would be a fight. For once, I would have the power to make a difference, to stop just surviving. Tears began to blur my vision, and I clenched my teeth. Every day, it's always the same thing over and over again. Take the hits and just roll with them. All I've ever managed to do is just survive. I even tried to stand up for myself, and it only made things worse. Can you imagine what that's like? To come face to face with how helpless you really are, how futile it all is, to actually wonder what the point of living is if it's just never-ending pain. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting against a rising hysteria. How many times had I lied to myself that things were okay? That one day, things would change, that I would eventually stop feeling utter disappointment. Every morning I woke up. I'm just so tired of being helpless. I whispered, I just can't anymore. I can't keep trying and losing. The foxtails behind the familiar lowered down to the floor, and it gave a slow dip of its head. I wiped my eyes on my sleeves, and after a few seconds of silence, it continued in a somber tone. The second condition is more vague, but it states that you will not abuse your new powers. Things such as needlessly harming other humans, hampering other magical guardians without reason, or using your power in a tyrannical manner. You are expected to be a beacon of hope, not a monster. This rule is more flexible due to its far-reaching nature, and warnings will be given if it is perceived you are potentially breaking it. That's fine, I shook my head. Wasn't planning on world domination anyway. Yes, the feminine voice in my head gained a hint of dry sarcasm to it, though your friend's lust for the conquest of Australia is potentially worrying. I blinked. Did it just... Wait, how did it even know about... The third and final stipulation, it interrupted my thoughts, is that you agree that no matter what, you will not attempt to break the laws of magic. There are a few, but they simply cover what you can and can't use certain magics for. Time and mind magic would be examples. Generally, don't actively try to destroy reality or enslave another, and you'll be fine. A more detailed explanation will be provided if necessary. Reasonable. Just, yeah, all of that sounded like bad news anyway. Okay, I'm fine with all three of the rules. Excellent. Know that breaking any of these stipulations is grounds for the stripping of your power and any assets you may have acquired during your time as a magical guardian. If all three stipulations are agreeable, then I will ask my question one last time, and you will answer. Then we can begin saving your life. Wait, what do you mean? I asked. What exactly happens after the contract is formed? Familiars act as a magical guardian's personal assistant to not only guide them through their new abilities, but also aid them in whatever they might request. Essentially, you will have a magical AI in your head whose only purpose is to help you for the rest of your life. That is why familiars are personally customized to each magical guardian candidate. Extensive information gathering was done to make sure our personalities would be complementary, and so I would be aware of the various aspects of your life. Oh, I said, a sudden paranoia rising in my chest. How much do you know about me exactly? There was a pause, and I felt my throat grow tighter. It is not an exaggeration to say the Zenith are eons beyond humanity's capabilities. Anything posted online or kept electronically pertaining to you has been acquired and researched. Once active observation began. It is safe to assume that if there was an electronic device capable of monitoring you, it was hacked to do so. Phones recorded conversations, cameras your activities, and etc. The only place not monitored directly by me, spellcraft, or technology was your home, although internet activity was logged as stipulated by the accords signed with humanity. Anger and panic rose in me at the thought of them spying on me. But the familiar's voice quickly continued. I am aware humans value privacy dearly. The main purpose of the information gathering was not to pry, but to make sure you would be a suitable magical guardian. The amount of power that comes with being one is too much to give to a candidate without first making sure they would not abuse it. If it makes you feel better, I promise not to bring up anything that might be considered an overstepping of boundaries. My purpose will be to help you in your duties as a magical guardian, not judge or pry into your personal life. What you choose to share with me and bring me into will be completely up to you. I swallowed. I like that the thing seemed to know so much about me, but it made sense. How else were the Zenith supposed to determine if people met their criteria? It made me uncomfortable. But, in the end, it didn't matter. If the familiar really promised to respect my boundaries. Fine, I whispered, wincing in pain. I guess that works. The creature's head bobbed up and down. Then, if you accept the previously explained rules, the gentle voice prodded. I took a deep breath as I met the familiar's eyes. I could feel fear inside me, but I couldn't quite figure out why. I ignored it, knowing that it didn't matter anymore. I'd made my decision, so I gave a serious nod to the creature offering to change, well, everything. There was a breath, and then it asked its question. "Would you like to make a contract?" "Yes," I replied, and then I fell through the floor. I yelped as the sensation of dropping sent fear into my throat. Shadows enfolded my vision as I plummeted downwards into absolute darkness. My back hit something painlessly, and there was a shattering sound. I saw glass shards glinting in the shadows as they began to descend with me, only for everything to come to a jolting stop, frozen mid-air. Then I began to fall back the way I came. Instead of flying through the hole I smashed through, I splashed into lukewarm water face first. It was only about an inch deep, and there was some kind of featureless ground beneath it. I sputtered as liquid filled my nose, pushing myself up. I coughed a few times, trying to get my bearings. All I was able to make out was darkness, and as I stood on my feet, my eyes widened, and I quickly looked down at my stomach. There was no wound in it, and even my clothes seemed utterly devoid of damage. Frowning, I gently touched my belly, but felt nothing amiss. I took a few tentative steps forward, the gentle swish of water parting around my shoes the only sound. There was nothing around me but an endless expanse of emptiness and shallow water. A second later, there was the crackle of electricity, and a sudden purple light bloomed in the shadows with the intensity of a lightning flash. I brought a hand up, shielding my eyes as they adjusted. Squinting, I was able to make out a vague pillar shape of harsh purple light rising from the water and into the sky. Something about the light called to me, beckoning me to ignore my confusion, and so I made my way towards it. My vision adjusted as I neared, and I saw the pillar was created from strands of electricity shaped like thorned vines. The energy had a pitch-black core with a violet outline, giving it an unnaturally eerie look, while the frozen, perfectly sculpted lightning was beautiful. Something about the thorned vine shape each electrical arc had gave me a deep sense of isolation, maybe emptiness. Tightly entangled as the vines were, it almost felt like they were trying to keep something away. I peered at the amethyst lightning vines, and I found myself slowly moving around the pillar-like shape they formed. Even though they were thickly intertwined, I could see through portions deeper into its column, and an oddly colored shape poked through the holes. I finally got to one portion where the vines hadn't bunched together as much, and I peered inside the small window formed by their absence. My heart stopped. Suspended several inches above the ground and wrapped in the tangle of thorned electricity was a young girl. She was naked, showing a petiteness that edged on dangerous. Her skin was smooth and pale as a porcelain doll. Even though she wore nothing, the lightning entangling her somehow provided the perfect amount of modesty, as if artistically placed. Her hair was raven dark, falling in straight, silky tresses down to her hips, and it framed her too soft sleeping face in a dark veil. I stared at the girl, wondering what I could do to get her out of her prison. Suddenly, she took a sharp, shuddering breath. Her body spasmed slightly against the vines, but they held tight with an electric crackle. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, meeting my own. Heterochromatic eyes of azure and scarlet met mine, and I realized the girl I was looking at was a reflection of me only with longer hair, alabaster skin, and her pupils. They were shaped like crescent moons, the darkness of them drawing me in. Suddenly I was lying back on the floor of the mall. Sharp, silvery pain exploded through my skull, and I let out a groan as I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will it away. System update. Soul Gem formulation successful. Reflection room stabilized. Contract ceremony complete. Mana resonance recorded at 124%. System access granted. Gate access granted. Credentials updated. Error. Unable to unlock astral shift. Blacklight protocols are in effect. See familiar for assistance. Pre-contractual accomplishments found. Rewards have been applied. The message that visually appeared in my head rang out in discordant voices, followed by the familiar's feminine voice in an excited tone. For some reason, its words also appeared at the bottom of my vision like subtitles. As the pain and messages in my head faded, I looked to my left to see the familiar still sitting in the same position. To my surprise, its pure white visage had changed. Near the tips of each of its tails and ears was a swath of black fur that formed a ring. Between its eyes, more black fur had formed the symbol of a crescent moon, and its previously heptagram-shaped pupils had changed to a matching shape. "Contract successful," my familiar said. "As your bonded familiar, I will begin my role as companion and advisor, answering questions and making recommendations based on your personality, background, and requests. I now have a link to your senses, so give me a moment to look over your vital." Oh. There was silence, and I raised an eyebrow as fear rose in my throat. What I asked in a panicked voice, "How bad is it?" "The injury itself is serious but manageable. It's just, you have a rather unusually high pain tolerance." I felt my heart rate lower, and I glared at the creature for nearly giving me a heart attack. It didn't seem to notice. "Very well. I believe our best course of action would be to skip the immediate introduction and use some of your points to purchase items capable of healing your injury. Afterwards, I will explain in further detail your new abilities. Is that acceptable?" I guess I furrowed my eyebrows. "But what do you mean by purchase?" "Magical guardians are rewarded with points for a variety of activities such as defeating anathema, completing quests, and saving people from danger. With these points, you can access what is called the arcane system and purchase everything from spells and abilities to more mundane physical items. Clothes, weapons, and technologies from beyond your imagination are now a simple expenditure of points away." "Wait," I stammered. "Quests, defeating monsters. And didn't that notification earlier have a level on that anathema I killed? Isn't this just like a video game?" "Very much so. In fact, I think you will soon be pleasantly surprised by some aspects of your new power. Regardless, your health and safety take precedence. It has been less than 13 minutes since the first rifts formed and 2 minutes since you defeated the Fomorian Hound. Getting you healed and to a shelter as soon as possible would be ideal." 2 minutes. That wasn't possible. We'd had a whole conversation, and the explanations hadn't been that short. "I sense your confusion," my familiar said somewhat smugly. "Due to the time-sensitive position we were in, I elected to send my words to you as instantaneous blocks of information and let your brain process them as if we were speaking normally. This means my parts of the conversation have essentially been said at the speed of thought. Therefore, the only time that has passed has been when you were speaking or considering your choices. To anyone observing, you were having a very quick conversation with yourself interrupted only by momentary bits of silence." Oh, I stammered. "That's actually incredibly useful. It does strain your brain somewhat. So outside of combat situations, I will simply speak to you normally. However, we can discuss that later. For now, let us begin by saving your life." "And how exactly do we do that?" I asked. "Do you teach me a healing spell or something?" "No," the feminine voice replied with undisguised glee. "There is only one way we can save you at the moment." I raised an eyebrow, curious at my familiar's excited tone. We go shopping. Chapter 4. Gate. I'm sure you've heard of magical guardians summoning items from thin air. It is a fairly well-recorded and discussed phenomenon. Yeah. I trailed off slowly. It would have been hard not to hear about it with all the videos people constantly took whenever an MG did, well, anything. In the clips I'd seen, the MG would make a dramatic motion. A glowing, magical circle of light would appear, and some item would pop out of it. People had theories about what was really happening, but I'd simply chalked it up to magic and moved on. Yes, well, they're making use of what is called the gate, and it is one of the 2 major boons you have access to now. Simply put, it is an interdimensional network of magic that allows guardians to purchase something with points they have earned. The item is then teleported directly to the guardian from the Zenith. Half-second delivery, or your money back. I squinted at my familiar, trying to see if it was joking or not. It stared back with unblinking eyes. The feeling of hot, sticky warmth spreading beneath my hands drew me back from the moment. Okay, I finally groaned, shifting as my wound throbbed. What do we need to do? How bad am I hurt? I am sorry to say your injury, while not immediately fatal, is extensive. Fomorian hounds consume their victims in a way similar to how lampreys eat. Using the suction cup of their mouth and teeth, they dig into the flesh. Then they use their serrated knife tongue to rasp away any protective layers before they puncture and gouge into their victim. Whirling their tongue around, they mulch the flesh within the wound to be easily sucked up. Right now, your intestines look like they went through a blender. I felt an intense nausea rise in me as I stared in horror at the rabbit. It seemed entirely unconcerned by what it had just described. I swallowed, the pain of my injury becoming more prominent as I thought about it. Is there anything I can even buy to fix that? I asked, my heart in my throat. Of course, there are items that fit any number of situations. It is not an exaggeration to say there are millions of different items and vaults in total. As such, I have taken the liberty of selecting what I believe to be the best options. First, I would recommend unlocking the First Aid Vault Common for 100 points. With that, you will be able to purchase the 3 items needed to stabilize your condition and begin the healing process. The total cost will come to 140 points. Would you like more information on the individual items, or just do it? I shook my head, the pain in my stomach bubbling up in intensity. First Aid, Vault, Common unlocked, minus 100 points. Purchased Pain Relief Inhaler, minus 10 points. Purchased Emergency Clot Spray, minus 10 points. Purchased Greater Restoration Gum, minus 20 points. Remaining points, 130. Words flashed in my vision along with the familiar's voice, and then a spot next to me on the ground began to glow. A magic circle bloomed into existence with deep violet light. It consisted of 2 concentric circles forming a thin ring filled with runic letters. The inner circle was wrapped around a 7-pointed star drawn like my familiar's eyes had been. 7 straight lines intersecting and overlapping. There was a hum from the magic circle, and a small, matte black box rose from within its glowing interior. Then the circle dimmed until it disappeared completely. I stared at the box for a shocked second. It really had just teleported in. Open it, my familiar urged. I reached out and grabbed the box. It wasn't big, maybe the size of 2 particularly thick hardcover books placed next to each other. There was a silver button placed in the center, between the seams, so I pressed it. With a click, the top came unlatched and popped open slightly. I pulled and flipped it the rest of the way, forcing myself up slightly as I looked inside. It was filled with some kind of black foam that wrapped around 3 distinct items. The first looked like a simple inhaler, the second a spray paint can with a cone-shaped nozzle, and the third, a purple marble wrapped in a clear plastic wrapper. The inhaler and can were colored black, but both also had some kind of icon on them, a crescent moon with a silhouette of a bunny head around it, both in a metallic silver. First, the inhaler, the familiar said. It operates the same way as a normal one might. It is filled with a fast-acting medication that will target any nerves sending pain signals over a certain threshold. I fumbled the inhaler to my mouth, exhaled deeply, and then depressed the top of the inhaler even as I took a deep breath in. The air that entered my mouth tasted of mint and was somehow fresh like morning air filled with dew. I held the breath in my lungs as long as I could, and then gasped out, causing my abdomen to move in response. Sharp pain flashed through my stomach only to be washed over with a cool, relaxing feeling. I blinked in surprise as the agony seemed to disappear as fast as it had come. Very good. Next is the emergency clot spray. Press the cone of the nozzle over the puncture tightly and then hold the button on top of the can. Do not release the button until the can stops spraying. The spray itself is a fast-forming foam that will close your lacerated internals. It will also serve the function of helping lock your intestines in place and prevent further agitation. I followed my familiar's instructions. When I pressed down on the nozzle, there was an odd feeling of some kind of thick liquid spraying into my abdomen. It didn't hurt, but it was slightly cold, and the sensation of it packing into me was downright weird. I did my best not to squirm, and the can stopped a moment later. When I pulled it away, I saw a small mound of foam over the injury. It quivered slightly, and then seemed to lose its viscosity, slipping off me until only a thin seal over my injury remained. "Excellent," my familiar said. "Finally, you have the gum. Remove the wrapper, place it into your mouth, and chew. As a greater restorative agent, it will work to repair what it can of your internals while also promoting an increase in blood reproduction. Your blood levels should be back to full within the hour. Should you grow tired of chewing on it, you can also swallow it." I took the small little wrapper and pulled out the gumball. Even the candy had the same silver crescent moon and rabbit head icon branded on its violet surface, and I shook my head as I popped it into my mouth. When I bit into the candy, it didn't explode in flavor but sensation. It was like drinking hot chocolate on a cold winter day, a gentle warmth filling my body with satisfaction. I'd only experienced that taste and sensation once before, and it was a soft, comforting bliss that I wanted to let myself slip into. Unfortunately, I was still in a mall filled with murderous alien monsters. I forced myself to start getting up. My abdomen let out a distant and dull throb, but left me otherwise unhindered as I stood on shaky legs. Only now did I notice the entire lower half of my clothes were covered in either my blood or sticky alien ichor, and I forced myself to ignore the queasy sensation that began welling up. I looked back and forth down the hall in a quick check, but found nothing coming. As swiftly as I could move, I stumbled to my backpack, picking it up and grabbing my discarded ice axe along the way. Then I ducked into a clothing store, crouching near the back while keeping a view of the outside. "Now that you are mobile and we have a moment," my familiar said from seemingly nowhere, "may I suggest going through a small portion of the introductory tutorial? There are some important matters that must be discussed." "What do you mean?" I hissed, looking around for the rabbit. I was very loud about how much pain I was in. More anathema are probably coming, and we need to find Brian. Where are you? Anyway, it is unlikely more are heading this way. The mall is made of a hyper-sound-absorptive material to prevent echoing and excessive noise pollution, a necessity due to its size and layout. Except for the hallway you were just in, the noise would not have traveled far. The only rooms you must worry about noise traveling in are the larger, more open rooms, such as the food court. Otherwise, you can rest easy that any noise made will not escape your immediate vicinity. Oh. I frowned. Now that the rabbit mentioned it, the noise of the mall had been oddly subdued when I was going through it earlier. Besides, most anathema don't respond to human screams unless they have a specific reason to. Why, I asked, furrowing my brow. Because a scream means they are winning. I shivered as a chill went down my spine. As for where I am, the quick answer is that I exist within you now. Where you are, I am. I can create an apparition of my form in your vision, but only you will be able to see me. If you wish to spend some of your magical energy, your mana, I can also produce a physical manifestation. My enchantments will still render me invisible to all who I do not wish to see me, but it does allow me to move about independently from you. That's really cool, actually. Indeed, I am quite the catch, as it were. A breathless, surprised laugh left me, and I felt my shoulders relax slightly. Now, you expressed your wish to find the child you were protecting first. This seems like a reasonably safe decision. From what I observed before the contract ceremony, he ducked into the toy store across from you. Unless he has moved, he will still be there. I bit my lips softly as I looked at the store's exit. Are you sure there's no more of those monsters coming? Reasonably, unless a random patrol comes through this area, it should be clear. After anathema enter through their rift. They work in a preset search pattern. Only the stronger and more intelligent deviate, neither of which should be active at this stage. I swallowed. So far, I hadn't really had a choice but to blindly trust what my familiar had said. I didn't have a reason not to, but that didn't help the unreasonable fear swirling in my belly. I didn't want to go back out there to throw myself into danger again. The memory of that thing's tongue stabbing into me and swirling. A blender, my familiar had said. It looked like my insides went through a blender. I shivered, trying to keep the phantom sensation away. I'd almost died a slow, painful death only a few moments ago, and now I had to go back out there and potentially face more of those things. I hated that I was scared, that the anxiety and terror were beating me into meekness. It was the same suffocating feeling I got whenever Katie was near. Trying to push the fear away, I reached blindly for a thought that could give me the courage to move. The image of Lily giving me a bright, laughing smile. Her eyes, filled with mirth, flashed through my mind. And then the image of Brian, scared and hiding, hands clamped over his mouth as he cried. Suddenly I was moving. My fingers clenched so tightly around the ice axe, it hurt. I had someone to protect, and I had someone to get back to. What more could I possibly need? I moved quickly, hunching over slightly as I crossed the hallway and went into the toy store. It was one of the smaller ones with only an aisle or two, its few shelves lined with various action figures and dolls. The only real place not in view of the entrance was behind the cashier's counter. I stopped halfway in and knelt, setting my ice axe down. Brian. I called out gently. It's me, Mai. The girl you were with. I'm okay. And the monster is gone now. Come on out. We've got to keep moving to the shelter. Your mommy and daddy are probably waiting for you. I waited as a shuffling sound came from behind the counter. A few seconds later, Brian's head popped out. When he saw me, he let out a cry and came running. I caught him as he leapt into my arms, wrapping his arms around my neck. I was so scared he whimpered. I thought the monster got you. Shh, it's all right. I gently rubbed his back, swallowing the lump in my throat. Don't you worry. I took care of the monster. You did? He asked in shock, pulling away and looking at me with wide eyes. Yep, I gave him a false grin of confidence, doing my best to channel what Lily would have done. He was a real meanie, but I managed. That seemed to settle him down, and his look of shock and fear turned into awe. I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile as I considered my next moves. I had Brian with me again, but now I needed to talk to my familiar and figure out how we were going to get to the shelter. While I didn't know much about magical girls beyond the shows I'd seen, I did know most tried to keep their real identities hidden for a variety of reasons. I'd also heard that after they did one of their infamous transformation sequences into their magical girl outfit, there was some kind of magic that made it so people wouldn't recognize them from their normal appearance. Unfortunately, I had no idea how any of that actually worked, which meant I needed some privacy to converse with my familiar again. I wasn't keen on the thought of people finding out I suddenly had access to magical powers. I could easily see how that would go, and I had enough problems to deal with already. I gave Brian a quick squeeze on the shoulders. Now, how about you go hide back behind the counter? I'm going to get some more things ready before we leave, just like before. I'll be right here, but I have something I need to take care of quick, all right. He seemed unsure, but after I gave him another quick round of reassurances, he left. All right, I whispered at the familiar in my head. Now, what do we do? You said something about a tutorial. You know, my familiar replied, you don't have to actually speak aloud to talk with me. Simply direct your thoughts at me, and I will hear them. You can read my thoughts, only if directed at me, my familiar emphasized dryly. As for what to do next, while I would like to give you the introductory tutorial, your unsafe location demands a more expedited approach. Thus, after one short task, we should work on getting you to the shelter. Okay, I replied with a frown. That's fine, as long as it doesn't take too long. And you're still talking aloud. No matter. Some magical guardians prefer to do the same. Moving on, this is the first matter of importance. You must give me a name, as I currently do not possess one. I blinked, then felt my cheeks beginning to warm. Oh, I'm sorry. I never really even asked. I suppose I shall forgive you, as you were slightly preoccupied bleeding out. However, we should formalize a name for me. It will make things easier. Right. I thought about it before I continued. I don't mean to be rude, but you are female, right? Your voice is feminine, but I don't really know how genders work with creatures literally made by magic. My personality was created based on a feminine archetype as it was determined to be the best match for you, but I do not possess a true gender in the physical sense. Should you wish, I can switch to a more masculine voice. No, that's fine. I hurriedly said, I like your voice. It's soothing. She didn't respond, but I got a weird sense of satisfaction from her silence that made me smile. I tried to start thinking of names, but none immediately popped into my head. She was a rabbit, but with 9 foxtails. So, a kitsune rabbit, it would need to be some kind of mystical name. Then, other than my familiar's crescent moon-shaped eyes, there wasn't really anything else to... No, that would work. What do you think of Selene? The Greek goddess and personification of the moon. Yes, that will do nicely. There was an undertone of approval in her voice that made me grin wider. Very well, then. Selene's voice whispered through my mind. Maybe it was my imagination, but her voice seemed stronger now, like there was more substance to it. With that settled, we must prepare for the trip to the shelter. Because you are already fairly close, I would suggest you manifest me and use me to scout ahead as you move. Low-level anathema will be unable to detect me, and I will be able to communicate with you telepathically. Shouldn't I get some spells or weapons or something, I asked. I didn't like the idea of going back out there with only my ice axe, especially not when I had access to this gate thing. There are a variety of reasons why I would recommend waiting. The first of which would be that you only have 120 points remaining, and it costs 100 points to unlock even the cheapest options of weapons or spells. I would highly recommend postponing any additional purchases until after the tutorial when you have gained a proper understanding of your options. Using your remaining points now would only serve to limit your future options. I mulled over the idea. What she was saying made sense, but at the same time, I was a magical girl now. If I had access to magic, it felt like I should utilize it. It felt weird to just ignore it. Do not worry. Selene said suddenly, I am confident in my scouting abilities. If you wish, I can go ahead right now and make sure the path is clear. If it is not, we can always revisit purchasing protective measures. All right. I sighed. Just be careful, all right. Your concern for me is appreciated. She responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. But I assure you, I am safe. This usurpation started at a lower tier and hasn't been going on for long. No anathema should be high enough level to even detect me, and even if they could, they would be hard-pressed to catch me, barring any aberrants, of course. I didn't know what an aberrant was exactly, but if Celine was confident, well, she'd already made me a magical girl and saved my life. There was no reason to start doubting her now. Besides, if I ignored the fear pounding in my heartbeat, she was right. She was literally an expert on what she was talking about. If she thought saving my points and using her to scout was the way to go, then I would... Okay? I nodded. So, how does this work? You'll feel a sensation, simply allow it, and I will do the rest. Before I could ask what that was supposed to mean, I felt it. It was like an odd warmth that started in my chest, swirling around slightly. It grew in strength until it finally paused, and a tendril of the warmth seemed to reach out, touching my heart tentatively. It took me a moment to realize it was waiting on me, and I forced myself to relax, letting the sensation proceed. The tendril made contact with my heart, and the warmth inside me flashed hotter. Then it disappeared, leaving a cold void where it had resided. I shivered as exhaustion washed through me. It wasn't a lot, but it felt like I'd suddenly done a sprint, the energy only now leaving my body in one sudden rush. I pressed a hand to the floor to steady myself, even as the sound of pattering feet made me look to the side. From behind one of the few shelving units in the store, Celine stepped out and looked at me. Excellent. I will now scout out the path as well as all the stores along the way. I suggest you get Brian ready to travel. With the mall's sound dampening, you will be able to run without worrying about the sound you will make. I do feel the need to inform you that I can only scout up to the shelter's entrance hallway. All shelters in Arcadia have cameras equipped with the ability to see through invisibility, and I do not wish to give away your identity as a guardian unless you state otherwise. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I nodded. Celine dipped her head and then blurred. One moment she was there, and the next she was simply gone. I recoiled slightly in surprise. Then I simply shook my head and picked up my ice axe, adjusting the straps on my backpack. Celine hadn't been kidding when she said they wouldn't be able to catch her. I couldn't even see her move. "Brian!" I whispered louder as I stood. "Hey, we're going to get going now." The boy scurried back out from behind the counter. I smiled, trying to reassure him as he walked over, head snapping around nervously. His eyes lingered on the store's shelves, almost longingly. But then he scampered the rest of the way to me. I followed where he had been looking and saw an action figure of some magical guardian on a display. He was wearing red, knight-like armor, a fierce smile on his face. I hesitated, thinking about it, then decided it didn't matter. I grabbed the figurine and held it out to Brian with a smile. "Here," I said, giving him the action figure. "Why don't you hold on to him? I'm sure he'll bring us luck." The kid practically beamed at me as he took it. I glanced back at the display to see the price, intending to come back later and pay for it. My eyes practically bulged out of my head at the $100 price tag, and I suppressed a suddenly nauseous sensation in my stomach. Maybe I could pay them off with marketing or something now that I was a magical girl. I've cleared a path and all the stores along it. Celine's voice rolled through my mind. Follow my instructions on which turns to take. I do not have a direct link to your senses while manifested, so please inform me whenever you take a turn. You will have to speak to me through thought now that we are separated. Roger. I directed the thought to her. When I didn't get a response, I assumed it worked, as an afterthought. I fished my eye patch out of my pocket and put it back on. Strangely, the thought of being around a bunch of people without it bothered me more than the fact I was still covered in blood and alien goop. "All right, Brian," I said to him when I finished adjusting the patch's straps around my ears. "The way to the shelter is clear. Hold my hand, and we'll run there together. Okay?" The awe at his new toy disappeared back into nervous anxiety as he looked up at me. I held out my free hand toward him, and after some more hesitation, he took it. Forcing myself to ignore the pounding of my heartbeat, I stepped out confidently into the mall. Brian looked at the body of the anathema I had killed, making a choked sound, and I quickly started walking away, picking up the pace and pulling him with me. He stumbled after, and I settled into an awkward jog as I gripped his hand tightly. Celine started giving me directions, and we wove through the mall. The whole way, my pulse was racing in a painful staccato and I couldn't stop myself from looking around wildly at each turn. Celine blurred by on occasion, rechecking our surroundings with dizzying speed. Brian's short legs slowed down our escape considerably, but he seemed to be trying his best. As we took another turn, I saw a sign on the wall pointing in the shelter's direction, and my heart soared. We were going to make it, somehow. It had been less than 20 minutes since the first rifts formed. It all seemed like so much longer scavenging in the store. Our escape, the fight, and then the contract. Even though 20 minutes seemed relatively short to me, I got the feeling Lily was going to kill me for being gone so long and worrying her. The thought of getting to see her again made my eyes start to tear up, and I felt my pace quicken slightly. We went through the hallway just before the one leading to the shelter's doors, and I briefly took in its details as the material of the hall changed to something shiny and metallic. Signs covered the walls, each pointing in the direction we were going and proclaiming it as leading to the shelter. There was a door halfway down leading to a stairwell, and opposite of it was another door that simply said, "Security personnel only." We passed by them, heading to the end without stopping. We took the final turn to the shelter, and what I saw made me stop dead in my tracks. I looked down the hallway at the shelter doors, and all the relief in me turned to horror. This is a nightmare, I thought to myself. There's no way. I found myself walking forward, as if in a trance. The hallway wasn't long, no more than a few dozen steps until it stopped at a large set of thick double doors made of metal. Next to them was a glass screen for a device of some sort, but I didn't bother examining it too closely. My eyes were glued to the doors. "No," I whispered to myself, my voice slowly growing in desperation. "No, no, no." I sprinted to the doors, letting go of Brian's hand and the ice axe as I slammed my fists against them. "No," I cried out, my lower lip wobbling. "You assholes, you can't do this." My fists bounced off impotently, never even touching the metal of the doors. Instead, they hit the translucent barrier just in front of them. I pressed my palms against it, looking it over unbelievingly, but the pale, green light covered both doors in an unyielding shield of shimmering energy that hummed against my skin. I stared at the emergency shield, knowing that with it engaged, the shelter was completely locked down from opening. "You promised me," I whispered as I fell to my knees, leaning my head against the door's barrier. Lily. Chapter 5, Tutorial. Celine finally said after a minute, "It would be best if we get somewhere secure to make further plans." The glowing shield over the solid metal doors hummed at me. It didn't make sense. There was no sign of damage. That anathema had tried to enter the shelter, so why was it active? They activated the emergency shield, I thought to her numbly. Why would they do that? It is not unheard of for people to panic and override the automated systems to engage it. Celine answered somberly. The shield is very powerful, something that only incredibly strong anathema could breach. Knowing this, they think it is better to be overly cautious and turn the shield on, even if it does condemn any potential survivors outside the shelter. She wasn't wrong. I mean, every drill we'd done at school, they made a point of saying the emergency shield was impenetrable, and that it would only come down with the deactivation code. Which was why nobody was supposed to turn the shield on manually, especially when the shelters were specifically designed to be capable of letting stragglers in without endangering anyone. The entrances were built like airlocks, 2 sets of reinforced doors with a room between them. That way, If people arrived after the usurpation began, the outer doors could be opened, letting people into the airlock room. Once inside, the outer doors would close, and then the interior ones would open. People could safely enter or even leave the shelter without ever offering a direct access route to the anathema. But now that the shield was enabled, nobody would be getting in or out. "There's nothing I can do as a magical girl?" I asked, a dull buzz in my head. "No, not without the codes. They are automatically generated and sent to Guardian Command when a shield is activated. It stops magical guardians from arbitrarily attempting to rescue groups of survivors without authorization or a plan to properly evacuate the people inside." "I see." I stared at the doors in silence. I know this is difficult, but we should move," Celine said, her voice soft. "Brian is getting scared." I stiffened, looking behind me. Brian was a few steps behind where I'd collapsed in front of the door. His eyes were wide and confused as he clutched his action figure to his chest. He was shaking as he stared at me. I cursed at myself silently, standing up and wiping the wetness from my cheeks. "Hey, come here," I said, gesturing. He ran up, throwing his arms around me in a tight hug. "Why aren't they opening the door?" he asked me. "What's that glowy thing?" "They must have had an emergency," I told him, hugging him back tightly. "It means they're safe. But we're going to need to find somewhere else to hide." "But I don't want to be out here anymore," he cried, pulling away to look at me. "I want Mommy and Daddy." I felt myself start choking up, and so I cleared my throat before I continued. "I know, but don't worry. I protected you from one of those things already. Right? I'll definitely do it again. Besides, we have your lucky charm with us now, don't we?" He didn't seem entirely convinced, but he still managed a hesitant nod. I gave a weak smile, standing and pulling him along as I left, stopping only to pick up my ice axe from where I'd dropped it on the ground. We started back down the hallway with the stairwell and room with the security-only sign. Celine was standing in front of it, staring at us. I almost tried to cover Brian's eyes to hide her until I remembered that even when manifested, she was invisible to anyone she didn't want to see her. "This room is unlocked and empty," Celine said. "It would make a good spot to hide while I give you the introductory tutorial to your new powers. I do not believe we will be able to make it much longer without encountering more anathema, and so you must be prepared." I swallowed, the thought sending a shiver through my body. I gave Celine a nod and made my way to the room. The door opened, leading into what looked like a break room of some sort, illuminated in the red emergency lights like the rest of the mall. There were vending machines, a couch, and a small coffee table with chairs around it. There was another doorway leading into a room filled with monitors, and a third leading to what looked like a small bathroom. I closed the door behind us as we entered, and Brian let go of my hand to run over to the couch. The door had a lock on it that I turned, but I decided to move the coffee table in front of it, too, just in case. With that done, I let out a sigh. It wasn't much, but somehow the lock and barricade made me feel better. "Serviceable," Celine said, and I turned to see her sitting on the chair in the monitor room, looking at me. "We should have plenty of time to go through the tutorial here, which we will need because we've reached the limit of instant telepathy. From now on, my words will be coming to you in real time, as if we are speaking normally. If you would get settled, we can begin immediately." "Celine." I trailed off, struggling to arrange my thoughts. I just risked my life and almost died just to get to my only hope of safety and find it sealed off. I'm tired, angry, and I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do next. My only plan was to get to the shelter, and now I've got nothing. "I understand," she replied in a soothing tone. "Things are not ideal, but there's another option." We head to one of the other shelters in the building. This mall was designed knowing there would be many people on every level, which means each floor has a shelter. I would suggest we attempt for one of those after you have outfitted yourself. I sighed. She was right, but the feeling of having my hope crushed still lingered in my chest. Still, it wasn't over yet. Brian was relying on me, and if I did nothing, both of us would die. There was no other option but to keep moving forward. I took a deep breath, nodding to myself as I turned to Brian. He was curled up on the couch, playing with his action figure. "Brian, I'm going into that room for a bit," I said, pointing to the monitor room. "I'll keep the door open, so come in if you need me. If you, hear me talking to myself, ignore me. I just make plans better when I talk out loud." He gave me a nod, but didn't really seem to be paying attention too much. The blank look in his eyes was shell-shocked, and I didn't blame him. I walked into the monitor room, setting my backpack down even as Celine gave up the chair for me, jumping onto the desk in front of the blank monitor screens. "All right," I whispered, making a conscious note to keep my voice down for the rest of the conversation. "Let's go through this tutorial then, if it means I'll be able to take on anathema afterwards. It will most certainly help, especially considering we have skipped many aspects of being a magical girl that should have been dealt with already," Celine said. "The tutorial itself is mostly a lot of information on your new capabilities, and it covers quite a few topics. Luckily, you already have a basic understanding of the special mechanics involved that will greatly assist your growth." "Mechanics?" I asked. "What do you mean? You observed earlier that certain aspects of being a magical guardian were similar to things you have experienced playing video games. This is not a coincidence. As humans are an unattuned race and cannot access magic normally through willpower alone, the Zenith developed an advanced piece of magitech to give humans access. This device is called a soul gem. During the contract ceremony, it was teleported into your brain and attached. As a side note, it is also where I now reside." "You teleported a piece of technology into my brain," I interrupted with a furious whisper, eyes bulging. "Indeed, I assure you, there is nothing to worry about. There has yet to be a fatality from the process. At any rate, more information about the soul gem can wait until later. What you need to know right now is that you have access to magic through an interface specifically designed with humans in mind. This interface is designed to translate many aspects of using magic via use of a familiar medium. Without further ado, would you please think of the word status while putting a measure of will into the thought?" Status I tried, still trying to process the whole teleported into your brain bit of information. I stared at the box as it appeared in my vision. Wait. I had a status menu now. I knew this would be a pleasant surprise. Celine said smugly, "Considering your aptitude at Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion and the amazing playtime you have racked up in a short period of time, I am confident you will adapt quickly to the system." "Wait, just wait." I pressed a hand to my head. "I need a moment." I took a slow, deep breath, ordering my racing thoughts. "Okay. First, what does Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion have to do with anything? Isn't it just a game?" Yes and no. While it is a widely popular game, it was also designed to mimic many aspects of being a magical guardian. Monsters in the game are based on anathema. Players use characters based on actual guardians, and the stats that are managed directly resemble the stats guardians possess in reality. For this reason, many attempts are made to get guardian candidates to play the game. Do you recall the special bonus you acquired when you first logged in? I blinked. Yeah. I got the option to pick a free 5-star character, so I picked Blade Princess. Wait, are you telling me that bonus was because of you? Indeed. Celine bobbed her head up and down. It was determined that giving Guardian candidates a very rare character choice not only incentivized them to continue playing, but also allowed us to see what style of character you would play as. In a way, the entire game is a soft way to scout out the capabilities and mindsets of the candidates without any real-world risk. I shook my head slightly. Okay, but what's with this status menu? Why do I have it? As I said earlier, it is an interface designed to help you manage the capabilities provided to you by the Zenith. While not a perfect representation, it simplifies many aspects of magic in a way that allows humans to use it. As a fairly primitive race, many restrictions and mechanics had to be put into place to even allow humanity rudimentary access to magic. Thankfully, video games, especially role-playing games, provided a perfectly functional medium. Celine's tails began to swish excitedly. Your soul gem offers access to two major things: the gate you are already familiar with, and the arcane system, or simply system for short. A big part of the system is it allows you to simply purchase access to various spells and abilities. Instead of it taking years to learn even the most basic of magics, the knowledge is directly sent and stored into your soul gem for use. Instantaneous access and control with none of the work. A good analogy is to imagine a computer. Instead of coding a program entirely from scratch, you are simply downloading a pre-existing program to use. My eyes widened. That was insane. Now that I thought about it, books always did seem to paint actually learning magic as a long, arduous process. What magical guardians were doing was practically cheating by comparison. The Zenith had decided to entirely skip the step of even trying to teach us magic and were just giving it to us. Which begged the question, why I finally asked, why are the Zenith doing this for us? Why give us so much power? The anathema are an existential threat. Celine's eyes took on an eerie gleam. Existential, as in a threat to all existence, not just humanity's. To let humanity fall without a fight would be to give the anathema another foothold to use in their never-ending quest of consumption. They are predators, and reality itself is their prey. I shivered and gave a nod. All right, so the Zenith gave us magic through the system, and we use points to buy access. Why not just give us access to everything at once? 2 reasons. The first reason is simple. Complete access without first adapting to magic would make your head literally explode with magical energy. Soul gems do not start at their maximum potential for this reason. Instead, they grow with their users by absorbing magical energy, better known as mana, as experience, or simply exp. As soul gems grow, your physical abilities increase too. Meanwhile, the point system is designed to restrict what spells you can access, forcing you to earn points by doing tasks that also help your soul gem mature. Between the two, your physical and magical abilities remain in check without surpassing your limitations. Okay, what about the second reason? It's the same reason you wouldn't give a gun to a toddler, really. Celine's 9 tails somehow gave a simultaneous and distractingly cute shrug. Except instead of a gun that shoots bullets, imagine spells capable of ripping apart the fabric of time and space. By allowing a gradual introduction to magic, the Zenith, human authorities, and other guardians can all keep an eye on how any one individual is using it and stop those who abuse their powers. Oh, I said, feeling a little dumb. That makes sense? Great. Now we can begin with the status menu. I would recommend we go through the items from top to bottom, for the most part. Even if you are familiar with RPGs, some aspects require further information or might be different. Sure, I'm still new to gaming. Anyway, I only started Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion 2 weeks ago, and before that it was just whatever Lily was interested in at the time. I trailed off as my thoughts turned to her, my stomach clenching. Was she safe? She had said she wouldn't let anyone activate the shelter's shield. And yet, I shook my head. Now wasn't the time. I could think about it as much as I wanted later. Right now, I was still trapped in a mall with monsters, and I needed to get Brian and myself to safety. Beginning from the top then, Celine had seemed to sense my distracted thoughts, waiting to continue until I looked back at her. Name is, unsurprisingly, your name. Alias is what your magical guardian name is. Regarding that matter, would you like me to refer to you as a magical guardian or magical girl while functionally the same, it does have implications on your appearance and future branding style. Magical Girl is fine. I waved my hand, though that might change depending on what my costume ends up looking like, I guess. How does all that work, anyway? Don't I get a whole transformation thing? Do I get to pick what my outfit looks like? Celine went silent and completely still. Not still as in staying in one position, but still as in not moving at all. Every aspect of her was frozen. Even her tails that never seemed to stop wavering behind her had stopped. It was like somebody had simply pressed the pause button on her. Celine sat there, staring at me, and panic began to rise into my throat. Celine, I asked with alarm, letting my voice raise slightly. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Slowly, her tails began to move again. She blinked her eyes a few times. "Apologies," she said, her voice strangely tight and subdued. "Regarding your transformation, I would prefer to explain slightly later, if that is all right. It is a complicated subject that would only distract from the matters at hand." I watched her, sudden worry tightening my chest. I wanted to ask her what had just happened, but, well, Celine was supposed to be my advisor now. If she thought it was best to wait, then I would trust her. Still, the fact that a simple question had caused her such a visceral reaction bothered me. "Sure," I finally said with a frown, eyebrows knitting together in worry, "as long as you're all right." She dipped her head to me in acknowledgement. Continuing where we left off. "Then your alias is your magical girl name. It is how you will be referred to when discharging your duties. You are free to come up with your own name, but sometimes a name is suggested by another guardian. It has also become an informal tradition for the guardian who names another to take on a more nurturing and protective role, like that of an older sibling." The idea of gaining another older sibling made my stomach turn, but I ignored it. I assumed Celine was talking about a brother who actually cared about their family and not, well, whatever Dad had twisted my brother into. Celine didn't seem to notice my distaste at her comparison and continued, "Next is level and points. Both are self-explanatory as indicators of your current experience level and amount of points you have. Experience and points can be earned through a variety of activities, though the biggest source is defeating anathema. Other things such as system-issued quests, helping civilians, and generally creating happiness also contribute." "I can get stronger by making people happy?" I asked incredulously. "The anathema feed on negative emotions. By fostering positivity and ideals of joy, peace, love, and serenity, it makes the anathema weaker and diminishes their ability to tear rifts in reality. It is why the Zenith decided to promote the genre of magical girls with how the system expresses itself. The dresses, frills, and sparkles all do their part in actively combating the anathema by inducing more wholesome emotions. As such, adorable, magic-wielding warriors ended up being the best way to combat them in their entirety." Wait. I felt a small smile try to stretch onto my lips. "Are you telling me we're killing eldritch monsters with cuteness?" Yes. I had to cover my mouth to hide my smile as I gave Celine the most serious nod I could manage. "Right. No, that makes sense. Please continue." "When you earn enough experience, you level up. This gives you 10 stat points to spend on your statistics however you wish. We'll get to those soon. Health and mana track the overall healthiness of your body and your magical energy. Your health is still recovering, but should reach your current maximum soon. Speaking of health, you should swallow the Greater Restoration gum now. It will still function just as well being dissolved by your stomach, and I imagine the flavor has gone flat." "Oh, so it had?" I swallowed the gum, immediately missing the cozy sensation it had sent through me. Skipping the basic section for now, Celine continued, "We have statistics. They do not represent your normal physical abilities, but rather how much of a boost you gain after you do your transformation sequence. By raising these stats, you will grow stronger. Please note when you are not transformed, only a small fraction of these stats apply. While it still can be a noticeable boost, it will never reach the superhuman levels of your transformed state. I wanted to ask what transforming was exactly. I mean, I'd seen the infamous Magical Girl transformation sequence in shows before, where light surrounded the girl and clothed them in cute outfits. But I was curious to know what it meant in reality. How did it work? Why did it happen? And would my previous clothes really just disappear before my outfit materialized on me? Those and a dozen other questions bubbled up inside of me. Remembering Celine's reaction earlier, though, I instead just chose to give her a tip of my head to keep going. The stats are as follows. Strength determines your physical strength and damage with strength-aligned items. Dexterity determines your finesse with various things, how well you move, how graceful you are, and your damage with dexterity-aligned items. Your speed slightly increases as well as you become more proficient in moving the most effective way possible. Vitality is how much health you have, how sturdy you are, and your physical resistances. Agility determines how quickly you move and your reaction time. Willpower determines the raw power of your spells and the size of your mana pool. Every point in willpower adds 10 maximum mana. Spirit determines your finesse over spells, meaning how quickly you can cast them, how easily you can modify or aim them, how well they penetrate through magic resistance, your resistance to hostile magic, and your mana regeneration rate. Every point in Spirit adds 5 mana regeneration per minute. Celine stopped, giving me a moment to mull the explanations over. Strength, dexterity, and vitality were all what I expected to see from my experience with games. Agility was interesting, though, as it increased speed and reaction time. I suppose it made sense, as reaction time would be necessary for someone as their own speed increased to beyond what humans could normally process. Willpower was basically strength and vitality rolled together except only for magic, and spirit was the same way, but dexterity and agility combined. I was slightly surprised there weren't more stats governing magic considering I was a magical girl, but I wasn't going to argue. More condensed stats meant less agonizing on what to spend my level up points on. Next, we have permissions. The Grimoire and Vault section shows what you have spent points to gain access to. Grimoires and vaults can be viewed as catalogs for magical spells and physical items, respectively. You must unlock them to first buy the items they contain, just as you did with the First Aid Vault Common. The Common tag indicates its rarity as the first of 6 known tiers, each tier providing a selection of better items or spells, but also costing more. Every 100th level you reach, you'll unlock a higher tier of purchasable vaults, grimoires, and their corresponding items. Some people prefer simply calling them by their tier number, but others enjoy the rarity tags as it makes things seem more game-like. What are the other rarity tags? Common is the first tier, then Rare, Masterwork, Arcane, Legendary, and Mythic. There is also a second set of tags used for more esoteric items. The Arcane system, while useful, also has some oddities. Magic is not something that can be entirely codified or neatly labeled, and as such, the system sometimes does surprising things in its translations. The esoteric rarities are used to help label such idiosyncrasies. I resisted a frown. It didn't fill me with confidence that I was placing my life in the hands of something that had what even the Zenith considered oddities, especially when they were the ones who made the thing. The next section is your abilities and augments, together commonly referred to as your skills. Slightly different from spells, abilities do exactly what they prescribe without being able to be modified. They can cost mana to use or have a cooldown period before they can be used again. Augments are the passive or toggleable versions of abilities, constantly being active. Each augment takes away from your total mana regeneration rate, even when not in use. You can have a total of 7 abilities and 7 augments, but acquiring them is slightly different. They are only unlocked through raising your level. your class level, or the corresponding stat requirements. Many require a combination, and once unlocked, they must also be purchased with points. Can I see the requirements of them in advance? I asked, wondering how far I could plan ahead. Only on the most basic, well-known skills. Celine replied, the system keeps most abilities and augments hidden until the person has either unlocked them or is simply missing stat requirements. The Zenith have attempted to patch this quirk, but have been unsuccessful. There are information brokers who specialize in collecting such knowledge and selling it. As such, it can be quite lucrative to sell any details should you acquire a rarer skill. I nodded as I glanced back at my status menu, frowning. I've been meaning to ask, but what's with the creepy-looking red text in the Grimoire and Vault section, and why do I have a unique augment available for that matter? Unfortunately, Celine sighed. Those both have to do with the basic section that we skipped. We'll get to that in a second. Back on abilities and augments, know that both have levels of their own that increase through use. Their max level is limited by either your level or your class level. I squirmed. I really was getting curious now about some of the things we were skipping, and seeing 2 entries on my status menu with colored text bugged me. It made something inside me itch, not knowing. Finally, your inventory is just a list of any weapons or equipment you have purchased and currently have on you. Please note, it does not function like a video game where you magically can store things inside of it. Other than the basic section, that concludes the status menu. I should note that you can customize how your status menu appears at any time, as well as create additional sub-menus. Any questions on what we have covered so far? Having none but the ones I'd already expressed, I shook my head. As for the basic section, let me simply say that I have hidden both your origin and aspect, as knowing them will only cause further questions that we simply do not have the time to properly explore. Both are very important and have far-reaching implications, but I truly believe it is in your best interest to simply skip the explanations on them for now. Is this acceptable with you? I do not relish the idea of hiding information, and if you insist, I will reveal them and their meanings to you. Celine seemed sincere in her words, and I watched as her tails twitched slightly, almost in nervousness. I thought about it for a second before giving a gradual nod. I think it's okay for now. I said the words slowly, still trying to decipher my own feelings as well. But maybe only because you told me I think, because you said you were hiding something but explained why you were doing it. I'm okay with it. It worries me that it seems to be a big deal, but, well, you're supposed to be the expert. It would be kind of stupid not to trust your judgment, I guess. Celine gave me a deep, relieved nod. What I can tell you about them is that they provide bonuses. For you, your origin gave you a special grimoire. While you cannot currently use it due to the issues I am keeping from you, it will undoubtedly provide an invaluable edge in the future. As for your aspect, it gave you a unique augment that we can explore momentarily. The next field, class, is locked until you reach level 10. Class refers to your combat style, and choosing one gives you bonuses as well as unlocks specialty grimoires, vaults, and skills. Many games have similar systems, as you are aware. Nodding, I wondered what kind of class I would end up going with. Normally, I played quick, dexterous types, but I wasn't sure how that fit with being a magical girl. Celine resumed speaking, pulling me from my trance. Finally, your signature or signature magic refers to your entirely unique magical ability. All guardians have one, but no 2 are the same due to no 2 individuals being the same. While your signature magic is still technically magic, it is not something that will ever be truly replicated in a grimoire. Signatures are incredibly powerful and capable of almost anything from actually stopping time to temporary invincibility. They do not function by the normal rules or limits of magic, and as such, are incredible resources. So, it's like my own original superpower, I asked. Exactly. For now, though, it will remain unawakened. Unlocking your signature can take an unknown amount of uninterruptible time, and is best done through the proper facilities with the proper observational tools. Certain signatures can be hard to figure out or downright dangerous to their owners without knowledge about them. Yeah, I agreed. Thinking about some of the crazier superpowers I'd seen in shows, that might be for the best. So, what's next? That's the entire status menu. I think I have a good idea of what's going on now. Yes, there is still the issue of the transformation sequence that Guardians have access to. She trailed off, then let out a soft sigh. The official name of your transformation sequence is your astral shift, and it is currently locked due to reasons beyond our control. As such, the benefits of your stats are greatly reduced. You will also be missing out on the significant protection your conjured outfit would provide. For now, the best resources to rely on would be the gate and whatever you can purchase from it with points. While not ideal, it is manageable. I peered at Celine carefully. It really didn't make me feel good knowing she was keeping secrets, even if she told me she was doing it. Something about not knowing was starting to bother me on a fundamental level. Maybe it was because I relied so much on making plans just to get through even the simplest of days. Without the proper knowledge, though, how was I supposed to figure out what to do? No, I shook my head at myself. I was thinking about this the wrong way. Celine had already saved my life and was most definitely trying to help me. If she wasn't telling me things, it was because it might actively hinder my chances of staying alive. Besides, as nice as talking about the role-playing game mechanics had been, it didn't take away from the fact that we were still in an usurpation zone. As time went on, only more and stronger anathema would start flooding the area. Already, our relatively brief conversation felt like too long. Okay, I said, gathering my thoughts. So, I have a slight boost to my physical abilities now, and each level will help with that. I also have 130 points left to spend, and that unique augment. That's what we're working with, right? Celine looked at me for several moments. You are taking this remarkably well, but yes, that is the gist of it. As such, I would recommend unlocking a weapon vault and buying something. The vault will cost 100 points, leaving 30 for the weapon. That should be more than enough to purchase something capable of ensuring your safety on the journey to the first floor's shelter. Judging by your playstyle in Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion, I would recommend dexterity and agility-based weapons. 2 enchanted blades or a spear would fit you well. Why not a spell? Wait, no. If my stat bonuses are reduced, any spell I use would be much weaker than normal anyway. Plus, if I ran out of mana, I'd be left without a weapon. Correct. Celine nodded. Even if your transformation weren't locked, a conventional weapon with an enchantment is the best option for now, as spellcasting does require some explanation. I nodded and went back to thinking about her analysis about my playstyle. She had a point that I did play characters that were usually more focused on speed, but this wasn't a game. Remembering how hard it had been to fight with my makeshift weapon, how tough it had been to even hurt the anathema, it made me feel less than certain. I had no idea how to actually use a sword or spear beyond stab them with the pointy end. Ideally, I needed something that wouldn't make for a long, drawn-out fight. What exactly are those enchanted weapons you mentioned? What would they do? With access to only common quality gear, it won't be anything too special. You could get a weapon enchanted with sharpening, making it capable of slicing through low-level anathema like paper. Alternatively, something more flashy like a fire or ice enchantment would be equally viable and effective. The only thing to consider is enchanted gear will draw from your mana. As you do not have much currently, you won't be able to keep the enchantment active for long. Right, and if I ran out of mana, it would take a long time to regenerate it, which would only be more time for more anathema to come in. I went quiet as my mind worked through the problem. A weapon that I could use without much training, one that I could confidently use to take out anathema without drawing out the fight. The problem was that I knew nothing about weapons. My only real experience would be using what I'd seen in movies or games, both of which I'd only really been into for a few months now, after Lily had insisted on showing me all sorts of her favorites. A memory flashed through my head of popcorn and an endless movie marathon, and suddenly I knew what kind of weapon I wanted. It wasn't traditional and probably broke the entire magical girl image, but right now, it wasn't like I really looked like much of one anyway. It would be me using the weapon, not whatever magical girl persona I might want to cultivate later. It could work, but it all depended on the answer to my next question. Celine and I asked carefully, "How do you feel about guns?" Chapter 6. Heads Up. Guns are effective. Celine hedged, and are generally only employed by the MSDs, the magical soldiers who are outfitted with Zenith technology from Magical Guardians. There are only a handful of other magical guardians who use actual firearms as their signature weapons. I hesitated, not understanding the problem as I shrugged. Okay. Guns are generally bad for optics. MGs are supposed to be bringers of hope and peace, to make people feel safe. Swords and magic are a fantastical symbology, the imagery of heroes that gives people something to believe in. Guns conjure more realistic and sober feelings, ones of war and conflict. I know, but I don't know how to use a sword or anything like that. Besides, without stat bonuses, would I really be able to effectively use them? Celine seemed to think about it for a moment. I see your point. My only issue is that I have some concerns about certain things I am not telling you, and the addition of guns will almost certainly make some of those issues worse. Knowing this, are you sure this is the path you want to choose? I know the idea of branding is the least of your concerns right now, but I assure you, I wouldn't recommend a path if I didn't believe it was possible. Stat bonuses or not, the melee weapons you have available will most certainly be capable of getting you to the shelter safely. I chewed on my lip as I thought about it. If I saw a magical girl running around with a magic staff or sword, it definitely wouldn't look out of place. But a gun? It wouldn't look natural, sure, but I don't think it would scare me either. In fact, something about the juxtaposition of a frilly dress and a gun made it seem less militant and more supernatural. If it's just the image you're worried about. I said, I don't think the image of a magical girl running around in a dress and gun would be that bad. No. In fact, there is a fairly distinct market for the asymmetrical imagery of cuteness combined with guns. Moreover, the girls with guns genre is quite popular in itself. In fact, I believe the general population would look favorably upon the imagery alone, but it will still cause complications that involve things I am keeping from you. I let out a frustrated sigh. It was getting to the point where I just wanted to make Celine tell me everything now. Consequences be damned. Still, she was the advisor. Ignoring her decision to keep secrets after seeing how uncomfortable it made her would be stupid. Whatever it was, it would have to wait. And I just have to take her word for the possible effects it was having. Okay, I finally said. That's frustrating, but okay. I guess my question is, why can't I just use guns for now and then decide on something else later? I can't transform, so it's not like I'm committing anything to my image anyway. That is certainly an option. Just be aware you would be spending a significant amount of points to unlock the vault and purchase any weapons plus ammunition. How much are we talking about? Unlocking the kinetic handgun's common vault would cost 100 points. Then, depending on the weapon and ammunition choice, it varies. What would be the cheapest option? For 2 points, you can get a 5-shot revolver loaded with normal ammunition. Only 2 points, I recoiled. Shouldn't a gun cost more? No. Keep in mind, this is an unattuned and unaligned firearm. A mundane item you could purchase in the real world for a relatively low cost. Beyond the lowest level anathema, it would hardly make a dent. Unattuned and unaligned, I asked. Unattuned items mean they cannot be enchanted. They are utterly mundane and capable of being produced by humanity without Zenith technology. any item that is not magitech is most likely unattuned. Unaligned means it would not benefit from your stats. Most vault weapons are aligned by default, meaning as you grow stronger, they will as well, depending what stats they are aligned with. For example, buying a strength-aligned sword would make it grow sharper, sturdier, and heavier to offset your strength bonus. It would essentially always feel the same weight to you, but in reality, it would be heavier and therefore more potent as you swung it at opponents. How would that work for guns? Same as for a bow and arrow, faster and stronger projectiles with more kinetic power. The weapon itself would also gain some benefits to durability, but this is a digression. Right, I shook my head. What kind of gun would you recommend? Before finalizing your weapon choice, could we take a look at your unique augment depending on its effects? You may reconsider your decision. I sighed. It was obvious Celine felt really uncomfortable about handing me a gun and was trying to get me to choose anything else. I wanted to respect her opinions, but I also wasn't keen on fighting a supernatural monster up close and personal again. She had a point, though, that depending on what special bonus the system decided I should have, it could change things. All right, what exactly does my unique augment do? I don't know. I stared at Celine. Her tails swished back and forth innocently. What do you mean you don't know? I squinted. I mean that, due to some of your starting bonuses, you get an entirely unique augment. Unique, as in specific only to you. Unique items, skills, vaults, grimoires, and spells are highly coveted. Your special circumstances have netted you both a unique augment and grimoire. The only problem with that uniqueness is the description provided by the system is, well, see for yourself. A second later, a text box appeared in my vision. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif. Oh, ye whom hath suffered, be at ease. Forsaken, spurned, ostracized, thy trials hast not been in vain. In thy heart, the sloth sin trills the song of slumber, eternal and sacrosanct. Yet, thou hast persevered and carried on through reproach and barb, through worry and woe. O waif of sable, awaken now the power that hath whispered truth and lie. Sing now thy song of sorrow, thy haunting melody. Open thy forbidden eye, the accursed source of scorn and enmity, and see. Become in part the demon thou hast been painted, and find wretched aspect turned to peerless power. I squinted, then reread the description. Then I read it again. And again. Celine, I don't even... Yes, Celine agreed. More or less my thoughts as well. This would appear to be one of those oddities I mentioned the arcane system having before. Due to the unique aspect of the augment, it seems to have taken liberties in its description. Liberties, Celine. It doesn't even say what it does. Also, what's with the bold text? What does it mean by sloth sin and waif of sable? Sloth sin could pertain to a number of things, but is most likely referencing something you have done or experienced. Contextually, it would appear to be something unfortunate and major that you have suffered but persevered through. I thought about it for a second, and then realization hit me. A sudden, cold shiver went down my spine. I found myself grabbing my left forearm reflexively even as my mouth went dry. Regardless, Celine continued, seeming not to notice. Waif of sable is, of course, something I won't explain right now, but it will make more sense in time. As for the augment itself, it seems to pertain to your red-colored eye. Even not knowing what exactly it does, I would recommend accepting it. Wait, what? I recoiled. It's called demonic and says to become in part the demon. What part of that sounds like a good idea? It is colorful language, but is nothing to be worried about. No augment has ever been detrimental to its user. I believe the proper term for its description would be flavor text. Still, I trailed off. Looking over the description again, I was uncomfortable with how much it knew about me. Sure, it was the arcane system that knew these things and not a person, but it still felt wrong. like it had pried into my life and secrets without asking. I also didn't like that it was centered on my eye, the stupid thing that had made me stick out in the first place and caused me so much. Oh, that description was eerily accurate. The unique augment is one of your starting bonuses. Celine interrupted my thoughts. Less than 5% of magical guardians receive this particular boon, putting you in a rare and enviable position in this regard. There is no merit in declining the augment, even if the description is unusual. In time, I expect the description will even make more sense as more information is made available to you. Besides, once you have taken the augment, I will have full access to its actual capabilities and can explain them to you. I sighed. She was right, as usual. If it was a tool specifically tailored to me, then there was no reason to shy away from it. All right, how do I accept it? Think about accepting it with some measure of will. Be warned, the transition might be difficult as it seems the augment is magically modifying your eye. The sensation may be uncomfortable. I would also remove your eye patch, as it may only work while using your right eye. I nodded and took a deep breath, removing my eye patch. Except, I thought. The box detailing the augment disappeared. I waited, but when nothing happened, I turned to Celine to ask what was going on. Then I began to feel it. It started as a heat behind my eye and slowly started to grow. Then the heat became jagged and sharp, turning into pain as my vision flashed white. There was the sudden sensation of something engraving a pattern into my eye, and I choked down a scream as the pain increased to agony. My hands clutched at my eye even as I squeezed both shut in reflex. My fingers felt something warm and wet overflowing, trickling down my face even as the tortuous sensation reached a crescendo. And suddenly it disappeared, gone as fast as it came. I gasped for air, sweat trickling down my face even as my head pounded with a dull ache. "Are you all right?" Celine asked, her voice holding a measure of panic. I apologize. I did not expect it to be that painful. "Yeah," I gasped. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just give me a minute." Even without the pain, the phantom sensation it left behind made me shudder. It was a good minute or two before I opened my eyes, and when I did, I found a text box waiting for me. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif, Level Max. Original Sin Sloth. The augment displays health, mana, astral shift duration, dress durability, status effects, map data, overlays, and visual assist elements when activated. It has no restrictions and no mana cost. The keyword is lullaby. There are 6 locked functions. "Oh," Celine said in surprise. This is unexpected." "What do you mean?" I asked. Before continuing, you should clean up your face. Do not be alarmed. You are quite fine. But some blood has leaked from your right eye. I touched a hand to my cheek, and my fingers came away red. My throat felt suddenly tight. But I tried to listen to Celine and ignore the fact I had just cried blood. Looking around for a moment, I realized there wasn't really anything I could use to clean my face besides my uniform. With a sigh, I used my sleeve to rub at my face vigorously. Better. A small smear of red left, but it will do. Now, for your augment. I suggest you try it out by saying the keyword in your mind or aloud. It will be easier to explain from there. I rubbed at my face a little more, even as I thought lullaby. Instantly, semi-transparent things appeared in the corners of my vision. I tried to flick my eyes to them only for the objects to follow my line of sight. Thankfully, when my eyes reached the corners, they stopped moving and I was able to look at them. In the bottom left of my vision was the outline of a body. The entire thing had a slight off-green, yellowish color to it except for the stomach, which had a small spot of black. Over the center of the body was 75% written in the same yellow-green. Next to the body outline was a blue horizontal bar filled almost 2/3 of the way, 193,300 displayed on it. Meanwhile, in the top right of my vision was a circular portion, displaying some sort of map. There was a blue arrow in the center of it, and after squinting a little, I realized it was displaying the map of the mall's 3rd floor. Wait, isn't this what do you call it? A heads-up display? A HUD? Yes. Now that it is unlocked, I can see its full capabilities. It not only will display your status in real time, but also a variety of other functions. For instance, the mini-map in the top right, if you have looked at a map of a location, it can accurately depict it as well as update it in real time based on your location and the direction you are facing. With map data, you can also place a waypoint on it, and directional arrows will appear in your vision guiding you to your target, much like how the arrows appeared for the shelter. The body silhouette in the bottom left shows your health and any injured areas, and the blue bar is an accurate representation of your current mana. There are a variety of other functions your HUD seems to have, but all in all, this is an enormous gift. I looked at Celine for a minute, my heart falling as I took in her words. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to fight down the frustration in my voice. "This doesn't help me fight at all. All it does is show me a couple of things that I could see anyway if I just opened my status menu or pulled out a map. I thought this was supposed to be some sort of special augment made specifically for me. But what part of this is custom-made or even all that rare? Well, for one thing, it already predicted your affinity for firearms." I blinked. "What?" "The arcane system seems to have recognized that you had an inclination towards guns, and has manifested your unique augment in a way that reflects this. Instead of spoiling the surprise, I will simply say things will become more clear once you have one. Needless to say, I am 100% behind the decision now that you have this augment." I looked at Celine, trying to understand what she could be talking about, but nothing came to mind. Yet, she had done a complete turnaround on her opinion. "I don't understand." I shook my head, squeezing the bridge of my nose to relieve some of the building pressure in my head. This seems just like a utility passive, and honestly, not all that great of one. Let me help put it into perspective. An augment with as many functions as yours has is normally only available at the Tier 2 or higher, meaning it would be rare quality. That means simply unlocking the skill would be difficult, and purchasing it would require an estimated 10,000 points at minimum. Even then, it might not have all the functions yours does. Meanwhile, purchasing a cybernetic vault, an eye, and the corresponding brain augmentation for it would cost around 5,000 points if you went for the cheapest option. My eyes widened. If killing one of those Fomorian hounds was only 10 points, and all of that is practically nothing in the long term, while the point cost is certainly a big milestone and out of reach for you, many MGs could afford it without too much effort. One of the biggest things is what it says at the end. It has no requirements and no mana cost. Requirements refers to class and stat requirements. Sure, all MGs could theoretically afford the augment, but it only would get offered if they met the minimum stat and/or class requirements. The cybernetic option, meanwhile, would mean they are physically altering their body and brain with technology, something that has many potential benefits but also has risks, both real and imagined. A shudder went through me. Now that Celine mentioned it, the idea of actually removing pieces of my body and replacing them with technology made me a little squeamish. So not only do you get an augment that has more capabilities than any other augment of similar nature, but there's more. It has no mana cost. 0. All augments are supposed to take away a certain amount of your mana regeneration to function. For there to be one that doesn't require any is almost unheard of. You can use this with literally no downside. But wait, there's more. Those locked boxes in the description normally, an MG's aspect gives them additional bonuses at certain levels. Your aspect is what gave you this unique augment. However, meaning that, like other MGs, at levels 10, 25, 50, 100, 250, and 500, you will unlock even more functions. This entire HUD is only the first level, and you don't even realize half of its purpose yet. I assure you, this is just about the best combat upgrade you could have asked for. Okay, I said, raising my hands in surrender. I just don't understand how this is supposed to help me in combat. Don't worry, you will see. I squinted at Celine. Was that pun on purpose or... Okay, so guns. Then, guns. Celine nodded sagely. If I'm not mistaken, your only real experience is what you have seen in movies and the video games you've played. Yeah, though I've only played a few shooting-type games at Lily's house. Thinking of her brought another wave of worry and a sense of betrayal. It wasn't realistic or even fair to feel like she had done anything wrong. Not when, in all likelihood, she had tried to stop whoever activated the emergency shield. Still, I couldn't get her words out of my head promising to keep anyone from using it. We'd all heard the horror stories of survivors locked out, dying because somebody had gotten scared for no good reason. It was practically the stuff of nightmares. And now I was living in one. I shivered and forced myself to reorient on Celine. According to Zenith records, you may have played relatively few, but you did spend a fairly prolonged period of time focusing on first-person shooter games and even tried a few on your phone. During that period, you even had a fairly extensive search history on guns. May I ask what prompted your interest? I started feeling a blush come to my face. I guess it started when Lily showed me a movie series. This guy loses his dog and, I don't know, it was just the first time I had really seen a movie like that. I remember thinking how cool it was that he could just pick up any gun and be powerful. Maybe I haven't really seen movies or shows beyond what Lily's shown me. And that was my first real experience seeing guns in action. It was just cool. I don't know. It sounds stupid when I say it out loud. Nonsense. Celine's tails bristled. Do you think other magical guardians don't choose their weapons and clothing based on what they feel is cool? Is not all fashion. All trends and societal standards simply what people perceive to be cool. If you like something, you should own it. Nobody has the right to dictate whether you can enjoy something. I nodded. They really aren't all that girly, though I hope that doesn't completely ruin the whole magical girl image. Well, Celine began dryly, I guess we can always color them pink. A huff of laughter escaped me, and Celine seemed to perk up more. Now then, guns. Do you have any preferences for your first firearm? Not pink. I smiled, but otherwise. No, I don't think I know enough, so I'll trust whatever you think would be best. Very well. For 100 points, you can unlock the Kinetic Handgun's Common Vault. I would then suggest the Umbra P30 Model A. It holds 15 9mm rounds, offering a high capacity with little to no recoil. Capable of being enchanted and already dexterity aligned, it is capable of handling a variety of ammunition types. I would recommend the Silverbane bullets for now, costing 1 point per 15-round magazine. Silverbane, I frowned. What do they do? Silverbane bullets are made of special alloys that are complete poison to anathema. Simply put, anathema form their bodies of corrupted mana, pulling it into a framework. Silverbane ammunition specifically resonates in a way that rips apart this framework, destroying them at a base level. Even if the bullet does not hit any vital areas, the creature is still destabilized significantly. In other words, with these bullets, almost every hit will still do significant amounts of damage. That sounds really powerful. My eyes bulged. Why would I use anything else? As anathema gets stronger, their core framework increases in sturdiness as well. Think of it as a video game. Even though you are dealing a flat amount of damage, they begin to get defensive values that either reduce or completely negate the damage done. Silverbane rounds need to penetrate inside the anathema to be effective, so significantly armored targets can prove problematic. This is where different types of Silverbane bullets like the armor-piercing variant or enchanted rounds would be used. Some anathema are also significantly weaker to metals besides the silverite that makes up Silverbane ammunition. Oh, so what other types do I have access to? Currently, very few. Most enchanted or enhanced rounds are locked behind separate vaults. The only reason Silverbane rounds are offered at all is because they are considered the standard for magitech guns when used for killing anathema. You could purchase normal 9mm ammunition, but it would be much less effective. The cost would be cheaper. However, at one point for two 15-round magazines. I would still recommend against this, as there are very good reasons why Silverbane bullets come as the standardized ammunition type and are offered without needing to unlock an additional vault. Yeah, that makes sense. I nodded. How much is this gun going to cost? 10 points. And it will come custom modified for your hand size and physical strength. With your remaining 20 points, I would recommend purchasing an enchantment for the Umbra. For 15 points, you can get it enchanted with a lesser rune of sound suppression. Finally, as all purchases from the gate must arrive in boxes that take time to open, I would recommend purchasing 5 more magazines of ammunition to have on you. This would give you a total of 90 bullets to take out anathema, counting the magazine the Umbra comes with. I forced myself to think it over for a moment, but didn't find any flaws in her reasoning. Granted, I didn't really know much about guns besides what I'd read online and managed to retain, but everything still seemed to make sense. Okay, let's do it then. Kinetic handguns common unlocked. 100 points. Purchased Umbra P30 Model A enchanted. 25 points. Purchased 9mm Silverbane magazine 5 points. Remaining points. Warning, 0 points remaining. Contact nearest magical guardian for assistance. Code phrase, empty, night. A heptagram of violet light bloomed into existence at my feet. In its center, more light condensed into a vaguely box-like shape, and then with a flash, turned into a solid briefcase of carbon fiber, banishing the heptagram into disintegrating motes. I looked at the case as I dismissed the pop-up messages. What was with that warning, I asked as I got up from my chair and crouched down to the gun case. Ignore it, Celine said with an annoyed tone. It is just some meddling put in at the request of the human nations. They believe magical guardians who reach 0 points are in an unusually desperate situation and should seek help. The code phrase triggers a quest to incentivize other magical guardians to assist. That doesn't sound too bad. I shrugged. I mean, I am kind of in a desperate situation, aren't I? Yes, but with most forms of communication being down when within a usurpation zone, it is sort of a useless message. That, and usually the message is a suggestion, not a command. Just ignore it for now. I frowned, wondering what she meant about it usually being a suggestion, but I continued with opening the box. Inside was a matte black pistol and 6 magazines, all set into dark foam indentations. The pistol looked, well, it looked pretty much like other guns I had seen. Sleek, metal, and if I was being honest with myself, cool. Something about its heavy but streamlined design did give it a more advanced look than some of the other guns I'd seen. However, the only other thing I noticed was Umbra embossed along the slide in silver, along with a crescent moon symbol between the grip and the gun's slide. And now to reveal the other half of your augment's power. Please pick up the gun and point it at the wall. It is unloaded with the safety on, but please handle it carefully. I reached down and gingerly lifted the gun. It was heavy, wasn't necessarily the right word, but maybe weighty. I could feel how solid the gun was, how dense and compact it was built. More than just the physical weight, something about holding the pistol made me nervous. In the back of my mind, something seemed to click that what I was holding was a dangerous weapon, something that could take a life with just the pull of a trigger. Click, boom, and then death. That simple. I forced my grip tighter, willing my hands not to shake as I pointed the gun at the wall, being hyper-aware of where the muzzle was aimed. I couldn't completely suppress the small tremors as I held a gun for my very first time. Following Celine's instructions, I aimed at the wall. New images popped up in my vision, on my HUD, and I blinked in surprise as I took them in. Slowly, my heart began to beat faster in excitement as I realized what I was looking at. In the bottom right of my vision, an outline of my pistol appeared along with the numbers 015. That, however, was secondary to what took up the middle of my vision. There was a small circle with a dot in the middle, sort of like a minimalistic bullseye, and I stared in shocked recognition as I moved the gun slightly. The dot and circle followed along wherever I pointed the pistol, separate from where I looked with my eyes. "I have a targeting reticle," I exclaimed, blinking. "Indeed," Celine replied cheerfully. "As I said, your augment predicted your affinity for firearms. While the real-time status functions are nice, the targeting reticle is invaluable. With it, it will matter much less that you have no experience in actually using firearms. Your accuracy will be drastically increased, and target acquisition will be trivialized. As the reticle is directly linked to your stats and weapon, it will even change in size to give a prediction where your bullet has potential to hit." I stared, waving the gun a few times and watching as the outer circle of the bullseye-style reticle expanded with my quick movements and shrunk when I held the gun steady. It was literally like I was in a shooting game now. I almost felt stupid that I hadn't realized it before. That HUDs in video games always had crosshairs or targeting reticles to use even when not aiming down the gun's sights. To say this has optimized your combat potential would be an understatement. While it won't automatically make you a perfect marksman, it will allow you to effectively use guns with supernatural proficiency. "I kind of feel like I'm cheating," I said, my voice quivering in hesitant awe. "Exactly." Celine's tail swished back and forth. "This augment is part of your special starting bonus, 1 less than 5% of MG's gain. While other augments can provide similar targeting functions, none have the full functionality that yours has or are as accurate. I would also like to remind you that the arcane system decided this was your most optimal and completely unique choice, a manifestation of your very self brought out. It wasn't the Zenith that chose this for you. It is what the system recognized in your personality, magic, and your very sense of self. Trust me when I say there is nothing to be ashamed of. This is part of what makes you unique, and in time, you will understand just how special of a magical girl you really are." My cheeks flushed at her words, and I lowered the gun. Something rose in my chest, warm and powerful, and my throat tightened slightly. This augment, it offered such small and simple bonuses, but that was what also made it so powerful. Instead of having to spend years of practice learning to use a gun, drilling for countless hours just to accurately hit a target, I could just point and shoot. I didn't even have to look down the sights to see where I was going to hit, and all of that was mine. My power, my strength. It was part of my soul made manifest by magic. The warm feeling in my chest bloomed stronger, and, for the first time in a long time, I felt something very much like hope. "Now then," Celine said, "let's get you familiar with handling a gun, and then we can begin to make our way to the next shelter." I nodded firmly, and focused all my attention on my familiar. She let out a small cough as if clearing her throat. "Very well, let's start with the basics. First of all, guns are not toys." Chapter 7. Shelter. 3 Lily. Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3. Shelter. 5 minutes after emergence alarm. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Lily smiled awkwardly at the two parents thanking her for the 5th time. "No, really," the man in front of Lily insisted with watery eyes. "You saved our little girl. I don't know what I would have done if anything happened to our Lucy." Lily decided to just give a reassuring smile and nod. Finding the parents had turned out to be an easy task, considering they were waiting right outside the wide-open doors of the shelter, pleading with the mall security in charge to go and find their children. When they saw Lily running with their little girl in tow, they had all but broken down in relieved sobs as they rushed out to hug their daughter. Then they realized their son wasn't there. "And you're sure Brian is on his way?" the mother asked, still clutching Lucy to her chest. Lily felt the corner of her mouth quirk up slightly as she looked back through the shelter's doors. Lily and the family had been ushered inside the shelter, but had refused to move further inside along with the rest of the crowd. The mall security guards in charge all seemed young and a little lost, and so they had allowed it after the quick explanation that they were waiting for people. My friend Mai knows what she's doing. Lily gave a cocky smile. She's the most reliable person I know. They might cut the timing a little close, but they'll make it. That didn't seem to alleviate the parents' fears much, but there wasn't really anything else Lily could do to convince them. Lily turned back to look down the hallway leading to the shelter, and forced herself to remain still. It was hard, because all she really wanted to do was sprint out there and look for Mai. It was a completely idiotic idea, considering Lily had no idea where she would even begin looking. Deep inside, Lily knew Mai had been right, as she always was. Even though Mai was shy and unassuming, she was one of the smartest people Lily knew. Behind Mai's gleaming sapphire eye was a quiet cunning that was constantly calculating. More than once, Lily had experienced Mai do something for seemingly no reason, only to find out her action had solved multiple problems before some of them could even manifest. The only problem was that Mai tended to have a blind spot in regards to her own well-being. Lily, a familiar woman's voice called, and Lily looked back into the shelter's interior. Ms. Toma. Lily's homeroom teacher walked towards her. Lily could see deeper into the shelter's futuristic white interior where a crowd of people were nervously talking in groups. The biggest groups were made of the 4 classes from Sakura High. The teachers had already done their head count, but Lily had just given a wave to Ms. Toma instead of joining everyone else. Idly, Lily noted that Mai's homeroom teacher was talking to some of the chaperones and teachers instead of waiting at the entrance. It made Lily's eyes narrow slightly, but she didn't let it show on the cheery expression she gave Ms. Toma. Still waiting for Mai. "Are you Ms.?" Toma asked with a gentle smile and concerned eyes. As far as Lily was concerned, Ms. Toma was the perfect teacher. She was warm and kind, and always dressed in clothes that matched her personality, like the simple blue dress and yellow cardigan she was currently wearing. Her face was round and soft, and lent to her empathetic impression. She had an uncanny knack for understanding what was going on, and more than once, Lily had been caught off guard by her teacher's insight. Really, she was completely the opposite of Mai's useless homeroom teacher. "Yep," Lily answered with a nod. "Should be any minute now." "Ms." Toma glanced at the fidgeting parents, then back to Lily with a relaxed grin. "If it were anybody else, I might be more nervous too." "Ms." Toma replied. "But from the way you talk about her, I'm sure she's already on her way back." Lily felt her cheeks redden as she scoffed and folded her arms defiantly. "I don't talk about her that much." Which was mostly true, although Ms. Toma had stopped Lily after school a few times to have heart-to-heart talks like she seemed to do with all her students. And Lily had spent most of the time talking about Mai after they became friends. Still, Lily hadn't been gushing about Mai or anything. Had she? "I said the way you talk about her." Ms. Toma giggled, and Lily's face burned hotter. "Honestly, she must be pretty impressive to make such an impression on you and not even be in our class." Lily shrugged, not sure what to say. As she did, she noticed the parents had been taking in every word of their conversation and seemed to relax a little. Lily blinked as she realized how effortlessly Ms. Toma had calmed them down without even speaking a single word to them. Lily felt a little bit of pride surge in her chest, and she smiled. "Anyway, Ms." Toma said, pulling up her hand to check her watch. "There should still be a little over 4 minutes left, so there's plenty of time to—" Suddenly, the lights went out. Cold washed through Lily as the notification appeared in her head. In the shelter, the lights flickered back on, but outside, red emergency lights bathed the hallway in dark shades of scarlet. A sudden chill went down the back of Lily's neck, and she felt her mouth go dry. Inside the shelter, a few people let out shouts of surprise. Then, the second message appeared. Ms. Toma's eyes went wide, her calm expression wiped clear. There was the sudden sound of something heavy moving, and Lily turned to see the double set of shelter doors beginning to shut. The mall security guards who had been outside quickly ran in, their eyes big with fear. Lily heard the parents let out a cry of despair from beside her, and something inside her clicked into place. Mai was out there with those monsters. Skinny little Mai, who had been trembling with fear even as she made the decision to split from Lily. All to save a kid, and all without a second thought. Mai, who never complained to Lily about anything, even though Lily had heard plenty of rumors about the bullying she was going through. Mai. A jolt of electricity went through Lily, and she didn't hesitate. She moved towards the closing set of doors, kicking off as quickly as she could. She wasn't about to abandon her friend out there, not when she already had failed to help her so many times. Screw directions. Lily would just have to find a map on the wall and go from there. Before Lily could take more than 2 steps, a hand clamped around her arm in an iron grip and pulled her back. Lily almost fell from the sudden balance shift and turned a wild look behind her. Ms. Toma had her hands wrapped around Lily's arm, and she had a sickened expression twisting her face. Her eyes, though, were steel. Lily, no, Ms. Toma almost whispered. Her voice was flat, but Lily could hear something wavering beneath the facade. Let me go, Lily hissed, trying to tug her arm free. I'm not leaving her out there. I can't do that. Ms. Toma replied. Lily, it's my job to keep you safe. I'll be right back. I promise, Lily shouted, her voice shaking. I'm not leaving her out there alone. Beside them, Lucy's father seemed to finally register what was happening and turned to run out the shelter doors. 2 of the mall security officers grabbed onto him as he rushed the doors and pulled him down. He let out a cry of anguish as he fought, but couldn't struggle free. Meanwhile, Lily felt another pair of hands grab her other arm, and she turned to see a third officer standing in front of her. She didn't want to accidentally hurt Ms. Toma, but she was sure her teacher would understand. So, Lily wrenched at their grips, throwing her weight away from them. She managed to slip from the security guard's hands, but, to her surprise, Ms. Toma held firm. When Lily was stumbling and unbalanced from the maneuver, she pulled on Lily hard, twisting Lily into a bear hug against her chest. Lily let out a frustrated growl as she tried to pull herself free, but Ms. Toma held firm. A few seconds later, Lily heard the shelter doors shut with a loud boom. There was a whirl as heavy-sounding gears turned, and then a loud and distinctive clack as something locked into place. Ms. Toma finally let Lily go, and she stumbled away from her teacher, looking at the large set of double doors. They were shut, and Lily felt her heart fall as she looked at them in horror. No, wait, it wasn't over yet. Lily remembered that shelters were designed with 2 sets of double doors and a room between them like an airlock. That way, people could be let safely in and out as necessary. That meant Lily could still get out to help Mai. All she had to do was find the console. Lily's eyes snapped to the large touchscreen next to the doors. Lily, please listen to me, Ms. Toma pleaded, her voice cracking, and the uncharacteristic tone shift made her stop in her tracks. Lily shot her teacher a look in surprise. She had tears in her eyes as she walked slowly over, putting a trembling hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily glared at her, fury kindling into a bonfire in her chest. There's nothing we can do but wait for her to get here. Miss Toma said, if you went out there, you would only be putting yourself in danger. I don't care, Lily replied hotly. I know, but I do, and I think so would Mai. Lily felt her breath disappear as the words hit her like a sledgehammer, and she recoiled slightly from her teacher. Her best chance is to either hide or sneak here, Miss Toma continued, her voice quiet but firm. If you go out there, you could get hurt. And even if you did find her, more people would just draw extra attention. There's nothing we can do to help except trust in her. Slowly, Lily felt the rage in her begin to deflate, leaving her standing there impotently clenching her fists tight. Ms. Toma was right, and inside, Lily knew she hadn't been thinking. Again. Even though she wanted to rush out there and find Mai, she had no idea where she would even be at this point. No, going out there in a blind panic was just asking to get herself killed. Ms. Toma is right. A voice suddenly joined in, jolting Lily out of her thoughts. She turned to see Mr. Tuju, Mai's teacher, moving to join them along with the other two teachers. Lily felt her eyes narrow at the young, suave-looking man, if he could even be called that. He had to be barely out of university, yet he still wore a formal suit in black that was perpetually slightly messy. Lily knew that most of the girls in her class and on the track team swooned over him and loved the way he constantly was pushing up the glasses on his nose. Yet none of that changed the fact that he was utterly useless in Lily's eyes. No, maybe worse than useless considering his inaction was a form of passive encouragement. She still remembered his words when Lily had brought up Mai's bullying, his casual dismissal, saying that he would have noticed such a thing. That, and if it really was happening, Mai would have reported it herself. Useless idiot, Lily thought for the 100th time as he continued to speak. Right now, it's important to stay inside the shelter, he stuttered, his words coming out a little too quickly. Nobody goes out, not unless it is an emergency. If somebody comes to the doors, we can always open them, right? Lily felt herself studying him. His hands were constantly adjusting his tie or fidgeting with other parts of his outfit. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and even though he had on his usual overly smooth expression, his eyes darted around and twitched at every little movement. Scared. Huh, Lily thought to herself, it wasn't that surprising, really. He was the youngest teacher here, even if he did like to dress up like he was better than the rest. Still, it was a little embarrassing to think someone like him could tell Lily what to do. She shifted her eyes to Ms. Toma, who gave a sideways glance at Mr. Tuju before returning to Lily with a slight nod. Lily let out a hiss of air between her teeth, but remembered what she had discussed with Ms. Toma about Mai's teacher, and she forced herself to not snap at the man. Whatever. Lily turned, walking towards the touchscreen where the mall security guards were standing. I'm at least going to look at the cameras. You can stay and make sure I don't open the doors or whatever. The 3 mall cops had moved protectively in front of the console but looked at each other in surprise. Cameras, one of the guys asked the other. There's cameras. Lily stared aghast at the guards. It was only now that she realized how young they all looked. Still, weren't they supposed to be trained for this? They had tasers and guns, for God's sake. Yes, Lily said slowly, giving them a serious look. How else do you think we would be able to tell if people were trying to get in, if we didn't have cameras? One of them began, looking nervously at the others. We're all kind of new. The usurpation training only happens once a month, when a magical soldier is free to train people in. All of you are new, Ms. Toma asked, standing beside Lily with a confused expression. Yeah. Another replied with a helpless shrug of her shoulders. Our supervisor was supposed to be with us, but he had to go down to the 2nd level to help with a shoplifter. Lily stared at the 3 and shook her head in disbelief. Whatever. Lily sighed in exasperation. It's not my first usurpation, and I had a magical soldier tell me all about how shelters work, so just get out of the way. Ms. Parker, that is no way to talk to your elders, Mr. Tuju said with a frown, pushing up his glasses. Lily quirked an eyebrow. looking between the 3 college-aged guards and Mr. Toujou. "Sure, sorry. Now can I please show you what's going on?" "I hardly think that's appropriate." Mr. Toujou crossed his arms. "We teachers have all been through usurpation training and know how shelters work. It would be best if you left this to us." Lily looked at him blankly. Then she turned away from him and walked the rest of the way to the touchscreen console. Miss Toma following as Mr. Toujou sputtered. The little girl's parents hurried after her, and the mall guards got out of Lily's way as she reached the screen. Vaguely, she heard the others joining behind her, but she ignored it as she peered at the menu. The console was a simple touchscreen about the size of a large computer monitor with big option menus lit up on it. Lily knew she could access all kinds of information from the menu, like how many people were in the shelter, temperature controls, food rationing calculations, and even how much was left in the water supply. She ignored those and tapped through the menus until she got to the outer cameras. The system itself would have automatically switched to them and made a noise if it detected movement, but Lily wasn't going to wait for that. The screen flickered and changed to several pristine views of the hallway leading to the shelter doors. Lily felt her stomach tightening when she saw there was nothing out there, but she forced herself to ignore it. She glanced at the parents huddling behind her, and she moved to the side slightly to give them more room to see. They gave her shaky but grateful smiles as they took position next to her. Lily noted that on the camera menu there were options to open either the outer or inner doors, along with an option highlighted in bright red that said, "Emergency Shield." Instantly, she felt herself tense up. When you get to the shelter, make sure they don't panic and activate the emergency shield. I've heard horror stories. Mai's quiet voice went through Lily's head, and she moved her body slightly, making sure she could physically block access to the option if she needed to. "We already have training in shelter operations." Lily heard Mr. Toujou speaking to the mall guards behind her, so perhaps it would be best if we took charge for now. Of course, one of them quickly replied, relief evident in his voice, "Just tell us how we can help." "Well, Mr. Toujou floundered, and Lily forced herself not to roll her eyes. "Why don't the 2 of you go to check on if anybody needs anything, Ms. Toma cut in, addressing 2 of the security guards. "Food, water, medical attention. One of you should stay here to keep an eye on the cameras. Though, Mr. Carpenter and Mrs. Mills, you 2 are senior teachers, so perhaps you would have the most luck keeping an eye on the students and making sure they behave. The barracks room should be big enough to keep them herded." Lily was slightly surprised as Ms. Toma took charge and the other teachers nodded in agreement and began moving. The other 2 teachers did have seniority on her, but seemed fine with her taking charge. Maybe it was the calm assurance in her tone, or the way she had phrased it as a suggestion, because it seemed to work. Quickly, the shelter's terminal became less crowded. "Ms. Parker, you should join the other students as well," Mr. Toujou said, clearing his throat. "I assure you, Ms. Toma and I will keep a lookout for Miss Kuroki." Lily bit back another hot response. What was wrong with this guy? Seriously? "That's okay," Lily said dismissively. "I'll stay here." Lily could practically feel the stunned silence behind her, and she felt a small amount of petty satisfaction in his reaction. "Miss Parker, that wasn't a—" "It's fine," Miss Toma interrupted smoothly, her voice firm. "She's just worried about her friend. She can stay and keep watch with us." There was an exasperated sigh, but Mr. Toujou opted not to argue. Lily kept her eyes glued to the screen, watching and keeping count of the minutes in her head as they passed. Every single one felt agonizingly long, and more than once Lily found herself having to remind herself to breathe as she watched the monitor, waiting for anything to appear. "Come on, Mai," Lily thought to herself. "Where are you?" Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3, Shelter. 10 minutes after power loss. Lily had to force herself not to tap her foot against the floor as she stared at the camera. The other security guards had rejoined the small group around the console. Mr. Tiju had urged her to back away from the screen so others could get a better view. But Lily had simply ignored him once again. She was already off to the side of the screen and letting people see it. She wasn't about to back away, though not when that button was there for anyone to press. Most of the other people in the shelter, including all the students, had gone further inside the shelter to the barracks or one of the other rooms the shelter was split into. Mr. Tuju had suggested again that Lily leave to join them, and it was all Lily could do to provide a polite no thank you after Ms. Toma had given her a look. Lily could practically feel the man's annoyance, but she really couldn't care less about what he thought. So Lily continued staring at the screen, wondering when Mai would... Suddenly, something appeared on the camera, and a loud, shrill beeping sound came from the console to alert everyone it detected movement. Lily's heart lurched into her throat with joy only to come crashing down as she saw the form that came around the corner. There was a cry of dismay from someone as the shape stalked its way down the corridor in slow, shuffling steps. The thing was tall, so much so that it was hunched over in the hallway. It looked vaguely humanoid, but as if it was poorly shaped from pale, featureless clay. Its arms were long enough to touch the ground, and its fingers were jointless, undulating things. The monster was horribly emaciated, so much that its ribs were practically poking through its chest. The worst part, though, was the face. It had no eyes, only big, empty sockets. Below was a giant, lipless mouth that took up a full third of its head, and it was stretched into a mocking grin wide enough to show its gums. The monster's teeth were perfect human teeth, but upscaled to fit its gaping maw. Lily stared in shock as the camera highlighted the creature with a box, and then displayed something next to it. Lesser Pale Man. Known levels 10, 15. Next to Lily, people began talking all at the same time. "What the hell is that thing?" one of the mall guards gasped. "No." The mother sobbed and fell into her husband's arms. "Holy..." Lily tuned out the clamor as she watched the thing. For some reason, it looked oddly familiar. No, it was familiar. It looked just like one of the monsters in Magical Girl's Sunset Rebellion. In fact, it was almost completely the same. Lily watched in confusion as it took long, shuffling steps forward. As it got closer, Lily began to hear something coming through the speakers in the console. "Everyone quiet," Lily snapped, and the noise died down. Then, as the thing finally stood in front of the outer shelter doors, the noise became clear. It was giggling. Lily felt her heart rate increase as she listened to the barely contained trilling sound. It sounded so human, so innocent. It was like listening to little girls giggling, and it made Lily shudder. Slowly, the creature reached a hand out to the shelter's outer doors and placed it against it softly. Its two long fingers squirmed, wiggling like worms against the metal. All the while, the giggling continued, a sound so perfectly childlike it was wrong. That thing's trying to get in," one of the mall guards shouted, his hand already on his holstered gun. "Don't panic, Ms. Toma said calmly. "The shelter's systems are designed to automatically assess threats. We'll be fine as long as we remain calm," and the creature suddenly pulled both its arms back and then slammed them into the door. A loud bong sound came through the touchscreen, but the outer door appeared completely undamaged. It tried again and again, but still didn't even manage to leave a mark. Lily let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. The monster was freaky. Everything about it seemed to make her skin crawl, and the giggling was setting her teeth on edge, but it really was fine. Sure, it was scary, but if it couldn't even dent the door... "It's trying to get in the mall." Guard yelled, We need to do something." "It's fine, Miss..." Toma tried to assure him. "It isn't even damaging the..." It's going to call more of those things, he insisted. The sound? If more show up, it'll only be a matter of time before they get in. We need to do something. There was a silence as he looked around at everyone with a pleading expression. Suddenly, Mr. Tuju stepped forward slightly, pushing up his glasses, and Lily saw his hand shaking. There's an emergency shield, Mr. Tuju stuttered. But... No, Lily whirled on him in absolute fury. Don't you even dare! The automated system is in charge of that. What if it's broken? The panicking security guard insisted. What if it's not working? What if this thing isn't like the rest of them? The female guard tried to place a hand on his shoulder to calm him down, but he shook it off. Lily felt her pulse pick up as she looked into the guy's wide eyes. Slowly, Lily moved to face the small crowd of people watching, placing herself in front of the monitor. She clenched her fists tight as she made sure her feet were firmly planted. We can't put everyone in danger, the guy continued stuttering. We can't know that the system is working. It's our job to protect people. Well, we need to turn it on, just to be sure. Derek, you need to calm down, the female guard said shakily. We aren't supposed to touch that button unless it's absolutely necessary. Everybody knows that. It is necessary, he hissed, pointing at the screen behind Lily. That thing isn't normal. It's giggling, just look at... He trailed off, and then his outstretched finger began to tremble. Lily watched as everyone followed his pointed finger. Their faces went collectively pale, and it was only then that Lily noticed the sound of the monster hitting the door had stopped along with the giggles. Keeping an eye on everyone, Lily slowly turned to look at the screen. The thing had its face right in front of the main camera, taking up the entirety of the screen with its overstretched smile and pristine teeth. The thing's empty eye sockets bore into the camera with a hungry emptiness, and it slowly opened its mouth. Gohan had asked in a deep, distorted voice, and Lily recoiled as she recognized the Japanese word. Did that thing just speak? Lily fought against the terror that jittered along her spine, her mouth suddenly dry. Was that normal? Lily wasn't sure she had ever heard of one talking before. And the word it chose. What did it just say? Derek asked. What did it say? There was a moment of stunned silence before anyone spoke. Meal, Mr. Tuju replied, his face white. It just looked at us through the camera and asked if there was a meal. As if it could hear Mr. Tuju. The monster then began to shake slightly, and the giggling returned. Slowly, it grew in intensity until it became something unhinged. Its enormous mouth opened in an all-out laugh that sounded like a chorus of little children laughing in disharmony. Screw this, Derek shouted, and he lunged for the touchscreen. No fear and anger flared inside of Lily as she saw him move, and she reacted on pure instinct. Lily spun to face him, holding up her fists in a faux boxing stance as she snarled. She felt her heart pounding as she stared him down. She glared at the man in defiance, undisturbed by the fact that he had at least 7 inches and over 50 pounds on her. Derek stumbled for a second, his eyes wide as he looked at her in surprise. "Back off," Lily growled. "No way in hell am I letting you press that button." Derek stopped in his tracks, seemingly unsure what to do as he looked Lily over. Ms. Toma stepped forward, gently grabbing his arm even as the female security guard moved to do the same on his other side. When his eyes went back to the giggling creature on the screen, Lily saw something in his gaze harden. Derek rushed forward, pushing Ms. Toma away. She let out a cry as she stumbled and fell. But Lily didn't have time to help her as Derek grabbed her shoulder and tried to push her out of the way. He was too close for a proper punch, so Lily instead curled her fingers into claws and grabbed onto his hands, gouging into them as she braced herself in place using the wall. Lily felt her nails dig in deep, and Derek let out a cry, stumbling back as he looked at his hands. Lily could see bloody scratches on them, and felt a wet warmth on her fingers as she replanted her feet. Her heart was racing faster now, and she could feel the adrenaline rushing through her veins. Lily saw the female guard had tried to catch Ms. Toma and only partially succeeded, sending them both sprawling on the floor. The other guard just watched with a shocked expression, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. Bitch, Derek cried out, his face twisting with desperation and fury. He came at her, and Lily prepared for him to try to push her out of the way again. Which is why she was entirely unprepared for the punch he threw right at her face. Lily heard Ms. Toma scream as the security guard full-on punched her in the side of the head, and light burst her world into white. The next thing Lily knew, she was sprawled on the ground. Pain exploded through her face across her left eye, and as she tried to get up, her motions felt strangely disassociated. She let out a groan as her brain began pounding against her skull in throbbing agony. Her arms felt wobbly as she pushed herself to her knees. The punch from the guard had been forceful enough to throw her a few feet to the side of the console, judging by the blurry image of shoes in her vision. Warning! A clear, synthetic voice called out, "Engaging the shelter's emergency shield system will prevent any person from entering or leaving until rescue arrives. Please do not engage unless the automated threat system is non-functional and the outer door has been breached. Activating this system without cause may be prosecutable in court. To confirm activation of the emergency shield, please press and hold the accept button for 5 seconds. Lily looked up through her swimming vision and made out Derek in front of the screen, his finger poised to press the button. No, Lily screamed, and she launched herself forward into a flying tackle at his knees. She managed to knock him down to the ground, but her face slammed against the side of his legs as she followed, sending another jolt of pain through her head. Instead of untangling herself, she wrapped herself tighter around his legs as he tried to push her off. A moment later, Lucy's father and the female guard were suddenly there to help Lily, pinning Derek's arms to the ground. He kept trying to kick his legs free, but Lily held firm even through the growing nausea. "Let me go," he cried out. "You're going to get us all killed." He struggled a little more, and Lily felt a hand on her shoulder. "I'll take over," the third security guard said, his voice shaky. "You can let go now." Lily turned to look at him, and it took a moment to see his serious expression through her blurry vision. Slowly, she disentangled herself, and the man was quick to take over by kneeling on Derek's legs. Lily pulled away, rising on shaky legs, and it was all she could do to stay standing. "Lily, Ms. Toma called out, and Lily turned to see her limping closer. "Are you okay?" Lily blinked, but gave a shaky nod and smile as Ms. Toma reached her and gently grabbed her face. Gently, Ms. Toma began examining Lily with a worried expression, but Lily just grinned in response, not wanting to give away the throbbing pain on the left side of her face. Her lip also hurt, and she had the faint taste of blood in her mouth. "It's all right," Lily tried to assure Ms. Toma as her expression only grew more distraught. "Just a little—" "Confirmation received," the synthetic voice said, activating emergency shield. Lily whipped around in shock, horror flooding through her. Mr. Tuju stood in front of the touchscreen, his finger extended and trembling slightly. Everyone else looked at him in stunned silence, and even Derek had quit struggling. Lily looked at Mai's homeroom teacher with incomprehension. Everything in Lily seemed to fade away, until there was only an emptiness left. Slowly, Mr. Tuju reached up to his glasses, pushing them up his nose. "Protecting our students is our top priority as teachers," he began shakily. "If there's even a chance of danger—" Hate ignited inside Lily, burning so hot it hurt, and she let out a scream. Suddenly the pain, the nausea and dizziness, none of it mattered anymore. She launched herself at the coward, only to have Ms. Toma clamp her into a hug from behind, holding her back. Lily reached out towards him, clawing at the air, trying to get to him as she screamed incoherently at him. Mr. Tuju took a step back. His face twisted in a grimace as if he was in pain. He just killed my... The thought echoed in Lily's head, and she couldn't make it stop. Lily struggled against Ms. Toma, and although Lily could hear her speaking, the words were somehow hollow and meaningless. She fought and fought, but couldn't manage to get free, to get at the bastard who just stood there, looking like he was the one hurt the most. Lily struggled, putting all her boiling rage into her attempts to get free. But she couldn't. She couldn't do anything, no matter how much she tried. I never can. Eventually, the anger began to drain from her, and what strength it had brought faded. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she found herself falling into Ms. Toma's hug, with the anger giving way. The dam on the rest of her emotions burst, and tears welled up in her eyes as she let out a choked groan, unwilling to let herself cry. Ms. Toma turned Lily around, pulling Lily against her chest tightly and gently rubbing at her back. I promised her. Lily seethed, bitter and angry tears escaping her. I promised I wouldn't let anyone activate the shield. I promised. Ms. Toma said nothing and just kept rubbing at Lily's back. It took a long time for Lily to finally pull herself together. Slowly, she extricated herself from Ms. Toma's grasp. Lily's legs were still shaky, and Ms. Toma kept a steadying hand on her shoulders to make sure Lily was steady before letting her go. Ms. Toma winced as she stepped back slightly on her foot, and Lily suddenly felt shame well up inside her for making Ms. Toma hold her back even though she was injured. Lily heard soft crying and turned to see the parents on the ground holding each other tight, their daughter held between them. Elsewhere, the other male security guard was hauling Derek away with a firm hand on his arm. The other teachers had come out sometime during the whole ordeal as well. The remaining female guard looked over Lily, giving a sympathetic wince when her eyes landed on her face. I know some first aid, she said. There's a medical room further in. I'm not leaving, Lily said hoarsely, taking slow, careful steps back to the console screen. The cameras showed the hallway was now empty, but over the outer doors of the shelter, Lily could faintly see a translucent barrier of pale green energy flickering. She looked to the side and glared when she saw Mr. Tuju standing a few steps away. She would make him pay. She'd make sure of it. How about you grab us a couple chairs and bring the first aid kit here, Miss? Toma asked the security guard. I think we'll wait here. Lily heard the woman leave, and she stared at the screen. Lily ground her teeth together in annoyance as her balance continued to waver, and her legs refused to harden from their jelly-like state. The soft crying from the parents made Lily's heart clench as it continued unabated. She had to clear her throat a few times before she could speak. It'll be okay, Lily said, her voice strangely empty as she tried to reassure them. You'll see. Mai will come with your son, and even if she can't get in, she'll figure something out. She'll keep him safe. Lily heard the teachers speaking in the background, Ms. Toma explaining quietly to them what had happened. She could practically feel them looking over at her as Ms. Toma described Lily fighting off the security guard. When Ms. Toma got to Mr. Tuju activating the shield, there was a silence until he cleared his throat. It might seem cold, he said in a subdued voice, but 2 lives simply don't outweigh. Even as Lily turned to face him, words hot on her lips. She saw Ms. Toma spin and slap him hard enough to make him stagger back. The sound was loud enough that it echoed throughout the whole room. He looked at her in shock, holding his cheek gingerly. Ms. Toma stared at him with fury in her eyes. "Shut up," she said calmly, her voice ice cold. "Or leave." That was it. That was all she said. And yet it was clear there was no room for argument, no alternative. Mr. Tuju's face flushed in anger, but he chose not to say anything. Ms. Toma turned away and continued talking to the other two teachers like nothing had happened, and Lily found vicious satisfaction welling up inside of her along with a newfound respect for her teacher. Lily turned back to the screen and watched, leaning against the wall for balance. Mai will be okay, Lily thought. She has to be. Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3, Shelter. 18 minutes after power loss, Lily held the bag of ice against the left side of her face, wincing as she watched the blank monitor. She was sitting in a chair now along with Ms. Toma and the parents. The mall cop lady, Mary, said Lily had gotten away from her fight with what was going to be a nasty black eye, split lip, and probably a concussion. Ms. Toma, meanwhile, had twisted her ankle when Derek had pushed her out of the way, but it was nothing too serious. Mary had brought some weak painkillers and ice for both of them, and now they were all waiting by the console. Mary had claimed she was too restless to sit and was instead entertaining endless questions from the little girl, Lucy. But Lily had noticed Mary had positioned herself slightly behind Mr. Tuju, who was still sticking around for some reason. Lily's eyes met with Mary's briefly, and Lily gave a grateful nod that Mary returned. Lily's head was throbbing, but the medicine was helping, now that the adrenaline had truly faded. Though Lily felt exhausted. Even though the fight had been so brief, it had taken a lot out of her. She made a mental note that she would have to get stronger, and maybe it was time to start the martial arts classes she'd been planning to take. Maybe she should send Sergeant Kelly, the magical soldier she'd met in her previous usurpation, a message and ask for recommendations. Lily missed the woman who she had spent only a few hours talking to. Maybe it was because Lily had shown interest and asked questions unabashedly, but Kelly had been happy to answer them and joke through the entire ordeal. That, or maybe Kelly had guessed at what Lily was thinking of doing and wanted to help her. "It won't be easy," Kelly had said, flicking her scarlet hair out of her eyes. "It definitely wasn't for me. But if you ever need anything, shoot me a message. I'd be happy to help out." Lily let out a sigh, her eyes fluttering closed. It had been naive. She knew that now. She had thought she had plenty of time to build herself up, to train. Lily assumed that being at the top of the track team was already a good start, but now it was painfully obvious she was wrong. One stupid little punch and she had been down on the ground. She was so much further away from her goal than she thought. The sound of the shelter's movement alarm shot Lily's eyes straight open, and she was out of her seat and lurching to the console. She almost fell, but managed to catch herself on the wall as she looked with wide eyes at what the cameras were showing. She let out a trembling gasp. At the far end of the hallway, the adorably tiny figure of Mai had appeared, her hand grasped by a little boy. Lily felt joy surge through her as she let out a little laugh of disbelief. As the crowd joined her, the parents let out a cry, and Lily felt a fierce grin stretch up onto her face. She had desperately believed that Mai would make it, and somehow, she had even managed to bring the boy the whole way with her. 20 minutes of sneaking past anathema, of surviving, and somehow, Mai had done it. Lily's growing elation died when she saw Mai come to a sudden stop, staring at the doors from the far end of the hallway. It was only then that Lily began to take in a few details. First, she noticed the ice axe Mai was carrying and the black stains covering its blade. Lily's eyes began to make out even more flecks of that same black sprayed across Mai's clothes. Then, Lily noticed the small hole in Mai's black blazer over the stomach area and the much darker stain around it. Lily felt her heart seize up as she looked over her friend, her eyes widening. Is that her blood? Lily thought, a wave of cold washing over her. Is she hurt? Mai, for her part, simply started taking slow, walking steps forward. Her mouth moved a few times, but no audio came through the console. Lily watched Mai's face twist in desperation as she sprinted to the front of the doors, letting go of the boy's hands and her ice axe. She ran to the doors and started slamming on the magical barrier, shouting soundlessly. Lily watched as Mai crumpled against the barrier, falling to her knees and leaning her head against it. She stared at the barrier with a vacant look of disbelief and did not move. The inside of the shelter was dead silent. Hazily, Lily felt someone's soft hand wrap around her own as another grabbed her shoulder, squeezing tightly. Lily just blinked numbly at the screen as she looked at her friend. She looked at the options on the camera feeds and saw both the audio and speaker ones were grayed out. Still, she moved her finger and tried to press them over and over again. Maybe it was some kind of failsafe that activated with the shield, cutting the audio for some reason. Still, Lily wanted to at least hear the outside. She wanted to know what kind of words Mai was using to curse her with. Even though Lily could feel warmth dripping down her cheeks, she only felt gutted. Mai had trusted her, had somehow managed to survive against monsters and might have even been hurt. And yet Lily couldn't even do one simple job. She clenched her hands tight and refused to look away. She would burn everything that happened into her memory. Mai suddenly stiffened, looking away from the doors and back to the boy she had left halfway down the hallway. Lily watched as Mai wiped at her cheeks, the devastated look on her face disappearing beneath a shaky smile as she quickly stood up, gesturing to the boy to come closer. He ran to her, throwing his arms around her in a hug. One hand clutched around an action figure of some sort. Mai held him tightly, responding slowly when the boy said something to her. The boy looked like he was on the verge of tears, and yet a few more words from Mai seemed to calm him down. Lily stared in wonder at Mai as she simply took his hand, giving him another weak smile, and began walking away. Lily couldn't understand how Mai was recovering from the situation so quickly. Somehow, Mai was even managing to put on a brave front for the boy and seemed more concerned about him. Lily watched as Mai almost idly picked up the ice axe she had dropped, and then she disappeared around the corner with the boy. Lily let out a shaky breath, then slowly turned around. The other teachers must have heard the movement alarm, because they had appeared. Ms. Toma was holding on to Lily's shoulder and hand, trying to give a reassuring smile. The parents looked equal parts relieved and horrified, but they weren't looking at the screen anymore. Lily followed their gaze. Mr. Tuju stood a few steps back from the group, his face ashen. A sheen of sweat made his face shine, and he swallowed as Lily looked him in his eyes. He adjusted his tie, straightening it as he took in a deep breath to speak. Instead of rage, Lily felt something cold and sharp form inside of her as she looked at the person who locked the two out of the shelter. He hesitated, seemingly lost for words. I'm sorry, but it was the only way. Lily stared at the teacher in disbelief. That was what he had to say for himself. After what they had just seen, Lily shook her head and turned away. "Fuck off and die," she whispered, sitting back down in her chair. There was silence, and Lily noticed none of the teachers jumped on her for saying it. A second later, she heard footsteps going away. Ms. Toma sat down in her chair next to Lily, a gentle hand still on her shoulder. She didn't say anything, and Lily closed her eyes. Beyond some whispering, the silence was nice, and Lily felt like a small amount of weight was lifted. Mai was still alive. There was that much. At least. Still, she couldn't get the image of Mai's unbelieving, distraught face out of her head, of the dried blood soaked into her clothes. Lily forced herself to go over the images again and again, analyzing them. Mai had seemed to be moving fine. At least. Maybe the injury hadn't been that bad. Then, it was impossible to tell just what had soaked her clothes considering the blazer and skirt of their uniforms were black, so it could have just been more of that black substance. What was that, anyway? It looked like blood, but was the wrong color. Wait, if it had been on Mai's ice axe, and she was wounded, did she fight one of them? Holy shit. Did Mai beat an anathema? A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Lily opened her eyes to see the little girl, Lucy, standing in front of her. I just wanted to thank you, she said, shifting nervously, for saving me, and for your friend saving my brother. Lily blinked, then looked to the girl's parents. They both had trembling expressions, but they gave her a genuine, thankful nod. Something in Lily's heart cracked a little at that, and she had to clear her throat as her emotions surged. Lily said, trying to put on her usual grin for the little girl. I told you my friend was awesome, right? Yeah, Lucy agreed, nodding vigorously. Mom and Dad didn't believe me when I told them a pirate girl was keeping Brian safe. It took Lily a moment to figure out what she meant by that, but then she remembered Mai's eye patch. Lily let out a bubbling laugh as Lucy's parents looked at their daughter, aghast. Lily felt some of the tension drain from her body, and it took her a minute to stop long enough to respond. Well, she's not quite a pirate, Lily chuckled. But it does look quite cool on her, doesn't it? Lucy nodded with a toothy grin and then took a few skipping steps back to her sitting parents. They gave Lily an apologetic look that she waved off. Mai would probably have thought it was funny too, even if she was self-conscious about her eyes. A moment later, Lily felt a gentle squeeze on her hand, and she turned to see Ms. Toma giving her a gentle smile. You okay? She asked, her soft eyes searching. Lily took a breath to recenter herself. I'm fine. Just... Lily trailed off, not really sure how to describe what she was feeling. Guilty, ashamed, furious. What word could even encapsulate all of that? Ms. Toma just nodded, seeming to understand. I suppose this is the part where I tell you nothing that has happened has been your fault. Ms. Toma smiled weakly, and the sole responsibility rides on us adults. But I promised her, Lily quickly shot back. Looking up at her teacher, I told her, and when somebody tried to turn on the shield, Miss Toma interrupted. Who was it that stood in the way? Was it any of us teachers? Was it one of the security guards who should be responsible for the safety of the people in the shelter? Lily went silent, then let out a sigh. It doesn't change the fact that Mai is trapped out there. No, Ms. Toma agreed. But you at least shouldn't feel guilty about anything you've done. You stood up to somebody older and stronger than you for a friend you wanted to protect. I don't think I could be more proud to call you one of my students, honestly. Lily felt her face flush, warmth blooming in her chest. She wasn't sure how to respond to that, so she just sat there silently. Lily, Ms. Toma said, lowering her voice. I know we've had conversations about how you felt like some of your friends were less than genuine. Like they were just getting close to you to help themselves. I also know that's why you value your friendship with Mai so much. She wasn't in our class, and doesn't care about sports or popularity from what you've told me. It's not just that. Lily shifted uncomfortably. She had no reason to even talk to me, let alone do what she did. It was a nice gesture, Ms. Toma agreed. I just want to make sure you know that Mai isn't your only friend. You have other people you can lean on. Lily looked up at the teacher and gave her a grin. Well, duh. I got a super badass homeroom teacher who slaps other teachers on my side, too. Language, Ms. Toma said with a huff of laughter. But it's not just me. Sophie and Suji have both been missing you. Lily blinked. What? They thought they might have done something wrong, so they asked me for advice. I told them you were just spending time with another friend, and they seemed relieved. They both really look up to you. I don't even really know them outside of track, Lily said with a confused frown. When we have lunch together with the other girls, they usually don't talk that much either. I think you underestimate yourself, Ms. Toma said. I've been to a few of your track meets. You know, even though both of them aren't at the top of the team, you're always there cheering them on. I imagine it's made an impression on Sophie because she competes against you in many of the same events, and you still cheer for her and celebrate when she does well. And Suji, well, not many people pay attention to the longer distance events or even stick around to watch them. So think about how much it means to her that you cheer her on for every single lap. But, and as for why they don't talk that much, Ms. Toma continued, your lunch groups usually have the top club members. They probably feel a little out of their league or not popular enough to really pitch in. Lily was quiet for a long while, chewing over what Ms. Toma had said. Anyway, Miss Toma said, I just wanted to make sure you knew you have people you can talk to. I don't know what's going to happen with Mai, or how she's going to react when this is all over, but you do have people who care for you. Lily gave a weak smile. Looking back to the touchscreen and the empty hallway it showed, it didn't go unnoticed by Lily that Ms. Toma had phrased everything like it was already certain Mai was going to be okay. That was just like her. Though, recognizing the best in everyone, it really baffled Lily how Ms. Toma always seemed to know what to say. Lily was about to ask how she was so good when the movement alarm went off. Instantly, her attention returned to the monitor. As she rose and closed in on the monitor, everyone else was only a step behind her. On it. She saw Mai and the kid round the corner, walking over to the door. Lily's mouth went dry as she watched, wondering what Mai was going to do. Mai stopped a few feet from the door, looking around at it for a moment. Then her head tilted slightly, and she turned her head to look directly at the camera. Lily prepared herself to see her friend's hate and despair. Instead, Lily saw Mai, giving a gentle smile. Even weirder was the boy, who had a big grin on his face as he looked at Mai excitedly. Lily watched as Mai pointed to the boy, then herself, and then gave a thumbs up. Lily stared at the screen dumbly for a moment, then realized what Mai was doing. Somehow, she knew the shelter had no audio with the emergency shield down, and so she was trying to communicate with hand signs. Lily's attention snapped back to the monitor as Mai began her next message. She pointed at the hole in her blazer, then made a waving motion, like it was no big deal. Mai seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then she held up her ice axe, pointing to it with a free hand. She made a faint swinging motion with the axe, then held up a finger in an unmistakable one. Lily felt the bottom of her jaw drop open. Is she... The security guard, Mary stuttered. Is she saying she fought one of those things? No, Lily replied, a fierce smile lighting up her face. She's saying she killed one, as if to emphasize the point. Mai drew a finger across her throat, in a slitting motion. Then she repeated the motions of pointing to the kid and herself and giving a thumbs up. The kid who was watching also gave a thumbs up. Lily shook her head in dumbfounded disbelief that he seemed to be in such high spirits. Mai tilted her head again, seeming to think before giving a wave around them, gesturing to their surroundings. Then she held up a 3. Pointing at herself and the kid, she then used 2 fingers to mime a walking motion, gently waving them back and forth while they pointed to the floor. Finally, she held up 1 finger, then pointed to the shelter's entrance. Lily frowned. She's saying they are on the 3rd floor right now, but she's going to the 1st floor shelter. Why not the 2nd? Shelters on each floor are built on opposite ends. Ms. Toma explained. Blinking in surprise, it's so that floors can have a big and open middle area while still providing good coverage. If somebody is on the opposite end of the shelter, they can just go up or down a floor and be near a shelter. The only exception is the 1st floor, where shelters are bigger and take up an entire basement level. Those have entrances near the middle. So, Lily tried to piece together Mai's plan. Instead of having to go down or up a floor and then cross an entire floor to get to a shelter, she's going to go down 2 and head for the mega shelter. Ms. Toma nodded. It'll only be half the distance to cover. Everyone went silent as Mai then started making more gestures. At first, Lily wasn't sure what Mai was miming. Then it became clear as Mai repeated it. She made an L shape, then held up 1 finger, then another L, and finally, she made a distorted Y shape with 3 fingers. Lily felt her heart stop as she sucked in a breath as Mai then pointed to the shelter's door. Was this it? Then, was this where Mai cursed her? All it would take is 1 finger, and the message would be clear. Lily felt her body tense as she held her breath. Mai made a circle with her forefinger and thumb, the other 3 fingers outstretched at the same time to make the universal OK symbol. She then pointed to the camera and herself and gave a thumbs up with a smile and nod. Lily felt the tension melt from her body, but it was quickly replaced with guilt. How was Mai so kind? She didn't even know what happened in the shelter or if Lily even tried to stop the emergency shield. And yet, Mai seemed to steel herself as she took another shaky breath. Then she gave a wave and started walking away. The boy followed on her heels, and soon enough, they were around the corner and out of sight again. Lily lowered herself back into her chair, shaking her head. "Your friend is really something special," the father murmured, and Lily gave a weak smile. "You really think she took out an anathema?" Mary asked. "I don't know how, but yeah," Lily replied. "Where else would the black blood have come from?" Knowing Mai, she probably pulled off some crazy plan, and I'm guessing she already has more up her sleeve to get both of them to the shelter safely. Lily looked up at the monitor as she clenched her hands together. Even though Mai could be so clueless about some things, she always knew what to do when things really mattered. Meanwhile, it felt like all Lily could do was give small kindnesses, little reliefs in daily life. It felt like nothing in comparison. "I'll get stronger," Lily promised to herself quietly as she stared at the monitor. "I'll get stronger, and someday I'll pay you back for pulling me out of the darkness." Chapter 8. Power. I tried to steady my breathing as Brian and I waited at the bottom of the stairwell. Holding the umbra in my sweaty hands, I peeked through the crack of the slightly open door, waiting for Celine to return from scouting the 1st floor. So far, the plan was working out well. After Celine had drilled me on basic gun safety, she had me practice reloading, aiming, and try some shooting stances. It had done wonders to help my hands stop shaking, but I still felt nervous even holding my gun. After that, Celine had helped me develop a plan. Our only real option was to head to another shelter, and the mega shelter on the 1st floor was the shortest path, and our best bet at safety because the 5th floor lacked one due to the shielding station's presence. Mega shelters had dedicated personnel staffing them as they were expected to not only house residents of whatever building they were in, but also people who came in from the street. In other words, the chance of the emergency shield being active was much lower with professional handlers in charge. Unless, of course, they had an actual reason to activate it. After Celine and I had figured out the plan, convincing Brian was surprisingly easy. The second he saw the gun I'd found in the camera room, he'd been all wide-eyed and excited instead of scared. I suppose that from his perspective I had already taken down one with just an ice axe, and now I had a gun, making things even less scary. Even after we'd stepped out from the security room, he'd only gotten a little nervous. We'd made a quick stop in front of the shelter for me to mime our plan to the security camera. Celine informed me that when the emergency shield activated, audio was cut as some high-level anathema could use sound attacks. I kept my pistol in my backpack while Celine kept a lookout because I did not want to have Lily and whoever may be watching asking questions. I also made sure to let Lily know that I didn't blame her. The initial sense of betrayal I'd felt had quickly melted into guilt and worry that sat heavy at the bottom of my stomach. Lily wouldn't have just let somebody activate the shield. I knew better than that. No, chances were somebody took it into their own hands and hadn't given her a choice. I just hoped she was okay and hadn't done anything stupid in retaliation. It wasn't worth her getting hurt. Not for me. Anyway, the path so far is clear, Celine said, suddenly appearing in the hallway. I nodded, letting my thoughts drift away from Lily as I looked back at Brian. He was looking shaky, and so I gave him a quick smile that he returned. My free hand went to my blazer pockets, reassuring myself that the spare magazines for my gun were secure on either side. After a deep breath to steady myself, I opened the door and motioned for him to follow as I went into the hallway. The first floor's architecture was much more like a standard, modern mall, all glass storefronts and white tile flooring. As for the layout, it was much like the third floors with a giant circular area in the center and a maze of hallways surrounding it. There was also a wide path leading from the center area directly to the front entrance, giving anybody who might come off the streets a straight shot to the shelter entrance in the middle. I scanned the area, keeping my gun pointed slightly down at the floor as I searched for movement, between all the signs, reflections, advertisements, and glass. It was hard to see anything. The dim red emergency lighting wasn't helping either. I moved to follow Celine as she scampered down the hall and took a turn. My movement was slower, and I checked through the windows of every store before passing, just to make sure Celine hadn't missed anything, being extra stealthy. We continued like that, Brian following 5 paces behind me while Celine searched ahead. It was slow and painfully tense. I found myself jumping a few times at my own reflections moving in the windows. It was a constant effort to relax my hands from the death grip they kept forming around my gun. The worst part was the noise. The mall was utterly silent, except for our footsteps and breathing. It made my heartbeat feel extra loud in my ears. Every step that squeaked on the tile floors made me wince. We turned corner after corner until Celine finally stopped in front of me. One anathema up ahead, another Fomorian hound. Defeating it would be a good chance to familiarize yourself with your gun. I hesitated for a second, fear clawing up the back of my throat. Images of the monster's carapace body and lamprey mouth latching onto my stomach made me shudder, my breaths picking up in speed. "Are you sure?" I thought to her. The noise and... I don't like taking risks, especially not with Brian here. Between the lesser rune of silencing on your weapon and the mall's construction, noise will not be a problem. It would be more of a risk for you not to take this opportunity to use your gun for the first time. Unfamiliarity in an actual fight could be deadly. I thought it over for a second, glancing back at Brian. It felt like there were so many things that could go wrong. Something deep in me screamed that this was a bad idea, to just tell Celine to find another path. But I was a magical girl now. I had a gun, and that voice inside was fear. Something I'd told myself to always listen to, but never let command me. All right, I sent, and Celine hopped forward to the end of our current hall, waiting at the corner. I turned to Brian. "Okay, I need you to wait right here for a moment," I whispered. "I'm going to go take care of a monster quick. It might be loud, but don't panic. If I say run, go and hide, okay?" He looked at me with big eyes, and for a second I thought he was going to argue. Instead, he just clutched his action figure tighter to his chest and gave me a serious nod. I was a little surprised at that, but decided to roll with it and move after Celine to the next intersection, pressing myself against the corner and peeking around it. I saw nothing but shadows shifted on the glass of one of the storefronts. Third store on the right. It should come out any moment now. Aim for center mass. My throat was dry, but I followed Celine's instructions, aiming down the Umbra's sights at the store's entrance. The outer circle of the targeting reticle shrunk considerably in my vision as I took a proper aiming stance. My heart drummed in my ears, and I tried to slow down my breathing. I double-checked to make sure the safety was off and the hammer pulled back. My hands were sweaty, and I readjusted my grip. Then I carefully put my finger on the trigger and waited. After a few moments, there was more movement on the glass reflections. My breath hitched as the creature's head exited the store, and I forced myself not to pull the trigger in response. Its lidless eyes seemed unfocused as it continued stepping out, completely unaware of me. Slowly, it placed one foot in front of the other. As it began exiting, I aimed for the center of its body. The creature was almost perpendicular in relation to me, giving me the biggest target I could ask for. The reticle changed from black to a glowing red as it passed over the anathema. On my HUD, the outer circle of the reticle that predicted where the bullet could hit was small enough to be completely within the anathema's body, theoretically guaranteeing a hit. I let out my breath, focusing on my aim and nothing else. For a brief moment, fear flashed through me. What if I missed? What if it moved at the last second? What if I made a mistake like I always do? Then it would come for me with claws and its lamprey mouth, and when it finished sucking the life from me, then it would go for Brian. I pulled the trigger. The gun barked about as loud as a plate breaking, the recoil jerking against my grip, but not nearly as much as I had anticipated. I felt myself jump in surprise, even though I was expecting it, but I forced myself to continue. My targeting reticle expanded briefly, and I adjusted it back onto the monster's body, pulling the trigger again and again. There was nothing else but the jolt of the gun in my hands and bright flashes of light that briefly interrupted my view as I opened fire, constantly recentering my aim in the brief moments between shots. I fired as fast as I could and only stopped after I'd emptied 8 rounds into the thing, a ding resounding in my head. Defeated Fomorian Hound. Level 3. Reward 10 points. I stared at the unmoving body of the anathema, wisps of smoke trailing from the Umbra's muzzle. It was sprawled out in front of the store, not even a step from where I'd initially begun firing at it. Black liquid slowly began spreading beneath it. Well, that went fairly well. Celine's voice came to me cheerfully. I will scout around us to make sure nothing was heard. Then we can go over your performance. Celine blurred from next to me and disappeared. I kept staring at the body of the anathema, not daring to breathe as I looked at it. My hands shook slightly, and I carefully removed my finger from the trigger as I tried to process what had just happened. It was an anathema, a nightmarish monster that humanity feared, that had ripped into my guts the first time I fought it, that had left me dying, and I killed it so quickly it hadn't even had time to react. Something giddy and slightly hysterical bubbled up inside of me, and I choked back a laugh as I looked on with unbelieving eyes. I could feel my whole body begin to shake, and so I lowered the gun, stepping back behind the corner as I leaned against the wall for support. My breath started to come out too quickly as I began to hyperventilate, my heart racing in the aftermath. Inside me, it felt like all the fear, anxiety, and helplessness had snapped all at once, rolling through me in quivering waves. It hadn't even been an hour since the alarms first went off, and yet it felt like an eternity. All the hiding, the worrying, the planning, knowing that if I made one mistake, a child was likely going to die because of it. My life or death fight against an anathema. The overwhelmingly raw violence and pain, making a plan only to see safety sealed away from me. The fear, the constant fear, the sheer helplessness. And now this. Killing an anathema in several seconds with just a few pulls on a trigger. I let out a shuddering breath and wiped at my suddenly wet eyes. It felt like a dam had broken, that all the worrying and tension had just been released. Even though I still felt it in me, it didn't feel like a steel wire wrapped around my heart anymore. It felt like I could breathe again. "Are you all right?" Celine asked, appearing next to me. I choked out through a sniff. "Sorry. It was so easy. I almost died the first time, and now, I guess it's really just starting to hit me now. I'm a magical girl. I can fight them. I can do this. It's just a little overwhelming." Celine tilted her head, watching me for a moment while I regained control of my breaths. "I understand," she finally said. "The only advice I can really offer you is to remember this feeling. You are no longer helpless in the face of the eldritch, no longer condemned to watch. You have power now. My Kuroki. Power to fight and to protect, to change this world and leave it safer. It will not always be this easy, this painless, but try to embrace this new realization of what you are capable of. You are a magical girl now, and you are not powerless anymore." I took a hitching breath and nodded as I let the emotions fade. While I did, I made sure to hit the magazine release on the Umbra's trigger guard, swapping out for a full magazine from my pockets. The movement was a little jerky, but thanks to Celine's training, I managed to slot in the new magazine without too much effort. Forcing myself away from the wall, I looked back to see Brian still waiting further back down the hallway, hiding behind a potted plant. He was looking at me with big eyes, slightly crouched down like he was ready to run. I gave him a thumbs up and gestured for him to come closer, which he did quickly. "Did you beat it?" he quickly asked in a loud whisper. I gave him a soft smile and nodded, and his jaw dropped. I could see the excitement building up in him. So I quickly placed a finger over my mouth in a shushing gesture. "Ooh. We have to be quiet and keep moving, just like before." I whispered back in a stutter, still trying to recompose myself. "That way they won't notice us, right? He nodded quickly, but there was still a gleam in his eyes as he looked at me. I turned away, found Celine waiting for me, and then we began moving again. We passed through the hallway with the anathema, and I glanced at it as we passed. The big alien hound had a small pool of black blood forming underneath it, but was utterly unmoving. Its lidless eyes stared at me like it could come alive at any moment, and I didn't quite let it out of my sight until we went into the next hallway. Now, onto your combat performance. I would say that you did rather well, especially considering your inexperience. Your second hit would probably have killed the creature from blood loss and catastrophic damage, but the third ended its life. You missed your fourth and seventh shots as it was falling. It also appeared to me that you tunnel-visioned too much on the reticule and firing. You need to keep your eyes open on the whole picture, watching your target's movements and the area around you. I winced. 75% accuracy against a non-moving target from only a few storefronts away with all my advantages felt pretty bad. Sure, it was my first time actually firing a gun, but I still felt like I should have done better. Not to mention, Celine was right about me completely zoning out while I pulled the trigger. If I had been paying more attention, I wouldn't have wasted the next 5 bullets shooting at its falling corpse. As for your shooting stance and grip, I am not an expert and hesitate to comment too deeply. You did seem to jerk the gun slightly on each trigger pull, but I would chalk that up to being unfamiliar and slightly apprehensive of shooting for the first time. In all, an excellent showing for your first time shooting a gun. congratulations. I squirmed slightly at the praise, unsure if I completely agreed. Thanks, but that was about as ideal as it was going to get. And how did it only take 3 bullets to kill one of those things? I killed it without it even noticing me or having a chance to fight back. Are guns just overpowered? No, there are a few factors. First, the Fomorian Hound was low level. Even then, it is a skirmishing type anathema meant to scout and strike light targets. Combat-focused ones will be significantly tougher. Secondly, while guns let you attack from a range with significant power, you are also spending points on ammunition, something a melee or magic user would not have to do. Third, you have to manage your ammo and reload in combat. Fourth, ranged weapons are much harder to aim and hit with than melee ones. Finally, in close combat, ranged weapons will be significantly harder to wield. I nodded. I guess that made sense, but it was still hard to imagine myself having a sword and taking one down just as easily. Maybe I was just being biased. A sneak attack wasn't really a good way to measure things anyway. Celine continued leading us through the mall, but something felt off. Instead of heading right to the center, it felt like we were continually doubling back, skirting around our destination. Sure, the mall was ridiculously big and practically a miniature city, but I still felt like it was taking much longer than it should have. We turned a few more corners before stopping near what looked like another security office where Celine was waiting for us. Her ears twitched a few times before she sighed. We have a problem, one that I don't see a good solution to. I tilted my head at her slightly, and she seemed to consider her words carefully. The central area leading to the shelter entrance is crawling with anathema. I've been searching to see if there was a way to sneak past them, but have been unable to find one. Even worse, the anathema seem to be stepping up their patrols, blocking off the paths to the other shelters. I'm afraid the only way forward is if you take on the anathema guarding the first-floor entrance directly. I swallowed down the fear, but gave a hesitant nod. I'd taken down one already, and it would only get easier. If this is what needed to be done to get to safety, then so be it. Okay, how many are there? Celine's red eyes gleamed in the dim light as she looked at me. 14. You will have to face 14 anathema by yourself. Chapter 9. Paradigm Shift. Breathe in, breathe out. Think. No, priorities first. After motioning for Brian to stay, I went to the security door Celine had brought us to and tested the handle. It was unlocked, so I took a deep breath and then slowly opened it. Gun raised. The room's interior was much like the previous one we were in, just with different furniture. I moved inside, making sure to check the corners first because it felt right, and I'd heard it shouted in a video game before. After sweeping through the lounge, attached camera room and bathroom, I brought Brian in, closing the door behind me. I let out a sigh. "Why are we stopping?" Brian asked, looking up at me. I faltered. I just need a minute to plan the next step. You can rest for a moment. Okay. He gave me a nod and sat on the couch. I leaned against the wall near the door, closing my eyes. After a moment, I directed my thoughts to Celine. You said there were 14 anathema, as in 14 near the shelter entrance. Correct. Because of the large open area, I am afraid that the moment you shoot, you will be discovered even with the lesser silencing enchantment. I don't know how we're supposed to do this. Is it even possible? Everything so far had been a far shot of a plan, but at least had a chance of success. Though congratulations, you've killed 2 anathema, almost died to one of them, and now you get to face 14 more. It felt like a sick joke. I understand that you have not had time to properly acclimate to your new status, so let me remind you of a few things. You have system access now. You can summon resources with points. Even if you end up hurt after taking down anathema, you can purchase things to heal yourself. You have a gun and an augment that will allow you to kill, on the low end, 3 to 4 anathema without having to reload. You also have an invisible scout and advisor. If you temporarily leave Brian here, you will only have to protect yourself in a conflict. So my question to you, as a magical girl, is this what exactly is holding you back? My mouth opened to respond, but nothing came out. Slowly, I clicked my jaw shut and actually thought about it. What was making me give up so quickly? Was it the thought of fighting more anathema after killing my last one so easily? It wasn't nearly so daunting a thought. I mean, there was always still a chance of getting hurt, but pain really wasn't the issue. Pain didn't scare me. It hadn't for a long time. It did make me apprehensive, though, immediately thinking about how to avoid it. Is that it? I've grown so used to making plans to avoid risk at all costs, odd? But that doesn't have to be the case anymore, does it? In fact, I probably have to start taking chances. Especially now that I'm a magical girl. If I may, Celine continued, I would suggest trying to look at this situation differently. This may be a little too soon. But many magical girls tend to look at their new lives as if they were playing a video game in order to cope with their new role. Considering your aptitudes, perhaps this would be a better perspective to approach things with. A video game? That's ridiculous. This is reality where... Oh, I guess it made some sense. I did have a status menu now. Stats, abilities, augments, even special items with rarity values. My life really was more like a game now than reality. Sure, I would not respawn if I died, but when had I ever treated my life in a game as expendable? Didn't Celine tell me that they used Magical Girl's Sunset Rebellion as a way to test potential guardians? Wouldn't that mean the tactics I'd used in it had some merit in reality? And hadn't Lily told me I got ridiculously far in that game in only 2 weeks? Okay, I can try, but I don't think I have enough experience with games, to be honest. Celine's head tilted at me with something akin to confusion. In the 2 weeks of playing Magical Girl's Sunset Rebellion, you managed to make progress equal to the top 6% of players. You never died. In that time, you progressed to the 5th dungeon without spending any real-world currency. Even after defeating a dungeon boss, you regularly went back and fought them completely alone as if you were training on them. I shifted uncomfortably. I wanted to get better as quickly as possible, and they were some of the toughest and most reactive enemies. So I figured training on them would be the best way to improve my skills. Most other enemies in the game only had a few attack patterns and were too easy to predict. Indeed, and your repetitive training regimen will prove to be of great value. Your ability to analyze enemy attack patterns is a highly valued skill. Due to the nature of anathema, they tend to have stuck behavioral patterns much like that of a video game enemy. The lower-level anathema especially struggle to deviate from what types of attacks they use, if you know their moveset. My eyes widened. Knowing how an enemy could react was how I made it so far in Rebellion. Any time I met an enemy for the first time, I would engage it and then dodge at the edge of their range while I watched what kind of attacks they could perform. Once I had them memorized, it was fairly easy to fight around them. If anathema really behaved like that too, all right, if I was playing this as a game, what would my next step be? I had an escort quest, basically, with enemies guarding the target point. I couldn't take them on directly, not with their vastly superior numbers. Worse, the longer I waited to deal with them, the higher the chance of more arriving. Without being able to take a slow and steady approach, I had to make full use of the tools at my disposal, which meant using the system and the gate. My system would be a passive help, albeit a rather small one, considering I was only gaining a small fraction of the stat bonuses outside of my transformed state. I honestly hadn't felt all that different so far, but I was also only level 1. That left the gate, my magical shopping center. The problem was that I only had 10 points to spend. But that wasn't quite true. Was it? If there were 14 enemies, I would have plenty of points to spend after taking care of them. With access to the first aid vault, I also had instant first aid if things went wrong. So long as I wasn't instantly incapacitated or took too serious a wound, I was fairly confident I would be capable of recovering from most things using the Zenith technology. So healing wasn't an issue. That just left the battle plan. If this were a game, I would need more information: enemy types, terrain, possible escape routes. Those would be the main factors in whatever plan I made, which meant I slowly turned to Brian, taking in a deep breath to steady myself. He was sitting on the couch, playing with his figurine. He had a mostly relaxed expression on his face as he played, making quiet sound effects as he made the toy go through different poses. The corners of my mouth twitched in a small smile. "Brian," I asked, and he turned to me. I need to go out and, scout the rest of the way to the shelter. It might take a while. But you'll be safe here. I promise I won't be gone long, but you'll need to lock the door behind me. Okay?" I braced myself for him to panic, to have to explain why it was necessary. So far, he'd been remarkably compliant, but it could only last for so long before even he realized I was just faking my way through things and, "Okay," he replied with a simple nod. I blinked. You're not scared?" I asked. And he gave me an energetic shake of his head. "Nope. You're really cool and beat 2 of them already, and you have a gun. You're like a real-life magical girl, so I'm not worried." Something in my chest clenched tightly at that. I ignored the thick swirl of emotions and forced myself to give him a smile. Instead of trying to say anything else, I just motioned him over, and when he was near, I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway with Celine. Closing the door behind me, I waited a second before I jiggled the handle to make sure it was locked. The handle refused to move, and I gave a small sigh of relief. I hadn't expected Brian's young age and lack of comprehension of the situation to be so useful, but I suppose it made sense. I had killed 2 anathema, so he probably didn't really understand just how much danger we were both in. Still, I had to make sure to be quick. Even though he should be safe behind the locked and reinforced door this early in the usurpation, I wasn't about to take chances. "I assume this means you have a plan?" Celine interrupted my thoughts, and I blinked. "Right, sorry," I whispered with a wince. "I'm still getting used to talking to you in my head. I forget you don't just read my thoughts." Entirely understandable and no apology necessary, though I would inquire as to our next course of action. "I tried looking at this like you suggested," I whispered, shifting uncomfortably. "So, I think scouting out their location first would be the best bet. I need to see what kinds of anathema there are in the terrain before I can plan further. Does that sound—" "That sounds like a reasonable choice," Celine said, her tails swishing together into one clump. "Shall I lead the way?" I nodded, and then we were off. This time, we moved much faster without having to take time for Brian. It also made moving through the mall that much eerier. The dim red light made the dark reflections around me constantly shift, and I felt myself unconsciously clenching my gun tighter. Still, we managed to make it to a hallway that opened directly to the floor's central area relatively quickly. There was a big planter holding a tree right near the opening, and I shuffled up to it in a crouch, looking around the area through the tree's leaves. What would have been a fairly open space with a high ceiling was littered with food carts, booths, and kiosks selling various types of merchandise. Banners and signs advertising a myriad of items crowded the place, making the winding paths all the more complicated. It reminded me more of a chaotic marketplace than anything else. Various pillars and planters only made the entire thing even more haphazard, and it was hard to see almost anything from where I was crouched. That didn't stop me from spotting a few forms slinking around, and my stomach clenched tightly. I saw 1 or 2 of the hounds I'd already faced on the prowl, but my eyes quickly went past them to a figure twitching in the darker shadows. It was vaguely humanoid, but crouched over on all fours with a bent back. covered in slick black skin that blended them with the darkness. It was hard to make anything else about them out, but I did see it had large hands with thick claws made of bone. The creature stood oddly still compared to the hounds, only giving an occasional shudder at seemingly random intervals. "What are those?" I asked Celine in my head as I kept my gun at the ready. "Some type of ghoul, most likely. A striker type, making it slower than the hounds, but their claws are not to be underestimated. Higher-level ghouls can tear and chew through metal like paper. Any other types besides the hounds and ghouls? And where is the shelter's entrance?" The shelter has a large stairway leading down to it in the direct middle of the room, but isn't visible from here. There are 2 other types of anathema here. The first you can see if you look up. My eyes snapped to the ceiling, searching for new enemies. It took me a moment to make out a lump lying in a particularly deep spot of darkness. It was fairly far away from me, and I had to squint to even get an idea of what I was looking at. As I began to pick out a vaguely insectoid shape, I felt myself tensing up even more. Is that a giant wasp? Or something similar, a flying type that shoots stingers at people from a distance, agile and hard to hit, but fairly weak otherwise. I shuddered. It wasn't that I had a major fear of bees or anything, but the idea of one the size of a cat firing giant needles into me was more than a little nauseating. Okay, what about the last one? Unseeable from here, but there was only one that I saw. Imagine a giant gorilla with chitinous armor. I would estimate it to be a bruiser. It should be slow and inflexible, but it will take quite a bit of damage to put it down and is quite strong. I nodded. So with the hounds, ghouls, wasps, and gorilla, there were skirmishers, strikers, flyers, and a bruiser. Celine putting classifications on all of them actually did help, especially if I considered them like video game enemies. The hounds and wasps would be my biggest concern with their speed. Everything else, I would theoretically be able to keep at a distance and shoot from relative safety. But that still left me without any real plan to take them all down at once. "Celine, can you get a count of how many of each type there are, and also what stores make up the perimeter? Maybe there is something we can use." "Of course, give me a moment." She took off, and I made sure to keep careful watch while I waited. While I did, I tried to piece together a plan in my head. Ideally, I needed something to take out as many of the fast movers as possible. If there was some way to trap them or funnel them to take away their number advantage. I mulled it over until Celine reappeared, skidding to a stop next to me. 1 gorilla, 3 wasps, 4 ghouls, 6 hounds. As for the stores, there are clothing, electronic, fast food, liquor, book, antique, gardening, and appliance shops. I frowned as I let my gaze sweep over the area one more time. It was a good collection, but without a plan. My eyes stopped on a fire extinguisher attached to one of the pillars. Next to it was a small photo booth with a stepladder leaning against it, and I felt my eyes widen as I looked between the 2 objects. "Celine, how much can I really use from the stores? Will I get in trouble for taking things from them or anything like that?" "Not as long as it is used to combat the anathema. Even damaging a building is nothing to worry about and is hand-waved so long as it isn't excessive. Governments have long since set up funds to take care of such things. Legally speaking, you have nothing to worry about. In fact, you actually have more legal protections now that you are a magical girl, but that explanation can wait for another time. Do you have a plan of some sort?" I nodded, my mind racing with possibilities. I thought through the plan a few more times before I nodded. It was definitely gamey, but if Celine was right about what low-level anathema were capable of, I think I have a plan. I shifted slightly, but it might be a little cheesy. Chapter 10. Cheese Strategy. It took a lot longer than I would have liked to get everything set up. A lot of it was sneaking around and waiting for anathema to pass by, which, while nerve-wracking, was apparently not all that dangerous. Celine had informed me that low-level anathema weren't very good at actually searching for people and were more of just an initial scouting force. As the usurpation went on, though, higher-level ones with better senses would start coming out. As it was, low levels tended to rely mostly on sound and sight to find things, which turned out to be a huge blessing, especially considering how badly the store had smelled when I was done preparing it. I peeked from behind the counter of the enclosed snack kiosk I was hiding in, glancing at the entrance to the store in question. Thankfully, the wasps had stayed near the stairs leading down to the shelter, letting me skulk around the outer perimeter relatively easily to set everything up. Now, all that was left was putting everything into motion. My hands were sweaty enough that I took a moment to wipe them on my skirt. I took a few deep breaths, though the tightness in my chest was making it almost impossible. My throat felt dry, tempting me to grab a water bottle from the kiosk. "Your heart rate has increased noticeably," Celine noted from next to me. "Is everything all right?" I gave her a look. Her beady eyes stared back at me. "If this doesn't work," I replied silently, glancing back to the store. "There's no reason it wouldn't. The plan is well thought out and has reasonably few variables. Even if the plan were to fail, it would only mean the fight would be more difficult. By no means would it be unwinnable." After another deep breath, I nodded, shoving the tension down into my stomach. A quick double-check of my HUD gave me 82% health, almost 250 mana, and my fully loaded Umbra with an extra round loaded in the chamber. While we were preparing, I had also spent 3 points on more ammunition, bringing me up to a total of 127 rounds, split between 9 magazines. With 1 loaded, 3 in each side pocket of my school blazer, and the final 2 in the side pockets of my backpack, everything was prepared, and I was as ready as I could be. I wonder if this is the part where I pray for a miracle. But that wasn't quite right, was it? After all, I was supposed to be the miracle now. I turned to Celine, staring into her crescent-shaped pupils as I gave her a nod. "Let's begin." Celine moved in a hopping blur, and I watched as she entered the store. I made sure to stay as hidden as possible while peeking over the kiosk's counter. For a few moments, nothing happened, and I was left staring at the red light reflecting off the mall's tile flooring. Then a loud, ringing alarm went off from within the store I was watching as Celine activated one of the wind-up alarm clocks we'd placed throughout it. And then another went off, and another. My shoulders tightened as I heard claws scrabbling against tile along with the flap of wings. The white blur that was Celine moving appeared a moment later, leaping from the store just before black shapes dashed from the shadows and came rushing to the disturbance. I recognized most of them as more of the hounds, and they rushed towards the door without hesitation. A moment later, 2 ghouls joined the mix. Now that they were closer, I could make out their emaciated forms. They had off black skin stretched over pointed bones, and their otherwise featureless head was dominated by a wide mouth with pointed, pale white teeth as long as a finger. They moved on all fours in an odd, jittery gait towards the store, but the hounds made it first. The hounds' paws made little splashing sounds against the floor as they barreled through the store's propped-open front door, and soon after the first had entered, the sound of breaking glass began. 4 or 5 of the creatures rushed in before the ghouls arrived. Instead of going through the door, the ghouls crouched down low to the ground, sinewy muscles rippling with tension before they leapt at the large display window. With a swing of their claws mid-leap, they shattered through the glass and disappeared inside. I made a mental note of the jumping movement even as I heard wings flapping. A second later, one of the wasps made an appearance, hovering in front of the now broken window. It was about as big as a cat, and instead of insectoid wings it had 6 that were more bat-like. The creature was mostly covered in thin, pale white chitin with black flesh poking between the plates. The wasp was curled up on itself as it hovered, making a comma shape that pointed its stinger at the window. After a moment of looking into the store, it flew in. The sound of glass breaking had increased now, and at least one of the loud, ringing alarm clocks had been silenced. After waiting another moment and seeing no more incoming anathema, I knew it was time, and so I made my way to the door of the kiosk and opened it. Celine snuck out first, making sure the coast was clear. Clear. I left the kiosk, forcing myself not to look around, and instead simply scurry around to the back where I'd set up the stepladder, using it. I climbed up on top to the roof. The mall itself had tall ceilings, especially in the central areas, letting me stand with just a slight hunch, thanks to my already short stature. I made my way in a shuffle crouch to the roof edge facing the store, my left hand fumbling with the item I'd had clutched with me the whole time. Celine was waiting for me, watching my back for any anathema that might show up. So far, the plan was going perfectly. Phase 1 had been simple enough, sneaking around and collecting various analog alarm clocks from the antique and appliance stores. Then we'd taken them and hidden them throughout the target store before we prepared the trap itself. Next, Celine had gone in and used her tails to set off all the alarms before joining me. Celine had told me not all the anathema would come, unfortunately, as they would instinctively delegate the task. But by my count, we'd gotten around half of them, maybe more. After we were sure we'd gotten as many as possible, I would climb on top of the kiosk, and then the final act would begin. My heart was well and truly racing now, and I fumbled a few times with the small metal rectangle before I managed to flip open its lid. Pressure had built up in my head into a constant, throbbing pulse, but I chose to ignore it as I used my thumb to ignite the small lighter in my shaking hands. I took one last moment to aim, held my breath, and then threw the lighter towards the store entrance. The liquor store entrance. Earlier, when I had just finished hiding the alarm clocks behind various glass bottles throughout the store, I had taken extra time to open up various bottles and splash them around as well as empty them on the floor. Others I'd just opened, waiting to be spilled if an anathema knocked it over. By the end, the store had been thoroughly soaked with a thick lake of alcohol covering the floor. It had even begun leaking outside the door into the area around the store's entrance. So I watched the lighter spin through the air, wondering how much better this was going to work because the anathema had decided to go inside and start smashing bottles, soaking themselves in even more alcohol. The lighter's small flame gleamed across the pool of liquor at the entrance, reflecting the flickering light for a moment before it landed. Then a sea of fire flared to life. It spread into the store, and a moment later there was a flash of light, along with a crackling roar as the interior ignited, flaring light into the dim mall. Quickly, I aimed my gun at the entrance, but I felt my eyes widening. Warmth blasted into me in a wave, and I shivered as I watched the fire grow into a frenzy. Shadows played out in a frenzy of moving shapes across the mall as the anathema in the store went berserk. After a few moments of the fire crackling, there was a shriek as the burning form of a ghoul jumped out of the store and onto the ground, writhing in the flames completely engulfing its body. I aimed, but stopped myself from firing when I noticed it fall to the ground a moment later, twitching for a few seconds before going still. A notification chimed in my head: Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 5. Reward 10 points. Flames snapped and consumed the inside of the store for another few seconds, but no more of the creatures managed to find their way out of the inferno. The dark shadows spasming from within the store began to slow and then go still, and more chimes began to go off, confirming the kills. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 2. Fomorian Hound. Level 1. 2 Fomorian Hounds. Level 3. Forsaken Ghoul, Level 6, and Giant Cavern Wasp, Level 3. Total reward, 55 points. New point, total 72 points. Congratulations, you've leveled up multiple times. You are now Level 3, stat points available 20. I watched the conflagration with awe, my throat suddenly dry. Celine had told me she thought these particular anathema might be especially susceptible to fire, and I had expected it to be effective. But this... A shrill alarm suddenly went off from within the liquor store, and through the broken window, I saw white foam begin to spray within. The fire immediately began to dim, and I let out a sigh of relief. Celine had assured me the fire suppression system would be part of the backup power supply and would activate, albeit only after the fire had been going for a while. But that hadn't stopped me from worrying about burning the whole mall down. Incoming, Celine informed me, and I twirled around in time to see shapes moving towards me. From where I was on top of the kiosk, I had a fairly clear view of the Central Mall's chaotic marketplace. The two fluttering shapes of wasps were hovering above the stairs leading down to the shelter. Around the rest of the area, I saw two more hounds darting towards the squealing fire alarm along with the last two ghouls. I couldn't tell if they had noticed my position or not, so I quickly aimed first at one of the two wasps. After taking a second to steady the reticle on the gently bobbing form, I fired. They were relatively far away from me, farther than I'd ever shot anyway, and so I wasn't holding out much hope of hitting them on my first try. However, because they were able to fly and attack from a range, they were number one on my list of things to kill. So instead of waiting to see if the first shot hit, I fired twice more in quick succession. My Umbra bucked in my hand slightly, letting out definitive cracks as it fired. With Celine's help, I'd disabled the silencing enchantment as stealth was pointless in this fight, and the sound was much sharper than earlier. It made me flinch, each shot rattling through my bones. For just a second, the shock of the much louder sound, combined with the muzzle flashes, made me lose focus of my targets. I quickly reoriented in time to see both still in the air but now headed toward me. I realigned the crosshair as I aimed down the iron sights and then shot again. This time, I took a quick second to reacquire the shape and adjust before I let loose more shots. It created a careful rhythm of fire, pause, fire, punctuating the high-pitched whine of the fire alarm. After the fifth shot, one of the wasps lurched in midair before falling to the ground. The other seemed to realize the threat and twirled behind a pillar. I kept my gun aimed at the pillar, waiting for it to come back out, but it seemed content staying hidden behind cover. Meanwhile, I heard the distinct sound of claws clacking against the floor beneath me, signaling that the hounds arrived. I kept a careful watch on where the two wasps had disappeared, but changed to aiming at the edge of the kiosk's roof, waiting with a held breath. There was more clacking, and even the sound of some objects being knocked over, but nothing appeared. I hesitated for a second before I slowly made my way over the roof's lip and peeked over. One of the hounds was on its hind legs, stretched towards the roof but unable to reach it. The other was pacing behind it, looking up at me with its lidless eyes and smushed face. I felt a fierce grin stretch across my face as a laugh bubbled up inside of me. It had been a gamble, going on top of the roof, but sure enough, it worked. Ever since Celine had told me that lower-level anathema were dumber and acted a lot like simplistic video game enemies, I had wondered just how much I could abuse that fact. After I had told her my plan and asked her if it would work, she had agreed, saying the only immediate real threat would be the wasps. With such a high number advantage on their side, the fight itself was rigged from the start to be unfair. So, instead of facing them head-on, I had decided to go with the age-old video game tactic of cheesing it. I wasn't exactly sure how the term had gotten its name. But even with my limited experience in gaming, I knew it referred to using a strategy that circumvented a challenge by abusing game mechanics or the simplicity of the AI controlling the enemy. I figured the fire trap in the liquor store was just a good strategy, but standing slightly higher than them and using them as a shooting gallery while they stared dumbly at me. Definitely less fair. Unfortunately for them, I absolutely did not care. I lined up my sights on the face of the hound, trying to claw its way up and pulled the trigger. Black ichor exploded out from the hole that appeared in its head, and the thing fell onto the ground with a dull thud. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 2. Reward 10 points. The other hound began scrabbling, moving in an erratic back-and-forth motion but was too stupid to find cover. I quickly snapped my gun to its center mass and let loose. The first bullet tore into it just behind its front leg, making it stumble. The second and third followed in a trailing line down its torso, causing it to fall. I failed to register it was going down in time and fired a fourth that went into the floor beside it. The hound twitched slightly, as if trying to get up, but even I could see by the quickly expanding pool of blood under it that the thing was done. I checked my HUD, saw that I only had 3 bullets left in my gun, and ejected the magazine. I let it fall to the roof as I quickly reached for another, glancing back at where I had seen the wasp. Nothing appeared to be moving in the air, and my eyes snapped back to the ground as the 2 ghouls finally finished navigating the mess of the mall's central area. I smiled as they stopped a few feet away, staring as if unsure how to get to me. Even as I grabbed a fresh magazine, though I noticed one crouch down slightly, its emaciated muscles rippling. My eyes widened, alarm flashing through me as I recognized the move. The ghoul launched itself in a flying leap at the roof of the kiosk, and I let out a yelp as the claws sunk into the flimsy material of the wall near the top. Falling back onto my butt in surprise, I fumbled with the magazine, trying to slot it into the gun and missing a few times with my shaking hand. I forced myself to slow down and finally managed to slot it in with a satisfying click. I quickly aimed at the roof just as the ghoul's head appeared above it, right in the center of my iron sights. A pull of the trigger, a flash of light and crack of miniature thunder, and black gore exploded from the back of the ghoul's head, its neck snapping backwards violently. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 5. Reward 10 points. The ghoul's body fell, and I quickly scrambled back into a crouch, looking for the second ghoul. Above you, Celine cried out, and I looked up in time to see the wasp from before had crawled across the ceiling from behind the pillar and was now only a dozen or so feet away. It released itself, spinning with a flare of its wings as it oriented on me, and I had time to look into its giant, snake-like eyes before its stinger pulled back slightly. On pure instinct, I threw myself into a dive. The wasp shuddered, and the stinger shot out as fast as a professionally thrown baseball. It whizzed past me, and I knew only my last-second maneuver had saved me. Unfortunately, it also launched me directly off the kiosk's roof. I fell in my twisting dive, my brain scrambling to try and make sense of the suddenly rising floor in vain. My body slammed into the ground, mostly on my right side, and a shock of pain screamed through my entire right torso. The magazines in my blazer dug into my stomach with sharp edges, and I only barely managed to stop my head from snapping into the floor. There was a moment of disorientation as I gasped, trying to regain my breath. Through the pulsing pain along my entire right side, I managed to process that I was now on the ground, right where the rest of the anathema would be able to get me. Panic shot through me as I scrambled to my feet, and I felt a few of my magazines slip from my pockets and clatter onto the floor. I looked up in time to see the wasp reorienting on me. I started moving just as it undulated again, shooting another stinger. It flew past me and sunk half of its 6-inch length into the floor with ease. Fear sent adrenaline rushing through me, and I sprinted as fast as I could, raising my gun and firing a few unaimed shots in its general direction. The wasp jittered in the air in a weird pattern, and then with a shudder, regrew the stinger it had shot before flying after me. I ducked behind a pillar as it fired again, and when I heard it crack against the concrete, I spun out of cover, aimed, and unleashed a rapid-fire barrage. The wasp dipped down before moving in the same pattern it used before. I tried to follow its movements as I shot, but ended up trailing after it. I clenched my teeth together as everything missed and rolled back behind the pillar as its stinger regrew. A quick check on my HUD showed I only had 5 bullets left, and I reached down to grab a new magazine. As I did, I saw movement and looked up in time to see the ghoul I had lost track of come tumbling through a clothing rack a few feet from me. I had half a second to scramble to the side before a clawed hand ripped through the pillar where my torso had been moments ago. Its claws dug a half-inch deep furrow into the concrete, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. I stumbled away, twisting to aim across my body. I didn't bother to even bring the gun up properly before I unloaded the rest of my bullets in a one-handed grip. The creature flinched a few times as bullets ripped through, but it reoriented and rushed after me. I pressed Umbra's magazine release, reaching for a replacement as I backpedaled from the ghoul. The wasp circled around the pillar, shuddered, and I felt a sharp, stinging pain flash across my right ankle. I bit back a cry, my hand reaching for the magazines in my left pocket only to find it empty. I dimly realized that they must have fallen out when I landed, even as the ghoul took a lunging leap at me. I ducked to the side, letting it sail past me and slam into a clothing rack. My hand found a magazine in my right pocket and began slotting it into the Umbra as I continued running. The wasp was ready for me, though, and I ducked as it fired another stinger that whipped past my head. My gun's slide clicked as I finished reloading, and I spun to face the ghoul. It had just finished reorienting on me from its failed leap, and was beginning to start another charge, its too wide mouth opening with a clicking hiss. My reticle turned red as it hovered over its body, and I unloaded into the creature, not stopping until it came crashing into the ground in a heap. Vaguely, I recognized a ding resound through my head as the kill notification came in, but I was already throwing myself into a stumbling run. A stinger flew right in front of me, and I flinched mid-step. A slight twinge of pain flared through my wounded leg as my foot hit the ground, weirdly, and I slipped slightly. It took me a precious moment to regain my balance, and my instincts screamed at me to keep moving. I stumbled into another run as another whoosh of air and crack of tile flooring let me know the wasp missed again. I took the chance to aim at it and fire, but it flew into its weird, jerky, evasive pattern again, causing every shot to miss. I managed to make it behind another pillar just as it shot back at me, and I pressed myself up against my cover. My breaths were coming out heavily now, but I knew I had no time to waste. As I peeked around the pillar, the wasp took a wild shot that went into the pillar. Taking the chance, I aimed at it, but instead of firing, I watched as it immediately evaded, and something in my head clicked. Whenever it evaded, it moved in the exact same pattern it had the previous times, making an upside-down 4 with its path. I pulled myself back behind cover, waited for the sound of concrete cracking as it tried to hit me, and then I leaned out of cover to aim once again. This time, even as it was mid-movement, I targeted my reticle at the end of its pattern and fired a quick burst just as it slid into the end of its maneuver. 4 shots, and it went crashing to the ground in a twitching mess. As it tried to reorient itself on me, I took time to aim at its body. With 2 shots, the slide of the Umbra clicked back as I got the confirmation chime. Quickly, I reloaded my now empty gun, eyes searching around me. A sudden chittering roar had me spin around in time to see a small booth be smashed to the side as the gorilla Anathema made its entrance. The thing was big enough that I had no idea how I hadn't seen it before. It was 7 feet tall on all 4s, with big, tree-trunk arms thicker than my torso. Its entire body was covered in dark scales, and it had a vaguely reptilian face with 3 bulging eyes independently looking around. Covering the monster's back were dozens of forearm-length tentacles. Its arms ended in stumps, making them more like giant clubs than anything else. As the monster saw me, its 3 eyes all snapped to focus on me, and it let out another chattering roar, taking a step as it began charging. A squeak escaped me as the giant rushed forward, and I responded by opening fire with my gun. The nice thing about it being so big was that I didn't really have to aim all that much. The targeting circle on my HUD was completely within its massive frame, and so I just let loose. I was halfway through my magazine when I realized that the thing wasn't even flinching. and I pushed my legs to start moving. I ran, aiming for a pillar and running past in my best sprint. I made sure to duck through a small maze of different stands, trying to get as many obstacles as possible in its way. After I passed the pillar, I took a sharp turn past a small booth selling t-shirts, hoping there were plenty of things between us. I spun around, heart racing as I prepared to snap fire at the thing. Surprisingly, the gorilla was nowhere in sight. It took another moment before the thing lumbered out from behind a pillar, its stubby back legs and arms propelling it forward in a slow and awkward gait. It looked around for a moment before it found me, letting out another roar. It began another charge. But calling it a charge was generous at best. I was pretty sure it wasn't moving faster than I could at a light jog. Catching my breath for a moment, I raised my gun to aim at its head. If it was just tanking my normal hits, then I would have to go for its weak point, compared to the rest of its body. However, it was a comically small target. It was then I noticed that my hands were shaking from the mixture of adrenaline and fear pumping through me. Between the shaking and my heavy breaths, my reticle was large and jittering all over the place. I tried my best to steady my aim, but couldn't seem to make the trembling stop. Doing my best to aim through it, I took a careful shot. The shot completely missed, and I bit back a curse. In the time it took to steady myself and aim, it had managed to close most of the distance. Instead of giving into panic, I simply turned around and ran in another zigzagging line through various obstacles. Then I turned back and tried to get around in its head again. And then again. After repeating the tactic and missing for the third time, I felt frustration rising in me. My nerves were way too jittery, and so instead of continuing my weird shoot-and-run target practice, I decided to just empty the last of my magazine into its torso. Sure, the thing was big, but if I put enough rounds into it, I was sure it would go down. I emptied my gun with a roar of thunder. To my surprise, the creature was still coming at me like nothing had happened, and so I reloaded with the last magazine from my right pocket. This time, I made sure to take at least some time aiming between shots so that none of the rounds missed. I got through another 9 rounds before a lucky shot punched through its skull, whipping its head back. The gorilla fell to the ground in a thundering heap. I only lowered my gun when the kill notification flashed across my vision, along with all the other notifications I had put off defeated lesser monstrous gorilla. Level 8, Giant Cavern Wasp. Level 2, Giant Cavern Wasp. Level 4, Forsaken Ghoul. Level 6, Fomorian Hound. Level 3, Total Reward, 45 points. New point, total 137 points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You are now level 4, stat points available 30. I swept my gaze around looking for further movement, searching for the next anathema. Celine's sudden voice made me jump. It's over. You've done it. What I asked, blinking as Celine slowly came hopping over to me, all 14 anathema have been eliminated, and from my scouting, no more are approaching. Well done, the way to the shelter is clear. I stared at her for a second, watching her fluffy tails gently swish back and forth before the meaning behind her words finally washed over me. Trembling, I lowered my gun, staring at the body of the gorilla. My breaths were still coming out quickly, and it was only now I noticed a faint ringing in my ears from all the gunshots. I forced myself to close my eyes, working to steady my breathing as the tension slowly drained from my body. It was over, and I had won. Chapter 11, Aftermath. It doesn't feel too bad, I said, gently touching the wound on my calf. One of the wasps had scored a lucky hit while I was fighting, but thankfully it was only a glancing hit. The edge of its stinger must have just caught my leg, leaving a long, diagonal cut along my calf through my tights. It didn't feel especially deep, and careful prodding didn't cause much more than just a slight discomfort. The worrying part was how much blood had soaked into my tights around the gash and had spread to my foot. Glancing at my HUD, my health was hovering around 70%. The accompanying body outline, or health map as Celine called it, showed a yellow-orange line along my right ankle, a black spot on my stomach from my first fight, and some faint yellow blotches along the right side of my body where I'd fallen. Strangely, pressing on my right side didn't yield any pain either. Celine hopped next to where I was sitting on the ground. Seeing my confused expression while I pressed against my sides, she cocked her head at me. The pain relief inhaler you took is still in effect for another few hours. Unfortunately, the greater regenerative gum is no longer in effect, so you won't be healing anymore. The laceration on your ankle will continue to bleed and is serious enough to require stitches. Oh, I should... I mumbled to myself. My thoughts were coming to me in a jumble now that the battle was over. I figured I had at least a little bit before the adrenaline fully drained from my system, owing to the fact that I didn't feel that much safer. Sure, I had just killed 14 anathema, but I was still in the middle of an usurpation. There were plenty more around, and more could drop in at virtually any time. With nothing left between you and the shelter, I would recommend not purchasing anything to heal it. Blinking, I turned to look at Celine questioningly. When you enter, the people within will undoubtedly be concerned about your appearance and blood. If you had no visible wounds, it would be highly suspicious, and some might catch on to your status as a magical girl. With a grimace, I nodded. I was spattered in black droplets of anathema ichor from the first hound I killed, and everything around my stomach was soaked in my own blood as well. It wasn't incredibly noticeable due to the dark colors of my blazer, but my blouse beneath was dyed deep scarlet. Looking through the small hole through my clothes, I frowned. Sometime since I'd used the emergency clot spray, the weird foam had disappeared, revealing a patch of pink-looking skin. Gently, I took my hand and pressed against it. Other than a slight tenderness, there was no pain, which made sense because of the pain relief inhaler. Right. I shook my head, trying to clear my head as I forced myself to stand up. I was starting to lose steam, but I still had plenty to do before I was well and truly safe. My legs wobbled slightly, and I forced myself to ignore them as I tried to focus myself. Okay, I said aloud. First, get back to Brian. May I suggest retrieving the ammunition you dropped? Celine asked. It would be best to consolidate what few resources we have available. Oh. Yeah. I trailed off, taking a second to reorient myself. As I tried to get my bearings, glowing arrows made of viridian particles formed along the ground, and I blinked. I've taken the liberty of making waypoints on your HUD. I've also placed markers on your minimap showing all your empty magazine locations. I would recommend picking them up for now. Why to hide any evidence I might be a magical girl? I asked as I started following the arrows. Partially. You can also reuse the discarded magazines. Refilling them with ammunition is cheaper than buying individual magazines. I nodded as I reached the first spot. There was an X icon on the small, circular map in the top right of my vision, and when I reached it, I found the empty magazine a few moments later. Shrugging off my backpack, I started to place the magazine inside only to stop as I saw the symbol on the metallic black rectangle. Set within a silver circle was a crescent moon, 2 bunny ears poking off the circle. Are you trying to work on branding even for my magazines? I asked, vaguely recalling Celine mentioning something about it before. Indeed, if you have a different symbol that you would prefer, please let me know. Developing your personal brand as a magical girl is an important step, and it would be good to start early. I shook my head a little as I moved on. It still didn't seem real to me, being a magical girl. Sure, I had just fought and defeated a ton of anathema, but all the realities of what it actually meant, of how my life would be changing, then it just felt surreal to be thinking about. But that was something to worry about later. For now, I had to finish my mission. Collecting the remaining magazines didn't take long. though it was long enough to make me aware of how sweaty I was as the air turned chilly. I took a moment to do some management of my ammunition, consolidating the rounds from my half-empty magazines. In all, I ended up with 3 full mags, and one with 14 bullets left slotted into my Umbra. By the time I'd finished, my head was starting to feel clear again. The razor-wire pressure of the situation had fully settled back around my lungs, and I was moving quickly. Thankfully, getting back to Brian was uneventful, and the door appeared untouched. I knocked on the door firmly, making a little pattern out of it, and waited. After a few movements, the handle clicked, and the door slowly opened. Brian peered through the open crack, a terrified expression on his face that turned to joy and excitement. I gave him a gentle smile, pushing the door open, entering, and closing it behind me after Celine darted inside. "You're back," Brian exclaimed, almost hopping up and down. "Did you fight more of them? How many are we leaving soon?" I looked over at him with a tight smile. In the back of my head, I'd been worried that leaving him here would somehow have gone horribly wrong. Even though I hadn't really had a choice, the idea of him getting scared and leaving to find me, or an anathema simply getting lucky and chancing upon him, had gnawed at the back of my nerves. Somehow, though, everything had turned out more or less fine. Even now, he seemed more excited than scared. All that was left was to talk to Celine before we headed out for hopefully the final time. I managed to find a safe path to the shelter. I told Brian gently, deciding to spare him the details. "We'll head out in a few moments after I use the bathroom, okay?" His eyes went big, and he nodded. I started making my way to the bathroom when he let out a sudden gasp of surprise. "You're bleeding." I looked down at my leg. Sure enough, my shoe was thoroughly soaked now, and I was leaving small, bloody footprints. Panic rose in me until I checked my HUD and found my health sitting at 67%. Moving around had probably aggravated the wound, but I wasn't in too much danger of bleeding out. "Probably. It's just a small cut." I gave him a tight smile, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt, and I'll be able to get help at the shelter." Brian didn't look entirely convinced, but he gave me a nod anyway. I moved into the small bathroom, Celine darting inside before I shut the door. Letting out a sigh, I took off my backpack and set it on the floor as I took a look at myself in the mirror over the sink. A girl stared back at me, her shaggy, medium-length hair damp with sweat. My too pale face was speckled in droplets of black, probably from my first anathema encounter, and a smudged red streak ran beneath my right eye. Although my eyes looked alert, the muscles in my face were tensed, giving me a frayed and desperate edge. It was a familiar face, one I recognized instantly. I was nearing the end of my rope. With the shelter in sight, perhaps it would be good to discuss how to hide your status as a magical girl. "Assuming you wish to keep your identity a secret for now," Celine said, and I gave her a little nod. "Very well. I think simply hiding your gun and ammunition in your backpack should suffice. Barring any insensitivity, I doubt they will search it." "What do you mean?" I whispered. "You are a teenage girl arriving at a shelter with a young boy and are covered in blood. It has been over an hour since the usurpation began, and I believe anyone would correctly assume you have been through quite the traumatic experience to survive. While they may be curious as to how you managed to stay alive, they should leave you alone if you simply tell them you do not wish to talk about it. This is a mega shelter as well, meaning it has a small but professional security team managing it. Their protocols regarding survivors reaching the shelter should be quite clear. They won't think I'm a magical girl for just managing to survive this long. No, the biggest reason is that you are coming in injured and unadorned in a costume. Most would assume that if you were a magical girl, you would be in full regalia and simply dropping off a civilian before returning to fight. Because they do not know of your special circumstances in being unable to transform. The logical conclusion will simply be that you are a resourceful survivor. Although that will draw different kinds of attention from the people within. I gave a nod, That made sense. Misdirection had been my go-to method for avoiding attention for a long time, and it had always worked best when I had something else more attention-grabbing prepared. Though coming in as you are will pose the problem of them attempting to give you medical treatment. When they see the hole in the abdominal region of your clothes, they will be very curious as to what happened and why you have no injury. I would recommend stopping at a clothing store along the way to replace your blouse and perhaps blazer as well. My eyes went down to the fist-sized hole over my belly button. As I began to give a nod, I suddenly remembered my backpack and why I had even brought it to the mall in the first place. I crouched next to it and started removing things after I set my gun down. The ice axe, the empty magazines, and even the baseballs I'd first taken to use as distractions with Brian. At the very bottom was what I was looking for, a set of neatly folded clothes. Taking a second look at my outfit, I decided that I could probably pass off keeping my blazer with a little creative remodeling of the whole. Sure, the lower half was still soaked in dried blood, but passing that off as belonging to an anathema instead of mine shouldn't be too hard thanks to the blazer's dark coloring. The scarlet-stained blouse would have to be changed, though. Clothes, Celine asked, peering into my backpack from her perch atop the sink. I hummed in confirmation, only half paying attention as I pulled out the clean blouse. I've been keeping a spare outfit ever since Katie started spilling things on me, and with this being a field trip, it seemed like she might take the opportunity to... I trailed off as I slowly started to realize what I was saying. Heat flashed across my cheeks and my mouth suddenly felt dry. Slowly, I turned to look at my familiar. Her bright red eyes and crescent pupils stared back. Tails fanned out behind her, but otherwise completely still. I had only observed you for 23 days before our contract, Celine said, her voice oddly quiet, but she did seem to have a penchant for clumsiness, around you. My throat was tight as I stared at my familiar, and I swallowed. I don't want to talk about it, I thought to her, not trusting myself to speak. The tips of her tails slackened and fell slightly. She gave a bob of her head, but said nothing. I turned away from her back to my blouse and found myself clutching it in a death grip. After another moment, I cleared my throat. Do you mind turning around, or how does this work with you in my head? While manifested, my primary senses are tied to my constructed body, Celine began, her normal, soothing voice returning. While I have access to your vital information, I am unable to access your visual or auditory senses directly. Simply turning around will suffice for now, but when I am not manifested, I will endeavor to cut off direct sensory feedback in the appropriate situations. Okay, I said, giving a quick glance back to make sure she was turned around before I started changing. It's probably a little weird to want this when you're kind of stuck in my head, huh? Not at all. It is fairly normal for new guardians to wish for clear and strong boundaries, though, as a magically constructed artificial intelligence, many human concerns simply don't apply to me. It is more a matter of making you feel comfortable than anything else. Many guardians tend to let the restrictions relax as they become more used to their familiar. We can have a talk at a later time about appropriate boundaries if you wish. All right, I agreed, finishing getting my blouse situated a moment later. Making sure my blouse sleeve was pulled over the gauze wrapped around my left forearm. I was surprised it had stayed relatively intact since the beginning of all this, though I would have to be extra careful to keep it hidden when I got to the shelter. The last thing I needed was them thinking it was a wound I got from the anathema and asking more questions. I gave my discarded blazer a look, now realizing just how grimy and frankly disgusting it was to be putting on something covered in my own blood. Still, it was necessary, so I pulled it back on but left it unbuttoned. Glancing at myself in the mirror, the only thing that really looked out of place was how circular the hole in my blazer was. I went back to my backpack, opening one of the smaller pouches. I pulled out the pocket knife Lily had given me, wincing as I saw my broken phone lying next to it. It had gotten damaged in my first fight against the Hound, something I'd discovered when I was first making room in my blazer pockets for my ammunition. I tried to ignore the small flutter of fear that came when I saw the state it was in, and instead opened up the knife and went to work. With a few creative cuts that took a lot more effort than I was expecting, I managed to make the hole in my blazer less circular. Now, it just looked like a ragged tear, as if something particularly vicious had ripped through it. Damaging my blazer made my heart fall further, knowing it was one of the only two I had, but it was already damaged beyond repair. At least, that's what I tried to tell myself. With that done, I stuffed the knife back into my backpack. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to put my blood-stained shirt into another of my backpack's pockets. Leaving it around to be found later felt weird. Something about the idea of somebody finding it when they were cleaning up the mall after the usurpation didn't feel right. Besides, if Celine was right about them not looking through my backpack when I got to the shelter, I should be fine. The gun would probably raise more questions anyway. So, I said, turning to face Celine as I pulled my backpack back on and picked up my gun from the floor. Anything else before we head out? Brian will have to be talked to and convinced not to tell about your firearm. I thought about it, then nodded. That actually might not be too hard. I can tell him it has to be our secret, and I could get in trouble if he tells anyone. I think I can get him not to mention it. Indeed, he seems quite enraptured with the idea that you are a secret action hero. Reinforcing that idea should do the trick, and I suspect the action figure you already bribed him with will help buy his silence. My cheeks flushed, and I shot her a look. Her tails swished behind her innocently. Right. Do you have any tips on what to do when we get there? How to act? I believe you acting as you naturally feel would work the best. Guarded, worried, tense, and generally quiet and unwilling to give details should work. Generally speaking, your usual quiet demeanor should prove effective. Wouldn't that be really suspicious? I frowned. Celine tilted her head at me curiously. May I inquire what sort of reaction you think they will have? My brow furrowed as I thought, I guess paranoid and cautious. Once they see me, I think they'll pull me aside and ask me a lot of questions, wanting to know what happened, how bad the usurpation is, and anything else I can tell them. I'm guessing they won't be happy when I don't give them what they want. They'll get a little angry and try to intimidate me then. It probably won't be too bad, but I guess that depends on how far they think they can push me. Celine was quiet for a moment, tails curling downwards slightly. Try thinking of it from their perspective. She said in a weirdly gentle voice, a young girl has just survived out in an usurpation for over an hour protecting a child. She is covered in blood and wounded, and none of them can even begin to imagine the traumatic experiences she must have gone through to survive. I expect their reaction will be much different from what you are expecting. I looked at her for a bit, then gave a shrug. I didn't really understand what she was trying to say, but I trusted her. It seemed to me that what I'd been through was just that what I had been through. Whatever I might be feeling was for me to deal with on my own, not them. And it didn't really change what they would want to know or even needed to. Why they might care about anything else was beyond me. But Celine seemed to know what she was talking about. Okay, so just act natural, I asked, failing to hide the edge of disbelief in my voice. Yes, just be yourself and things should be fine. There was something in Celine's subdued tone I couldn't quite decipher, but I decided to just ignore it for now and move on. Anything else, I asked, putting my hand on the doorknob to leave. No, you can store your gun and ammunition inside your backpack at the top of the stairs leading down to the shelter. Keeping the ice axe in your hand should be enough to convince them that it was your main weapon. I will also have to dispel my manifestation before you head down the stairs due to the shelter cameras being able to see me. I nodded. The ice axe was still covered in anathema blood and would look the part. I'd forgotten about the shelter cameras, but was glad Celine was on top of it. All right, I took a deep breath. Then, let's get to the shelter. Chapter 12. Shelter. All right. You remember what we talked about? I asked Brian quietly while I finished putting my gun into my backpack. The stairs down to the shelter sprawled out in front of us, the grim emergency lighting coloring the way an ominous red. We snuck here, and you only fought the one dog with your axe? He nodded vigorously, and I suppressed a smile. Thank you for keeping my secret. I told him softly. Even though the gun helped us, adults might not like that I have it because I'm not old enough yet. So we'll just not tell them about it until I can give it back to the security people. Okay, he replied, clutching his action figure tight. I finished stowing my gun and ammunition, tucking everything into the folds of my spare outfit to hide them and muffle any noise they might make. Reshouldering my backpack and picking up the ice axe, the last thing I did was to pull my eye patch out and put it back on. The second it went over my right eye, my HUD disappeared, and I blinked in surprise. Something to keep in mind for the future, I suppose. I turned to Brian and held out my free hand. He gave a shameless smile and took it, his small fingers warm against my skin. I still felt myself beginning to tense up slightly at the contact, but I shoved the reaction down with the same familiarity I normally reserved for Lily. All right, I said, taking a deep breath as I looked down the subway-like entrance. Let's go then, shall we? Yeah, Brian agreed. I glanced at Celine, who was standing next to Brian. I gave her a nod, and suddenly she began to glow. After a moment, she flashed with a violet light and was gone, leaving behind only a few fading particles. A surge of fear stabbed into me, even though I knew it was irrational, that she hadn't really left me, just dispelled her physical manifestation. Still, you ready, I thought, hoping it didn't carry over my anxiety. Indeed, let us be off, Celine replied cheerfully, and reassurance washed through me. I took the first steps down slowly, making sure Brian fell into a comfortable pace with my own before I started going at a more even pace. The whole while, I made sure to keep my eye on the bottom of the stairs. With Celine not having been able to scout ahead, I felt an irrational nervousness that maybe an anathema had hidden down there during my fight. My fears proved unfounded a moment later as we got to the bottom, greeting me with the sight of a long, empty hallway. About halfway down on the right side was a door with a sign marking it as a stairwell, but that observation was secondary to what I saw at the end of the hallway, and I felt myself let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Logically, I knew it was stupid of me to be scared, but that hadn't stopped the dark whispers inside me from worming their way into my skull about the emergency shield being activated. After all, it had happened once. Why couldn't it happen again? What did it matter that this shelter was supposed to be professionally manned? Doesn't personal safety and self-interest always win out in the end? Why would this time be any different? But to my relief, all I saw was a set of large metal doors. A touch screen panel glowed with faint blue light next to them, and I felt my pace quicken as the urgency I'd been fighting finally broke through. Brian and I ended up all but jogging to the panel, my gait an odd, shambling thing as I tried not to put too much weight on my wounded leg. We reached the panel, and I let out a shaky breath as I saw the button labeled Call on it. Quickly, I released Brian's hand and pressed the button, noting how my own were shaking. The sentence, "Please wait, while security assesses the situation," appeared on the screen, and I felt the impatience rising inside me. I glanced behind me, looking at the long stairway leading up. Even though I knew it was ridiculous to worry about, I couldn't shake the fear that an anathema could come barreling down the stairs at any second. I bit my lip, wondering how long it was going to take before somebody— "We're opening the doors now," a woman's voice suddenly said, and I jumped in surprise as my head snapped back to the panel. Instead of seeing a visual, only the words "Door is opening. Please stand back" were displayed. The sound of whirring mechanics and gears suddenly resounded, and I stumbled back as the doors slowly began to slide open. It seemed to move at a glacial pace, slowly revealing a large, empty room of smooth white tile with another set of doors across from us. Relatively bright, uncolored lights illuminated the room, and I found myself squinting as my eye adjusted. Once the doors had slid open enough, I gave Brian's back a gentle push to slide through the still expanding gap. Only once he was through did I follow. Once we were a few steps into the room, the grinding gears behind us stopped for a moment, then began again. I looked back to see the door now closing itself, and I watched the ominous red hallway with bloody footprints slowly disappear behind solid metal. The doors finished closing, and I let out a sigh. A deep buzz suddenly went off, making me jump and raise my ice axe slightly. "Please wait," a synthetic voice echoed in the room. "Scanning in progress. Interior doors will open momentarily." I frowned but said nothing. Scanning, I asked Selene. Some anathema can disguise themselves as humans, and shelter airlocks are all equipped with scanners just in case. This early in an usurpation. However, it is unlikely one would appear. I carefully tried not to react as realization dawned on me. I'd heard stories of anathema disguising themselves as humans, but I'd mostly discounted it as internet horror stories. Now that I knew that wasn't the case, I had a dozen questions on what other things I'd heard of that might be true, that could wait until later. However, and I mentally filed the information away. What would they do if one was detected? For normal shelters, a special gas containing silverite filings would be released and effectively melt the anathema. Because this is a mega shelter, the same thing would happen, but would also be followed with the deployment of two 20mm Gatling turrets from the ceiling. I blinked in surprise, but forced myself not to look up at the ceiling. I knew they would be watching us through cameras, so I kept myself looking forward. Brian shifted uncomfortably next to me. I squeezed his hand, hoping it came across as reassuring while we waited. The seconds began to stretch into minutes, and as I glanced around, I noticed how stark the scarlet footprints I'd tracked in were on the otherwise white room. Reflexively, I flicked my gaze to the lower left of my vision, only to remember my HUD, and therefore health, were disabled. Even though Selene hadn't seemed concerned, I was still slightly worried about how much blood I was tracking around. "Scanning complete," the synthetic voice finally called out after almost 5 minutes. "Interior doors opening." As the doors began to slide open, I felt myself holding my breath. A nervous flutter went through my stomach, and I carefully made my expression empty as the tension inside me ratcheted up to 11. With a familiar methodicalness, I began folding up that anxiety into a small, manageable box as I prepared myself to interact with people once again. It was weird that I didn't have that same serrated anxiety when dealing with Brian, but maybe that was because of how much younger he was. Now, though, at the thought of dealing with a bunch of strangers, it was back in full force. The familiar, bile-tinged barbs swirled in my stomach like they always did when I knew I would be forced to interact with people, and I was ready for the wave of light nausea that washed over me. A moment later, I had it under control and pushed to the back of my mind as I shifted to simply focusing on observing and making mental notes. The doors had opened far enough that one of us could have squeezed through solo. But this time, I simply waited. Brian seemed fine waiting with me as well, and I instead carefully looked onwards as the room beyond was revealed. It was another room made of the same clean white tiles, but this one was slightly circular. Across from us were 3 separate hallways that seemed to stretch on a good while. Other than the hallways, the only real thing of note in the room was the people inside. My eyes were instantly drawn to the 4 of them wearing matching uniforms and holstered guns. They wore the ultramarine blue clothes and black bulletproof vests of Arcadian police officers, and I felt myself tense in recognition. My eyes flicked to the last person in the room, a middle-aged man in a suit and a shaved head. His eyes were wide as he looked at us, and he was a good step behind one of the others. The only other thing I saw was one of the officers, a young Korean woman, had a wheelchair in front of her. She had silky onyx hair that fell to the middle of her neck, and a soft face with warm hazel eyes. The second she saw me, she gave me a gentle smile. She started walking forward, pushing the wheelchair with her. An older-looking officer with salt and pepper hair glanced at her as she began to move, his lips twitching in what might have been the start of a smile. Then he followed, and the rest of the officers were right behind him. "Hey there," the Korean officer said softly, giving me a gentle smile as she pushed the wheelchair into the airlock room. "I'm Officer O with the Arcadian Police Department's 2nd Division. It's nice to meet the two of you. How about we get you sitting down? That cut looks pretty nasty." Even though she was speaking to me with extra softness, it didn't come across as condescending. Instead, it held a genuine warmth, and a kindness mingled with worry I hadn't heard before. The combination took me off guard, and I wasn't sure how to respond. I glanced at Brian, and saw he was looking at the officers with a relieved smile. I turned back to the woman and gave her a nod, moving to sit down in the chair. Then I remembered my backpack, and I awkwardly started taking it off, being extra careful not to jostle its contents too much while juggling the ice axe in my hand. "If it's all right with you, one of us can hold on to that axe," she said, her voice quiet. "I know it might be hard to believe after what you must have been through, but you're safe now. I promise." I looked up at her in surprise. I had expected a more hardline approach to handing over the ice axe, not what seemed to be a genuine suggestion. More than that, the complete assurance in her voice that she was absolutely convinced I was safe made me want to reflexively push back to tell her I wasn't. "But I am now, aren't I?" I realized I must have been staring, and I gave myself a small mental shake. Officer O just gave me a slow nod, holding out her hand. Carefully, I reached out and handed her the axe. With both hands free and a little more shuffling, I managed to get my backpack off. I clutched it in front of me, letting it rest in my lap as I turned and sat down in the wheelchair. O handed the axe off to another officer, who gingerly took it while eyeing up the black ichor covering it dubiously. "And what about you?" "Oh," asked Brian, "are you hurt at all?" "No." Brian gave a vigorous shake of his head. "She kept me safe." "I'm sure she did," Oh murmured, voice trailing off. Then she gave herself a shake and looked down at me. "Let's get you to the infirmary, shall we? Or do you want to stick together with, I never asked your names, did I?" "I'm Mai, and that's Brian," I replied, glancing at him. He's been through a lot. He got separated from his family, so I'm not really sure what would be best." Something like surprise flickered through her eyes at that, but it was quickly replaced by the gentleness from before. "Next to her?" The older officer simply gave a nod. "Why don't we get him to the barracks?" he grunted, waving at another officer. This one a woman with the glittering, bright viridian eyes of a Manaborn. "Millie, you mind watching over him?" "Sure thing, Sarge," she replied, then turned and pointed to the figure in his hand. "Hey there, sweetie. Is that a Carmine Crusader figurine? My son loves him. Why don't you tell me about him while we go find a nice place to rest, huh?" Brian's eyes went big, and a genuine grin stretched across his face. The woman smiled back and offered her hand to Brian. A second later, he was holding it and began talking as they moved into the shelter. With a slight jostle, the wheelchair began moving as we followed. I made sure to hold my backpack tight in my lap, trying my best to unobtrusively glance around to keep an eye on everyone. "Marcus, I'm going to get her stitched and cleaned up," O said, turning the wheelchair to go down a different hallway from the one Brian was heading. To my side, I saw the man in the suit frown severely. "Now wait just a minute," he said, his voice severe. "We haven't heard back in almost 20 minutes, and if she knows anything, maybe some food too." O interrupted, sounding almost thoughtful. "Something warm, maybe?" The older officer, who must have been Marcus, simply gave a grunt and vague handwave of affirmation while the businessman sputtered and turned to him. O kept pushing me forward, and none of the other officers seemed inclined to follow as we began down the long hallway. There were plenty of doors, and some of them had small card readers with keypads next to them. Operations, communications, camera room, storage, and a few other labeled rooms went by before we turned into one that had its door wide open. Inside, there were various beds with curtain partitions lining the sides of the room. Small tables and various medical machines were stationed next to each bed, and at the far end of the room was what looked like a door with a keypad. The officer rolled us up to one of the beds in the middle of the room, seemingly at random. "All right," O said, turning to look at me. After a moment, she went to the curtains and drew them closed around us. I felt myself stiffen slightly when she turned back to me with a serious expression on her face. "I know you must have been through a lot, and you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. All I need to know is where you're hurt. Okay?" I blinked in surprise, but gave her a nod. "Just my leg, and some bruises. Nothing else." She raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Reaching over to the bedside table, she pulled on some disposable gloves from a box. Then she walked over and kneeled down as she started inspecting the cut on my leg. Her fingers reached out to it. Then she stopped and looked up at me, as if asking for permission. I nodded, and she started carefully touching it and moving the rip in my tights around to get a better look at the wound itself. "Don't forget to act like you are in pain," Celine told me. "While they might assume you are in shock or running on adrenaline, it would be better to hide the fact you have already taken pain medication." I flinched and sucked in a breath through my teeth at her next touch. She winced and started moving more gently, keeping careful watch of her movements. I clenched my teeth and twitched at her prodding, slowly squeezing my backpack tighter. After another few moments, she let out a sigh. "Well, it looks bad enough to require some staples," she said with an apologetic look up at me. "Let me go get you some pain medicine and the rest of the tools. I'll be right back, all right?" I nodded, and she got up and left, pushing through the curtain and disappearing, listening to her footsteps. I waited until I heard her reach the far end of the room. A second later, there was a beep and the click of a door unlocking. After I heard her open the door and close, I shifted slightly in the wheelchair. What should I do about the pain medicine I thought to Celine? Will it interfere with what I've already taken? "You may take it if you wish. The emergency pain relief medicine you took lasts for 4 hours and works through a different methodology and combination of chemicals. Whatever they might give you will only help, and I would recommend taking it." "Okay, but why aren't they asking me anything? They're treating me so—" Before I could continue, I heard the door open and wheels squeaking along the floor. A moment later, the curtain was pushed aside, and Officer O entered with a small metal cart with various bottles and other objects on it. She gave me a lopsided smile as she grabbed some scissors. "Sorry, but I'm going to cut up your tights. Not that they're really salvageable anyway." She went to work opening up a larger hole to get access to my wound. After that, she grabbed a bottle of disinfectant and a cloth. "This is going to sting a little," O said, and I gave a nod before she went to work cleaning the area around my cut. "Ask her why there isn't a doctor doing this," Celine suddenly said as I practiced wincing at pain I couldn't even feel. Curiosity stirred inside me at why Celine was asking, but I decided to follow her lead. I started, "I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't a doctor be doing this?" O looked up at me with something glittering in her eyes. "What, am I not good enough for you?" "No, it's just," I started hurriedly, but she let out a little laugh. I felt my cheeks warm slightly. "Kidding. I'm kidding." She chuckled. "To answer your question, yes, a doctor should be doing this, just like a doctor should be stationed at this shelter. Unfortunately, whoever was supposed to be here today didn't show up, so you're stuck with little old me instead." "Sorry," I quickly replied, looking down. I didn't mean to sound ungrateful. Ma'am? She stopped cleaning my cut for a moment and looked up at me, almost curiously. I kept my eyes firmly planted down as my heart rate picked up slightly. A moment later, she gave me a soft smile. "No offense. Taken," she said. Then she gave me a big grin. "And don't call me ma'am. Makes me feel too old. Oh is fine, or even Jiwoo. Oh can sound a little weird with how much it's used in English. And you can't even begin to imagine the jokes the guys at the station give me. Oh no, look who it is, and so on." A choked giggle managed to escape me, and I felt my face heating up more. Jiwoo only smiled wider in response. "Oh boy, oh geez, oh great," she went on as she continued cleaning my cut. "And then there's the people who don't even do it on purpose. Those are almost worse because I'm constantly looking around every time I hear the word. Honestly, it's enough to make my neck sore by the end of the day." I gave her a grim smile and a little shrug. "I think I have some idea of what you go through." She looked up at me, brows furrowed for a moment, and then her eyes widened. "Oh, my, I bet you do." "Don't you?" Where were my manners? I hadn't even considered that. My bad. My lord, it gets old, doesn't it? She managed to draw another subdued giggle from me, and I nodded. Something warm sparkled in her eyes as she looked me over, and she let out a sigh. "All right, well, I've got some topical anesthetic I'm going to apply, then we can do the staples." I double-checked the instruction manual, and these staples are fine in water, so we can get you cleaned up properly afterwards without too much hassle. I dipped my head in assent, the smile slipping from my face as she opened a bottle and used a Q-tip to start putting gel over my cut. I bit down on my teeth again, squinting my eyes slightly as I tensed my muscles. Jiwoo glanced up at me after she finished, and she seemed to hesitate for a second. "I don't mean to pry," she said, "but you have some blood smeared on your cheek under your eye patch. I know you said you didn't have anything else besides some bruises." She trailed off, and I blinked. "Oh, no. The patch is just—" I shrugged, and after a second of indecisiveness, just decided to lift it. The brightness of the room made me blink a few times, and my HUD popping up into view was almost as distracting. "Heterochromia?" she asked in surprise, and I nodded. I think I get it. Probably makes people stare, especially with the bright eye colors Manaborn have. The eye patch is almost as bad, I murmured. But at least they usually leave me alone because it looks medical. "People," Jiwoo said emphatically, shaking her head. "Sorry you have to go through that. I think your eyes look really pretty. Though, so don't assume for a second that people think they look bad. Most people are probably just jealous of how stunning it makes you look." I felt myself blush, and I murmured a half-hearted thanks. She just gave me a sad smile in response and then slowly poked at my wound again. "Feel anything?" "Not really." "Good," she said, picking up something vaguely gun-shaped but plastic with a large lever. "Now I've done some emergency aid courses, but I'm no professional, so you'll want to get this looked at as soon as the usurpation's over. We'll get you all set up with some paperwork before you leave that'll make getting these removed and any other care free of hassle." I nodded, not that I was too worried. Calling the healthcare policy of Arcadia and her 6 sister islands generous would be an understatement at best, and generally any injuries caused during an usurpation were completely covered. She started carefully pushing the skin together around the gash, and now that I didn't have to watch to make the proper reactions, I looked away. A second later there was a weird clicking sound. "Will it scar?" I asked absently, eye wandering around the folds of the curtain. "Almost certainly," Jiwoo responded with a wince. "But with the paperwork I'm going to draw up, I'm pretty sure they'll give you that special anti-scarring treatment or at least remove the scar afterward with some of the Zenith tech they have." I looked at her in surprise. Except for what the Zenith had first gifted humanity along with the Sanctuary Islands and the pre-built sci-fi cities spanning them, Any technology from the Zenith had to be acquired from a magical girl. That meant they generally reserved using it because of how rare and therefore expensive it was. Jiwoo saw my incredulous look and gave me a pained smile. It's not every day someone survives an hour in an usurpation and makes it to a shelter, she said gently. And when they hear you did it while protecting a child, I'm pretty sure they'll be pulling out all the stops for you. Looking at the almost mournful expression on her face, I wasn't sure what to do. Thankfully, she went back to stapling, leaving me with those words to stew over. Before I could really get further than realizing she was probably right, that I was going to be the center of all kinds of attention I did not need. She stood up, evidently finished as she set down the staple gun. "So, you said you also had some bruises," she asked, her voice reserved. "Would you feel comfortable showing me where, just so I can make sure it isn't anything more serious?" I felt my breathing hitch in my throat, the blood draining from my face. I was bruised all over my right side, and I couldn't let her. "It's fine if you don't," she said hurriedly, seeming to have seen the reaction on my face. "So long as you are sure it is just bruising. I'm sure you would be in more pain if it was anything more, but adrenaline and shock afterward can do weird things. I just don't want anything more serious going unnoticed." "I'm sure," I said hurriedly, giving a jerky shake of my head. "I just fell. That's all." "Okay," Jiwoo said quietly, pausing for a moment. "Well, in that case, I have some pain medication here. As long as you don't have any allergies, I'm going to give you something just a little stronger than over-the-counter pills. If we're still here in another 4 hours, you can come find me for another." She opened a bottle, shook out a pill, and handed it to me. I eyed it for a second before popping it into my mouth, wondering just how long the usurpation was going to be, anyway. I knew that usurpations outside of the 7 sanctuary cities were usually a lot longer, but in Arcadia I was fairly sure they didn't tend to last longer than 7 or 8 hours at most. Considering the concentration of magical girls and magical soldiers on the island, it wasn't surprising they could keep the time down so easily. So, now that we've gotten through all of that, how about we get you a shower and some clean clothes? I bobbed my head gratefully. Between the dried sweat and blood, I felt absolutely disgusting. Worse, I was sure I smelled just as bad, but my nose had already acclimated to it. Now that I thought about it, Jiwoo had been awfully close to me and hadn't said anything about it. Heat rose to my cheeks, and I started to push myself up out of the wheelchair. To my surprise, my muscles barely responded and I stumbled slightly. "Whoa there," she held out her hands as if to catch me. Slowly. "You've been through a lot, and with the adrenaline leaving you, you're going to be feeling pretty weak and exhausted." Now that she mentioned it, exhaustion was creeping into my muscles and thoughts behind the slowly easing tension. My chest still had that familiar tightness that any amount or hint of social interaction brought, but it was getting hard to outright ignore the fatigue. Still, I couldn't afford to just let my guard down completely, so I gave Jiwoo a shaky smile as I shouldered my backpack. She gave me one last critical look, then jerked her head in a follow-me gesture, pushing through the curtains. I followed after her, and we wound up going down the hall until we reached an intersection with a hall leading to our right. We took the turn, and she turned to look over her shoulder. The shelter has 3 basic wings. The left one that we were just in is for administrative and essential services. The middle one is the residential, with the various sleeping rooms, common areas, washrooms, and such. The one on the right is storage, maintenance, and all the other things that don't really fit with the first 2. Generally, we ask that people stay out of the left wing. Now, there might be some people in the halls, and if anyone tries to bother you now or later, just let me know, okay? "Yes, ma'am," I replied reflexively. She looked over her shoulder at me but said nothing as she turned the corner, and I followed. Sure enough, There were a few people walking through the extra-wide hall or otherwise just hanging around. I felt my pulse rise, and then spike dramatically as anyone who saw me stopped whatever they were doing to stare. I turned my attention to the ground, staring down as I hurried after Ji-woo, whose steps seemed to have quickened noticeably. Suddenly, I was all too aware of how awful I looked in that moment. I choked back the anxiety crawling up my throat and just focused on walking as people looked at the sweat-soaked, bloody girl in ripped clothes. As we passed, I heard some whispers begin, and I forced myself to try to ignore them, one foot in front of the other. I hurried after Ji-woo, hoping the showers weren't that far. Nevertheless, some of the louder and less considerate people's whispers came through. Holy shit. A survivor. This long into an usurpation. Damn, looks like she's been through hell. Idiot. Of course she came from outside the shelter. How else would she get hurt like that? No way, man. You go ask her how she did it. That officer looks like she's ready to bite my head off. Man, that girl's going to be so messed up. Hope she has a good therapist. I heard she saved a boy, too. They're keeping him in the 4th barracks, but he has an officer keeping people from crowding him. Think we're going to see her on the news after this. Telling her story. They always love getting survivor stories, and I bet she's got one hell of one to tell. She probably just got lucky. That or sacrifice someone to save herself. Did you see her leg? Damn, that's gnarly. My cheeks began to burn as I tried to ignore the attention. Thankfully, we reached a set of doors a moment later. Ji-woo led me into this one marked for women, and only after we took another turn did I finally look up. It was a fairly simple but long room with sinks along one wall and shower stalls on the other. Each stall was divided by 2 separate curtains, giving a small changing area separate from the actual shower. Ji-woo walked down the line of showers for a moment, as if checking to see if any were occupied. When she was satisfied they weren't, she turned to me with a lopsided smile. Sorry about that. People can be real idiots. I shrugged, and the smile fell from her face. Well, why don't you go take a shower? I'll get somebody to keep people from wandering into this shower room while I find you some clothes to wear. There's already towels and soap in the stalls, and I'll bring a trash bag to get rid of your current outfit. I don't think much of it is going to be salvageable, unfortunately. Ignoring the spike of pain that came with her assessment, I bobbed my head in agreement. Then I went into one of the stalls and drew the outer curtain closed. While I set down my backpack on the small bench in the changing alcove, I listened to Ji-woo's echoing footsteps as she left, and I let out an internal sigh of relief when I heard her leave. If it is all right with you, Celine spoke. Perhaps you could remanifest me. Why, I thought with a frown. Even though I have already promised privacy while you adjust to me being within your head, the extra degree of separation might help you feel it more. I'd also like to explore the shelter and look into some things after you are finished. Until then, I can keep watch on your backpack. Oh, all right. I thought about it for a second. Sorry. I know you're not exactly human and don't even care about this kind of thing, but this is all still incredibly new, and it will take time to adjust how you feel as well as think about our partnership. Celine finished, her voice soothing. I assure you, no offense is taken. Besides, being separated when you are not commencing your magical girl duties gives me a chance to observe other humans or even interact with other familiars. Many magical girls operate the same way, and it serves as a good way to gather additional information without revealing yourself to others. As Celine finished speaking, I felt the familiar sensation of warmth condensing and swirling around in my chest before a tendril reached out to my heart. Bracing myself, I let it touch, and was rewarded with the same brief flare of heat that left a cold emptiness behind. This time, I was prepared for the wave of fatigue that washed through me, but I felt myself let out an involuntary gasp as it piled on top of all my previous exhaustion. I blinked, and in the span of that microsecond, Celine was suddenly sitting on the little bench next to my backpack. She gave me a swish of her tails and then scampered out underneath the curtain. I'll stay out here and only keep an eye on your backpack when Ji-woo returns with your clothes." "Thanks," I thought back. Then, with a sigh, I began pulling off my clothes. To my horror, it was more of an exercise in peeling them off. Any hope of salvaging them went out the window, and I even put the replacement shirt I'd put on into that category. It was painful knowing how much I was going to pay to replace everything. Still, it was better for my peace of mind to know I wouldn't be reusing clothes that had been soaked in alien blood, or my own. The only thing I wouldn't sacrifice was my eye patch and maybe my shoes. The eye patch would go the second I got home for a replacement, but my shoes, I hadn't quite given up on. Replacement school shoes would be almost $40, and I was already looking at almost $200 to replace the entirety of my outfit. And unless I wanted to try to make one blazer and school skirt work, I'd need to replace at least those. I let out a frustrated sigh, and then went to work taking off the bandages wrapped around my left forearm. It didn't take me long, and when I finished, I found myself staring. The regenerative gum must have healed that, too, though it still left another scar. After a moment, I gave a mental shrug and stuffed the bandages into the same backpack pocket that had my bloody shirt. If the garbage bag Ji-woo was getting for me was opaque, I transferred both with the rest of my condemned clothes. Somehow, that made me feel better about the possibility of somebody looking through my backpack even though I still had a gun in there. I turned on the shower and waited for the water to heat up. Glancing around, I noted the locations of the small washcloth and soap dispensers in the shower, as well as the towels hanging in the changing room while I waited. After I was sure the water was just short of burning me, I stepped in and closed the curtain behind me. The water splashed over me, and it was heavenly. For a while, I just let myself enjoy it, the heat melting the tension out of me. Showers had always been my own personal sanctuary, a place where I could just be without worry. The warmth of the water, the pitter-patter of the droplets washing out any sound, the reassuring solitude like I was in my own little world. All of it let me just stop worrying for a moment. And I cherished the serenity while it lasted. Eventually, my mind wandered to the events of the past hour, and I found myself shaking my head. An hour. It felt like I had been out there for so much longer than that. Every moment of sneaking, planning, and fighting, every second, a struggle against the fear screaming at the back of my mind. Something bubbled deep in my chest, and I furiously pushed it down. This was not the time to be breaking down, not when I wasn't truly alone. I grabbed at the washcloth and put myself to work scrubbing. My skin was caked with dried blood starting at my stomach and covering most of my lower half. I made sure to take my time, applying vigorous amounts of soap as I went. It was a little worrying, watching the water pooling on the shower floor, changing color as I went. I tried my best to ignore it, and just focus on scraping my skin clean, which ended up taking time, a lot of time. Eventually, it became hard to tell if my skin was still slightly stained red from the blood or just from scrubbing it raw. Ji-woo is coming in with a very large bag. Celine told me just as I had finished with my stomach and sat down to clean off the blood on my right calf. "Hey, Mai, it's me," Ji-woo called out a moment later. "I got a bunch of clothes for you to choose from because I wasn't really sure what might fit. I'm just going to pop in for a second to set these down if that's okay." "All right," I called back, huddling into myself slightly as I watched the curtain. I heard the outer one open, and after a handful of seconds, it closed again. "There," she said. "There's an extra bag in there for your dirty ones. I'll be waiting outside for you, but feel free to take your time." "Okay, thank you," I replied, quickly adding the last part. "All in a day's work," she called back, and I could practically hear the wry grin on her face. I listened to her leave, then let myself unfurl and continue scouring away the filth. By the time I was finished, I was starting to get wrinkled. Worse, the exhaustion had set in fully, giving my body all the strength of jelly and mind all the clarity of cotton. It was all I could do to remain standing without swaying back and forth. Although my muscles weren't aching, my legs felt dangerously wobbly. Worse, I could feel my eyes threatening to just stay closed after every blink. With a sigh, I redid my hair and body with soap one last time before I turned off the shower, stepped out, and started drying myself. The bag sitting next to my backpack was a large black trash bag, and judging by its size, it was absolutely filled with clothes. I unwrapped it to find a small mountain, and started picking through my selection. I could tell at a glance most of the clothes were too big for me, which wasn't a surprise considering I frequented the kids section to find things properly my, prestigious size. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry about trying to coordinate any sort of outfit because all the clothes were shades of gray and of the casual wear variety. It took me a while to find things my size, but I ended up with some comfy sweatpants and a hoodie over a long-sleeve shirt. I had to roll up the sleeves and pant legs a little, but the baggy, too long sleeves of the hoodie I left alone to drape over my hands. There was also a pair of slippers in the bag that I put on and found to be of serviceable size. Finally, I pulled on my eye patch almost as an afterthought. With that sorted, I unfurled the extra black trash bag I had found with the clothes. A moment later, I had all my bloody clothes wrapped up, including the shirt and bandages from my backpack. I thought about it for a moment, then decided to store my shoes in their place. I shouldered the pack afterward, then frowned as I held the closed bag of dirty clothes. I looked from the bag of extra clothes to the used towels, wondering how I was supposed to carry it all. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to just ask Jiwoo what to do, and I left the shower stall. Celine stood on a sink, and her head tilted to the side as she took in my appearance. Seeing myself in the mirror, I was slightly surprised at how different I looked. In the oversized clothes, I somehow looked even younger, like a little girl who was wearing their parents' clothes. Jiwoo didn't so much as give your backpack a second glance when she put your clothes inside, Celine noted cheerfully. Now, if you would be okay with the idea, I'd like to take a look around the shelter. I won't move out of telepathy range, and you can call me back before you go to sleep to continue guarding you. I gave Celine a grateful nod, then headed outside. To my surprise, there was barely anybody in the hallway. Maybe it had something to do with the way Jiwoo was leaning against the wall, scowling at the various doors. The second she noticed me, her expression changed back to a smile. From underneath her arm, she pulled out a folded blanket, and with a deft motion, unfurled it and draped it around my shoulders. "Here," she said, gently taking the trash bag from me. "I'll trade you." I started, shifting my backpack to hold in front of me along with the blanket sides. What should I do about the towels and clothes? "Don't worry about it," she said, adjusting the blanket about me. "I'll take care of it later. Let's get you settled down for now." She started walking and I followed, pulling the blanket tighter around me while I cradled my backpack with my arms. A few people wandered the halls or else happened to be leaving one room for another, and they almost all stopped to stare. I turned away to stare at the floor, and was slightly surprised when we took a hallway turn to the right. Isn't this the admin wing?" "Yeah," Jiwoo interrupted with a shrug. "I got permission to set you up in the guard barracks. I figured that way you might get some privacy to rest. Unless you wanted to be with Brian." "No, it's okay," I said, trying to hide the relief in my voice. "I'm not really sure how to handle kids anyway." "Well, you seem to do a good job," she said softly, suddenly serious as she turned to look me in the eye. "I know it must have been tough, but you managed. And that's more than most people could have done alone." The intensity behind her words made me uncomfortable, so I just gave a little shrug and looked back to the floor. She turned away a moment later and continued walking. We turned into another room after another minute of walking. It was fairly empty, but along either side were beds built into the walls, turning them into little alcoves with curtains that could be drawn across them. At the far end was what looked like a small kitchen where I saw one of the other officers standing in front of a stove. He had a young-looking face with freckles and sandy blonde hair. He gave me a smile and nod before turning to Ji-woo. "Should be ready to go," he said, turning off one of the burners. Kept them both warm but not too hot. "Thanks, Marco," Ji-woo responded, giving him a grateful smile. "My, go ahead and get settled on a bunk. I'll be right with you." She walked over to the oven, and I considered my options before heading to a bunk in the middle of the room, far enough away that I wouldn't be bothered by anyone entering or next to people in the kitchen area. I pushed my backpack into the far corner of the bunk next to the pillow, shuffled the blanket around me a little tighter, then sat down. I was surprised to find how soft the mattress felt. I looked up as the officer left, and he gave me a little nod as he passed. Ji-woo was right behind him, holding a bowl with steam coming off it and a spoon. She gave me a small smile and reached to the wall next to the bunk, giving it a gentle push. A rectangular section popped out, and she pulled it out before flipping it horizontal, turning it into a small bedside table. "Here," she said, setting down the bowl. "I wasn't sure if you would be hungry, so I just made some tomato soup, unless you want something else." "No." I blinked in surprise. "No, that's good, thank you." I grabbed the bowl and spoon quickly, considering I had only eaten an hour ago, and it had been a big meal. I wasn't feeling especially hungry. Between the anxiety, tension, and exhaustion, I wouldn't have normally even thought of eating. But I also wasn't about to turn down free food. I blew gently on a spoonful of the red liquid before I started digging in. Ji-woo seemed satisfied and went back to the kitchen while I focused on the soup. I couldn't recall ever having it before, but I found myself enjoying its slightly acidic sweetness. The tanginess got to be a little much without anything to break it up, but I could see how pairing it with something else could work well. Once the first spoonful was in me, I found myself digging into the bowl with focus. By the time Ji-woo returned from the kitchen with a coffee cup in her hand, I had already managed to empty the bowl. She blinked in surprise, and I felt my cheeks color. I hadn't thought I was that hungry either. But once I started, "There's more if you'd like seconds," she said, a hint of concern in her voice, and I quickly shook my head. "No, I just kind of got carried away." I winced. "Sorry." She frowned at me, setting down the cup. "There's nothing to be sorry for. Here, I got you something else to help warm you up." I nodded and quickly traded the bowl for the cup, but didn't immediately drink from it. She gave me a worried smile, and after looking around a moment, sat down next to me on the other end of the bunk. We sat in silence for a while, and I gave the dark liquid in the cup a few gentle blows. The smell coming from it was rich and dark, and although it tickled at my memory, I couldn't quite place it. "So," Ji-woo said quietly, "you've been through a lot. I take it from the uniform you were wearing, you're in high school." I glanced at her, then dipped my head in affirmation. I could feel myself beginning to tense up at where her questioning might be going. "Well, after all this is over, there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk to you, get your story, and that sort of thing. They won't be particularly gentle about how or what they ask about, because they won't really understand that you've been through an ordeal. Sure, they might actually care about you, but for a lot of them, the story will be the important part. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is." She leaned back slightly on the bunk, letting out a long sigh. "It's not completely people's fault." She shrugged. "I mean, except for magical girls and the magical soldiers of the Guardians Association, normal people don't stand a fair chance against anathema. Which means when somebody does beat them, or at least survives them, they see it as a big deal, something to be celebrated and shared, to spread the hope around. So when word gets out about a high school girl saving a grade school boy and getting him to a shelter, it's going to be a big deal. And when they hear you were injured but also had an ice axe with anathema blood on it." Ji-woo trailed off, and I glanced at her. She was looking down at the floor, a dark expression on her face. She stared for a moment, then shook her head and reached into one of her vest's pockets. Retrieving a card, she showed it to me before reaching over and setting it down on the table. "That's my card." Jiwoo smiled at me, her voice quiet and impossible soft. "If any of them bother you, or you just want to talk to someone, or need anything, really, feel free to give me a call. Anytime, any day, even if all you want is to say hi and chat about the weather." My chest suddenly felt tight as a dozen emotions suddenly burst forth and started swirling inside me. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears as something caught in the back of my throat. Why? Why is she treating me so nicely? She doesn't even know me. Why isn't she asking about what happened? Isn't she supposed to be finding out how bad the usurpation is? What's out there, isn't that? Her job I don't understand. The whirlwind in my chest refused to settle, so I just gave her a nod and raised the cup to my lips to take a sip and hopefully hide my turmoil. Anyway, she patted her kneecaps, her eyes glittering as her voice became thick with emotion. "I just want to let you know, you did something amazing. Even if it doesn't feel like it. You did. Because you saved a life. Beyond all the scary memories, I hope that you can be proud of yourself, because you deserve at least that much, and much more for what you've been through." The words I'd never heard before hit me right as I tasted the hot chocolate in the cup. The warm, comforting bliss of the beverage I'd only had for real once before. When my only friend had brought me to her house and made me feel welcome, I managed to swallow the sip and take in a deep, shuddering breath as my exhaustion, tension, anxiety, and emotions all rolled into one and peaked. Then something in me cracked, and I burst into tears. Chapter 13, Breaking Points. Jiwoo. Jiwoo closed the door to the barracks quietly, making sure the lock clicked shut behind her. Only then did she let her shoulders slump as she let out a sigh. Mai had finally passed out after almost 10 minutes of crying, which wasn't particularly surprising. No. The part that worried Jiwoo was how quiet the girl had been through the whole thing. Other than sniffling, Mai hadn't let out a single sound as she started shaking, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably. It was almost as if Mai had been more scared of letting people see her cry than what had caused the tears in the first place. If that wasn't concerning enough, then how she reacted to Jiwoo trying to comfort her certainly was. It was a miracle that Jiwoo had managed to get Mai's permission to bandage the girl's calf afterwards. Jiwoo shook her head. It wasn't incredibly surprising the poor girl had broken down, and in fact, it was probably a good sign that she was processing her ordeal. Still, the way she had fallen apart had set off the alarm bells that had been steadily building in Jiwoo's head as she spent more time with the girl. Jiwoo desperately hoped she was wrong, that she was jumping at shadows and what she was seeing was just Mai processing the traumatic experiences she must have faced to survive. But for some reason, Jiwoo couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. Even if she had nothing but her gut and a few odd observations about her behavior and mannerisms. Even then, it wasn't like Jiwoo had any idea what the problem could be. She could make any number of guesses, but in the end, she just didn't have enough information. With another sigh, Jiwoo turned and went to the command center. It wasn't a long walk, but it did give her a few moments to get her thoughts straightened out. As she slid her access card across the room's security console, she wondered if maybe the person inside would have any insights. Sergeant Marcus O'Malley was already in the room, waiting for her. The command center was a vaguely rectangular room with the far wall occupied by a desk facing dozens of computer screens while a long conference table and chairs lined the length leading up it. Marcus sat in front of the consoles at the far end, typing on a keyboard while frowning at one of the screens, and he looked over his shoulder to give Jiwoo a small nod as she entered. For her part, she didn't waste any time pulling one of the conference table chairs out and throwing herself into it. Marcus plucked at some keys for a bit longer, tapped one of the screens, then let out a disgusted sigh before he slowly spun the chair around to look at Ji-woo. Seeing her slouching against the chair with her eyes closed, he gave a wince of sympathy. That bad his granite and gravel voice rasped. "Not exactly," Ji-woo sighed, rubbing at her face, "though I did manage to make her cry, so go me, I guess. There's a reason part of the instructions for survivor intake is to get an emotional reaction." Marcus shrugged with a lopsided smile. "Most people just aren't built for life or death situations, and nobody is ever really ready for one. Even though it feels like crap, getting them to cry and at least open up that much is a good thing. Doesn't feel great, but don't go beating yourself up about it." "I know," Ji-woo groaned, frustration creeping into her voice. "But it's not that part that worries me." Marcus frowned and leaned back in his chair. Ji-woo took the moment to gather her thoughts, then turned to face her sergeant. Mai held herself together the entire time, except for the very end. It was only after I told her how amazing it was that she managed to make it here, let alone do it with a little kid. She broke down. What gets me worried is that the second she started crying, she also started apologizing to me over and over again. Then, when I reached out to hug her, she flinched. Then she just kept saying sorry over and over again. Marcus looked thoughtful for a moment, scratching at his chin. "You think she's just shying away from physical contact after... well, if the boy she brought back is to be believed. Going toe-to-toe with an anathema, with just an axe, Ji-woo started, but bit back her words as she forced herself to consider the possibility. It was possible, she supposed, and even seemed like the most likely explanation, but that didn't explain all the other little things nagging at Ji-woo, like how stapling and later bandaging Mai's leg had made her realize just how thin and small the girl was, or the mannerisms Mai displayed when interacting with people, always bowing her head to look at the floor and apologizing at the slightest mistake. Then there was the outright fear that had flashed through her when Ji-woo asked if she could see her bruises. Even when Ji-woo had first seen her, the girl had looked ready to run or fight at the slightest provocation, like she was some sort of cornered animal. But most of that could be explained by the fact Mai had just been through a traumatic experience and was probably in shock. She had every reason to be on a hair trigger, and it was no surprise how defensive and quiet she was, especially if she really did come face to face with an anathema. And yet, Ji-woo couldn't shake that there was something more, that every little interaction had just been the slightest bit off. "I don't know, Marcus." She finally shook her head. "I just don't know, but I did give her my card." Marcus looked up sharply at that, his eyes narrowing. Marcus was one of the few people Ji-woo could count on to get the significance of that. Officers usually carried courtesy cards with their name and their precinct's number on them, but Ji-woo also carried cards with her own personal phone number. It was something she learned from Marcus, and like him, she only ever gave that card out to people she would drop everything to help. For anything else, she gave out the precinct's general card. In a way, it was part of her code, that if she was going to personally offer her help, she really was going to commit to it. Maybe it was idealistic and naive, or even unrealistic, but of the other 6 times Ji-woo had given her card out, she had never come to regret the fact that she had tried to offer help. And Ji-woo had a feeling that one way or another, Mai needed all the help she could get. The silence in the conference room stretched on for a moment before Marcus finally gave Ji-woo a steady nod. "Well, then you've done all you can, and she's in the best of hands if she ever does need somebody." Ji-woo flashed him a grateful smile even as her cheeks colored slightly. Her former training officer always seemed to know the right thing to say, and Ji-woo felt her worries losing their edge. For a while, neither of them spoke, and Ji-woo found herself glancing at the various computer screens as tension worried its way between her bones. She knew what she wanted to ask, but if Marcus hadn't said anything yet, She was afraid to get a confirmation to the answers she thought she already knew. "How about on your end?" Jiwoo finally asked, her voice subdued. "Have we gotten anything back?" "No," Marcus growled. "And Jace is screaming at me to go interrogate the girl about what's going on outside." Jiwoo bristled, and her normally warm, chocolate eyes hardened in an instant. It was just their luck that one of the owners of the mall had happened to be on the first floor when the alarms went off. Ever since the usurpation started, Jace had been nothing but an absolute nightmare, acting as if he had some sort of authority in the shelter to make decisions. And he'd tried to insert himself into every situation he possibly could. Naturally, I politely explained to him that the girl wouldn't have come from the basement level where Price's team went, considering it only has offices and maintenance rooms, which is something he should know, considering he owns the place. Jiwoo's eyes softened as she chuckled at Marcus's exasperated expression. "Other than that bit of fun," Marcus crossed his arms, "I've only really had a chance to hear from Millie about what that boy said so far." His expression darkened like a thundercloud, and Jiwoo felt herself almost snap to attention. It was rare for something to truly make Marcus angry, meaning whatever he had learned was something serious. Apparently, he all but growled. The boy wandered off from his family and was alone when the alarms went off. That was when the girl came to find him, having encountered his sister. Naturally, that was when the power went out and everything went to hell. Marcus gave Jiwoo a look, almost like he was considering his next words carefully. His very expressive storytelling muddles the next part. But it sounds like the girl fought off some kind of giant dog with the axe she was carrying before the two of them snuck the rest of the way to the shelter. Jiwoo nodded. That much made sense. Still, even if they were taking their time to sneak as quietly as possible, it was weird that it had taken them almost a full hour to make it to their shelter. Though, that didn't take into account how scared Brian must have been and how carefully Mai must have had to handle him. The very expensive toy he'd been holding hadn't escaped Jiwoo's notice, or probably the other officers for that matter, but she was confident none of them were ever going to bring it up. It probably wouldn't even get mentioned in any of the official reports for that matter. Because if taking the thing is what it took to help keep the boy from panicking, nobody could fault Mai for... "So they did?" Marcus interrupted, his voice devoid of emotion. "They snuck the rest of the way to the shelter, on the 3rd floor. The bottom of Jiwoo's stomach dropped out, and she sucked in an involuntary breath. Wide-eyed, she stared at Marcus, whose own eyes looked haunted. "So we at least know the computers aren't malfunctioning," he said bitterly, and Jiwoo fought down the surge of fury that flashed through her. As not only a mega shelter but also the first-floor shelter attached to the building. The shelter they were in was built with a command center that had all kinds of equipment to monitor the status of the other shelters in the building. The idea was that as the biggest shelter with the most stockpiled resources, they would be in a strategic position to coordinate aid if such a thing was necessary. Naturally, the computer system kept tabs on all kinds of information from the other shelters. And that was how Marcus and the other officers had found out that Shelter 3 had activated their emergency shield. Jiwoo's fist tightened as she imagined the scenario almost every human had to have nightmares about at one point or another. She could all too well imagine Mai and Brian running through the darkened halls of the mall, their hope slowly growing with each turn they took, only to have it all dashed away when they finally got to the shelter and saw the shield glowing over the door. If Jiwoo ever got her hands on the idiot responsible, at any rate, Marcus shook himself from his own dark musings. After that, they apparently took their time sneaking around and managed to make it the rest of the way down here without anything else happening. I find that particular bit doubtful. Jiwoo looked up in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I mean, think about the entrance down to this shelter. It's right in the middle of the first floor, and with how big and open the room is, I find it hard to believe it wasn't crawling with anathema." "So," what Jiwoo asked with a frown, "you think Brian's hiding something?" "I know he is." Marcus shrugged. The way he just glazes over the later part of his story but is all too detailed about the beginning tells me that much. The only question is if he's doing it on purpose or not. Apparently, he told Millie that the girl left him in a security room once to go scout a path on her own, and that it was really scary being alone, but he managed to be brave just like Carmine Crusader. Marcus let out a little chuckle, and Jiwoo felt her own mouth quirk up into the hint of a smile. By my best guess, Marcus continued, the girl probably did something to draw away the anathema from the entrance, then doubled back, got the kid, and beelined it for the shelter. By the way, her leg was still bleeding. She probably got hurt doing whatever she did to distract the anathema. Jiwoo thought about it, then nodded in agreement. Even though her ankle wound was nothing to sneeze at, it hadn't been particularly dangerous other than the constant, slow amount of blood loss it was causing. It hadn't quite finished clotting when Mai had arrived, meaning the injury couldn't have happened too long before she arrived, either. All of that is to say, we don't really have any more information than when we started. Marcus shrugged. Which, if we consider it has been almost 40 minutes since those two arrived, I'm afraid that means Price's team failed. Jiwoo felt the bottom of her stomach drop out, and she felt herself pale. Just like that. She asked, her voice weak. We're just going to give up on them. There's nothing else we can do, he responded softly, except follow through on her contingency. We still have her access card, and if nothing changes in the next 4 hours, he trailed off, and Jiwoo felt every muscle in her body tense as she realized what he meant. What about Guardian Command? We can't contact them again and ask if they have any help available. They were pretty clear about the situation when we first contacted them, and Price's security card doesn't give enough clearance on its own. He grunted. No. We can't rely on any help coming in time from that direction. I'm afraid we're on our own. Silence reigned in the command center as both of them sat in their chairs. For a while, neither of the two officers spoke or even dared to look at each other. It had been a desperate plan, the one Price had developed, and she had only been willing to take volunteers with her. Nevertheless, every member of the shelter's security detail had stepped up, and so Price had taken 8 other people with her, 2 having been former magical soldiers like herself. It left the shelter understaffed and at the absolute minimum of security forces, but there wasn't much of a choice in the matter. At the time, Price had been confident they had a decent chance of success. Still, she had left the remaining 5 officers with a backup plan, just in case. If Price and her team somehow failed to fight their way through the anathema and restart the mana generator, the only thing left to try would be sending one person a few hours later when the anathema had hopefully dispersed outwards. In reality, one person sneaking through probably had about as good a chance as the first team did, but it would all depend on just how many anathema had decided to stick around. It wasn't a good plan, but it was better than doing nothing at all. I never thought something like this could happen in Arcadia. Jiwoo whispered quietly. I thought it was impossible that this was supposed to be a sanctuary. Sure, the occasional usurpation might break through the island's countless barriers, but it's always contained and dealt with. Hell, it's more surprising when somebody does get hurt in an usurpation. This, though, it's a little hard to believe, isn't it? It certainly is a shift from how the anathema usually operate. Marcus agreed, though if that magical guardian we got in contact with is to be believed, the situation is well in hand. It's just going to take them some time to regain control, which is the one thing we don't have, Jiwoo said bitterly. No, it isn't. Marcus looked up at Jiwoo then, his eyes hard. Jiwoo, in 4 hours, if nothing changes, I'm going to follow through with Price's backup plan. But if I want to have any hope of success, I'm going to need all the information I can get. That means waking up the girl and getting as much as I can from her as possible about what she's seen. Jiwoo stiffened, her mouth opening to protest. Marcus interrupted her with a raised hand, urging her to wait. I know, believe me, I do. But if there's even a chance she has any information that could help me survive out there, I need it. However, I do realize what she's been through, so I want you to be there too. You seem to have a decent connection with her, and you can make sure I don't push too hard." Jiwoo slowly shut her mouth, then gave a reluctant nod. Inside, her heart was racing as she thought about how straightforward Marcus seemed to think things were. She wondered if it really even occurred to him how dangerous what he was planning to do actually was, or if he had just chalked it up as his duty and moved on. Though, I suppose I'm not much better in that regard. Jiwoo thought to herself with a frustrated sigh. She knew she wouldn't hesitate to go out there either, not with how many lives were at stake. Hell, if Marcus didn't manage to restart the generator, she might just do exactly the same thing. After a moment, she gave Marcus a glance. "How much time do they have left?" Jiwoo asked, and Marcus swiveled his chair around to check the control station. "The system estimates about 8 hours. Marcus shook his head. "Then things will get critical for them." Jiwoo winced. 8 hours was nowhere near enough time if the magical guardian was right in his estimates. Not unless they managed to pull out even more miracles out of their magical bag of tricks. That is, if we don't get that generator online, they really don't have a chance. "Do they?" Jiwoo asked, already knowing the answer. Marcus shook his head grimly, then looked up at the ceiling, as if directly at the people responsible. "Those dumb bastards who locked Mai and Brian out won't even realize they killed everyone in their shelter the second they activated their shield." Chapter 14, Full Scope. I walked through complete darkness, and somehow I knew it wasn't due to a lack of light, but rather, there was just nothing to see. Water just high enough to envelop my toes swished around my feet. The sound gentle and oddly soothing. Even though it was impossible to tell if I was making any meaningful progress in the endless void around me, I continued forward, feeling that I was getting closer to where I needed to be. 343 steps later, I stopped as I felt the hum of electricity. And something else, not a physical sensation but an emotion, almost like emptiness. Loneliness. Slowly, I turned around and was met with a somehow familiar sight. Thorned vines made of lightning tangled together into the shape of a pillar, the electricity of each vine black at its core with violet, glowing edges. I took a step forward on instinct, and a small portion of the vines shifted, thorns rasping against each other in dozens of small electrical snaps. A window formed in the pillar's webwork, and I looked within to see a familiar-looking girl, naked yet gracefully veiled by some of the vines wrapped around her. She looked just as I had seen her before, a porcelain doll with raven tresses falling to her hips, chained and gently held aloft by the lightning vines. What caught my attention was that this time, her eyes were already partially open. Scarlet and azure eyes looked on, her crescent pupils unfocused. She almost looked like she was sleeping, and her mouth moved ever so slightly as if she was saying something. I walked closer to her prison, straining to listen as I approached. "Kanashi," she murmured, her tiny voice velvet soft. "Sabashi, Kowai, Mu, Gaman, Dekanai." Sad, lonely, scary. I can't take it anymore. I blinked, recognizing the Japanese. Even more, I recognized my own voice, but something in it was different. There was a barely noticeable undertone, a bass thrum that gave an unnatural weight to it. I swallowed, staring at the girl for a moment before I worked up the courage to speak. "Nande dushita no?" "Why, what's wrong?" I asked her, my throat tightening as I somehow already knew what the answer would be. She blinked, her eyes slowly opening more fully as she seemed to awaken, her eyes gaining a sheen of focus when she saw me, gently. She gave me a mournful smile, taking in a slow breath to answer. Her mouth opened and the soft, concerned voice of Jiwoo suddenly interrupted, and the moment shattered. My eyes shot open to be met with the dim light of unfamiliar surroundings. I shot upright with a gasp, my heart pounding. Sweat dripped down my brow as my entire body shook with adrenaline. I could feel my mind racing too fast for any one thought to become coherent. So I forced myself to take a deep breath, slowing my breathing as I began to reorient myself. I was in the bed alcove of the guards' barracks, the thin divider drawn closed. Layers of blankets covered me, more than I remembered tucking myself under, and I let out a shiver as cool air bit at me through my now uncovered clothes. What was that? A dream? No, that room. That girl that looks like me, and those thorns. I remember them, from when I first formed my contract. Why didn't I remember until now? Though, I frowned, my thoughts suddenly coming to a jarring halt. Wait, remember what was I just... Are you all right? Jiwoo asked from beyond the divider. I thought I heard you thrashing around in there. Yes, I replied, hastily brushing down my hair and checking over myself. Just a bad dream. As I did, I suddenly remembered how I had fallen asleep. Panic fluttered through me even as a deep blush warmed my face. Part of me couldn't believe that I had let myself fall apart like that, and I was all too aware of how much of a gibbering wreck I'd been, trying to apologize while Jiwoo tried to comfort me. Even worse was the look on her face when I hadn't managed to stop myself from flinching from her. That's understandable, Jiwoo replied, oblivious to my inner turmoil. When all this is over, you might want to talk to a doctor about that, and the papers we'll give you can help. There was an awkward silence, as if Jiwoo was considering something, but then she just let out a long sigh. Could we talk for a bit? I winced. Reaching to my backpack, I pulled my eye patch out from where I vaguely remembered storing it before I fell asleep. Pulling the straps over each ear, I gave myself one last check to make sure I was at least partially presentable. Then I took a deep breath and pulled open the divider. Jiwoo was standing a few steps away, and something about her tense, forced smile set my nerves on edge. I felt my breath catch in my throat and decided to just give her a nod. Celine sat on the floor beside her, staring up with gently swishing tails. Just seeing her there made me feel more at ease, and some of the panic lost its keen edge. My gaze snapped back to Jiwoo as she ran a hand through her hair and let out a sigh. I'm really sorry to have to ask you this. I wish there was time for you to process what you've been through, but there are things happening, and we could really use all the help we can get. So, if you're up for it, I was hoping I could ask you some questions about what you saw in the mall with a friend of mine. I felt myself relax, my breath leaving in a relieved sigh. That was something I could deal with, especially considering I had expected to have the conversation even earlier. If she wasn't going to bring up my little breakdown, then I was more than happy to indulge her. Besides, I'd had more than enough time to go over the cover story in my head. Nodding at Jiwoo, I began extracting myself from the bedding. As I did, I became all too aware of how sore I felt. The entire right side of my body ached, and my leg muscles felt uncomfortably tight. Meanwhile, my ankle throbbed in a line of dull heat. I did my best to ignore it all, putting my feet into the slippers I'd left outside the alcove. When I stood up, I made sure to do it slowly, forcing down a wince as the heat in my ankle took on a painful edge. Do you need more pain medication? Jiwoo asked. The stuff I gave you before should have worn off by now. No thank you, I shook my head. Testing my weight a little more, I'm okay. Jiwoo didn't look entirely convinced, but she didn't push the subject. I hesitated for a moment before I turned back to the sleeping alcove. I grabbed my backpack and put it on, not willing to leave it unattended. Jiwoo didn't seem bothered by it, only motioning for me to follow with a tilt of her head. As we left the barrack, I realized there was another thing I had to take care of, and I stopped in my tracks. I stuttered, looking around. May I use the bathroom before we begin? Jiwoo blinked, then nodded, pointing behind me. Of course, Down this hall. Fourth door on your left. All the rooms are labeled, so it should be fairly obvious. When you're done, come find the room labeled Command Center. It's the first room in this hall before the entry area. Give the door a few hard knocks and we'll let you in." I gave a grateful nod and turned to follow her instructions. Celine hopped after me, and I found myself glancing at her as I took my time walking. For some reason, I felt like I had something I wanted to ask her, something about a dream. The more I tried to pin down the question, the more it seemed to flee my mind. Judging by how I'd reacted when Ji-woo woke me up, I'd been having a nightmare, which was completely unremarkable. So what exactly had I been meaning to ask Celine about? Frowning, I gave her another look. Nothing came to me, and I gave a mental shrug. It was probably nothing, but watching Celine hop next to me did bring up a sudden question. "So," I thought to her, "just how long can you stay manifested for, anyway?" "It depends how much mana you spend to first manifest me, but the general time limit is 1 hour. When your mana is full, however, I can tap into the overflow of what you are regenerating to keep myself manifested. I took the liberty of doing so while you were asleep. Also, do not forget that I can simply appear in your vision as just an apparition, though that will be distinguishable by my form appearing semi-transparent." "Right," I nodded. It was a lot of information to take in at once, but I guess now that we're safe, we have plenty of time for you to teach me everything. Indeed, Celine's tails perked up. After the officers ask their questions, I think it would be best to bring you up to speed on the things you've let me hold back from you. Also, we can begin talking about a variety of other important things, such as your Magical Girl codename, how to spend your stat points, and the potential vaults, grimoires, and skills you might want, and that isn't even going over things like daily, weekly, and monthly quests, or the rewards you have waiting for you once the usurpation ends. There's going to be so much shopping open to do. There was an infectious giddiness to Celine's voice that made me smile softly, and I felt myself getting a little excited. I'd always liked planning out those sorts of things in video games, figuring out what sort of build would work best for the character I was playing. It was weird to think of my future in those terms, but in a way it made me happier. Imagining myself not as who I was, but as some game protagonist made things seem so much more fun. Exciting. I wasn't quite sure what the correct word was, cool, but it gave my stomach a little flutter of something. All I had to do was get through a few questions first. Then I could spend as much time as I wanted talking to Celine. I found the bathroom without trouble and freshened up. I could have spent some time making my hair less messy, but decided to just wet down some of the more unruly parts. It wasn't really something I cared about, but I figured it couldn't hurt to give a little attention to my appearance. Feeling refreshed and a little more confident, I left the bathroom and went searching for the command center. Jiwoo's directions made it easy, and the door's label reassured me I'd found the right room. I knocked on the door, putting a little force into it like Ji-woo had told me. The door opened to reveal Ji-woo. She gave me a smile, gesturing for me to enter. "Take a seat wherever you feel comfortable. We've got the whole room to ourselves." The room in question was fairly simple at first glance. It had a long conference table with chairs down its length. At the far end, though, there was a desk and chair facing a wall of monitors and displays. All of them turned off, but one in the center showing a camera feed of the shelter's entrance hallway. My eyes skimmed past all that to a man who was sitting at the conference table, and I recognized the older officer with the salt and pepper hair from before. He gave me a nod, gesturing to one of the seats across from him. I gave a slight bow in response before I went and took a seat, setting my backpack in an empty chair beside me. To my surprise, Ji-woo took the remaining empty seat beside me, giving me a quick smile. Celine, meanwhile, just jumped up onto the table, and I suppressed a grin as she spun around a few times before sitting down. "I'm Sergeant O'Malley." The man across from the table began once I was seated, and I'd like to start by thanking you for deciding to talk with us. I know it can't be easy, but I can assure you that it is for a good reason." I found myself frowning at that, but only gave a nod in response. I wasn't sure what exactly he meant by that, but decided not to ask. Celine reacted in an equally curious way, her head tilting slightly. "So, to begin with, I want to ask if you are familiar with the Usurpation Survival Act," Sergeant O'Malley asked. "It protects people from actions they take to survive an usurpation." I started, furrowing my brow as I tried to recall what I'd been taught in class. "It says that actions that may otherwise be illegal can be sanctioned if determined to be a reasonable measure used to survive the usurpation, sir." Sergeant O'Malley nodded, eyebrows raising slightly. That particular law was part of the reason I felt so comfortable with my liquor store trap earlier. Theoretically, something like that would be protected under the law, and the Arcadian government would be the one picking up the bill for the damages. That hadn't exactly filled me with complete confidence, considering I knew how slippery laws were in reality. But Celine had assured me at the time that if all else failed, my status as a magical girl would give me immunity. "That's pretty much correct," Sergeant O'Malley agreed. "The reason I bring it up is to let you know that no matter what you might have done, I can almost certainly guarantee you that it will be considered legal. For instance, the ice axe you arrived with, I feel fairly confident you didn't come to the mall with it, meaning you had to, requisition it. Something like that is no problem." I felt my cheeks flush. I'd almost completely forgotten I took that, and while stealing it was such a small thing compared to burning down the store, it still made me blush. "One last thing," Ji-woo interrupted me gently. "Normally, this kind of conversation should be done with your parents around, or even a lawyer. I want to stress that this is not a formal interview, and anything you say won't be recorded or reported officially. The only purpose of this conversation is to find out what conditions are like out there and what tactics you use to survive. Do you understand?" The curiosity in me gained a worried edge to it, something in Ji-woo's voice giving her words a grim undertone, but I simply nodded in response. I glanced at Celine, whose tails had almost stopped moving completely. "Celine, do you know what's going on?" "I do not believe so. There have been a few irregularities about this usurpation, but I deemed them irrelevant to your immediate survival to discuss. Now that you are safe, I am beginning to have suspicions. If you wish, I could analyze the data on the main computer terminal here while they question you." "You can hack computers," I blinked in surprise. "As a familiar, I share the access level you have as a magical girl. I am capable of interfacing with most magitech systems, because the shelter belongs to the Arcadian government. I should have almost complete access to its information." "Oh, then please find out what's going on." Without further comment, Celine hopped across the table and onto the desk at the far end of the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as her tails extended towards the surface of the table and then went through it. Her posture stiffened slightly, and the main monitor with the camera feed flickered for a millisecond. The officer showed no sign of being aware of it, only staring at me intently. "If there is anything that you are still bothered to share with us," Ji-woo continued nonchalantly, "just add hypothetically before you say what you did. I'm not really sure if that actually works, but it can't be in all those TV shows if it doesn't, right?" Sergeant O'Malley let out an amused snort, and I gave a small smile even though I wasn't sure what she was talking about. "Yes, ma'am," I responded, settling into my chair a little more comfortably as the atmosphere relaxed. "Well then..." Sergeant O'Malley glanced at Ji-woo for a second before giving me his full attention. "Why don't we start at the beginning? Tell us what happened, and how you got here. Feel free to take as much time as you need." I nodded, and began telling my rehearsed story, starting with getting split up from Lily. To my surprise, I was stopped almost immediately. "Just a moment," Sergeant O'Malley said. "You said you arrived here with your class." "Yes, sir. It was a field trip for my entire grade." "And you were all on the 3rd floor?" "Yes, sir. We were planning on working our way down as the day went on." Sergeant O'Malley and Ji-woo shared a look, and I felt myself tensing up as something unspoken passed between them. They turned back to me a moment later, giving me a nod. "Please continue." After a moment of hesitation, I did. When I got to all the prep work I did in the sports store, I noticed Ji-woo's eyebrows raising, and even Sergeant O'Malley looked vaguely impressed, giving a few nods. Then I got to my first encounter with an anathema. That was where I started my editing. The only part that really changed was the anathema actually hurting me. Instead, once it pounced on me, I got a lucky hit with the ice axe and killed it before it could do anything. Other than that, I didn't leave much out. Not about its freaky, serrated tail, or its slick black carapace, or the lamprey tongue it had, or its wicked claws, or... My Ji-woo interrupted softly. "Do you need to take a break?" I looked up in surprise, suddenly aware how tightly my fists were clenched on the table. I could feel myself trembling, and a few spots of sweat had even formed on my brow. Quickly, I pulled my hands down to my lap and gave a jerky shake of my head. "No, sorry," I looked down at the table. "Don't be," Sergeant O'Malley replied, his granite, firm voice somehow soothing. Those details about the creature could be extremely useful. Again, I found myself frowning, and this time I didn't bother to hide it as I looked between them in obvious confusion. Why would any of that matter? It wasn't like he was out there fighting them, so why would he care about those things? "Please, continue," he insisted, "and don't leave out any details about what kinds of anathema you saw, or what they did." I started to ask, but found myself trailing off. In a way, it wasn't really my place, and it didn't really matter, considering Celine would be able to tell me anything I wanted after this was over. Ignoring the tightening knot in my stomach, I continued, omitting a few key elements. I never had a gun, never encountered the lone hound that I dispatched, and the rest was mostly me sneaking around. When I got to leaving Brian in the first-floor security room, I said I went to scout ahead and found a bunch of anathema around the main area leading to the shelter. I took my time to explain each type, and found them nodding along. When I saw all of them, I knew sneaking past would be impossible, so I felt myself trailing off. Geez, I knew I wasn't going to get in trouble, but it didn't stop the anxiety tingling across my nerves. Hypothetically, I started. Looking down at the table, I might have gathered a bunch of alarm clocks and set them off in a store to serve as a distraction. I glanced up to gauge their reaction so far, but they didn't seem fazed. And, hypothetically, it might have been a store with lots of expensive things inside that they would smash when they started looking for the alarms going off. Again, no reaction. It also hypothetically might have been a liquor store, and I might have spilled some of the bottles in advance. Now they were looking slightly confused, but still not particularly upset, so I decided to just go for it. And I might have thrown a lighter into the store when all of them gathered inside. Hypothetically. They stared at me blankly, and I held my breath. Then Ji-woo burst out laughing, while Sergeant O'Malley just shook his head with a small smile playing across his face. I wasn't quite aware it was possible for my face to feel on fire from embarrassment until that moment. And so, I chose to remain quiet while Ji-woo got her laugh under control. "Well," she said, eyes glittering. "Hypothetically, if you had done that, it would be well within reason. I'm guessing it had the desired effect." I gave a relieved nod. "Yes, ma'am." The 10 or so anathema lured into the store died. One of the wasps managed to make it out, though, and hit my leg with a stinger before it died. That's how I got wounded. Slipping in the little lie there wasn't too hard. I figured hiding it with a bit of truth that I was embarrassed to admit would make it harder to spot, and neither of the officers seemed to give it a second thought. After that, it was just returning to Brian and bringing him to the shelter. I shrugged. That's about it. Sergeant O'Malley leaned back, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Ji-woo herself seemed to sober up, her smile fading as she looked at him. I risked a glance at the control panel. and my eyes widened as I saw Celine sitting there, facing me. Her head and all her tails were drooped, looking defeated. "So, Celine, what's wrong?" It asked them what exactly is going on. It would be worthwhile to see what they are willing to share, and I believe a more personable explanation might be better. That made me raise my eyebrows as concern flooded through me. I glanced back at the two officers, both looking lost in thought, steeling myself against my nerves. I took a quick breath. Could you tell me what's going on? None of this seems right. Exactly. The way you framed everything. It feels like something is happening. Sergeant O'Malley winced, shooting Ji-woo a glance, biting her lip. She gave him a nod, and he let out a tired sigh. "I'll tell you some things, because you deserve to know, but I need your promise that you won't be spreading this around the shelter," he said seriously. I gave him a nod, my breath catching at the sudden intensity in his voice. I wasn't sure why exactly I deserved to be informed on everything, but I assumed it would become clear with the explanation. "All right," he sighed. "I guess the easiest way to explain this is to start at the beginning, when the usurpation started. Do you recall the message about the power supply being compromised? It seemed like forever ago, but I did vaguely recall the message appearing right after the lights went off." I gave a nod, and he continued. "Well, the power supply it was referring to was a magitech mana generator. From my understanding, there are generators stationed throughout Arcadia, and these generators are what power the shielding stations. The things that keep the anathema from opening their portals and creating usurpation zones with little to no warning. They still can open their rifts, obviously, but it makes it much tougher for them. Any portals they open are also much weaker, meaning they can't send in their strongest monsters right away. The entire island is covered with shielding stations," Ji-woo added. "Even though they can punch through the shields to make a rift, it takes them a long time, and we can get up to an hour warning in advance. But there was only a 10-minute warning this time." I frowned. They looked at each other for a moment. Then O'Malley gave a shrug. "There's a reason for that, but we'll get to that in a second. For now, what is important to note is that the generator giving energy to the shielding station suddenly stopped. We think that the reason this happened is because the generator is also responsible for powering the shelters during an usurpation. We don't know why exactly, but we think that when the shelters started coming online and drawing more power, the computer in charge of the generator must have thought it was being tampered with and triggered an emergency shutdown. The biggest problem this caused is that the shielding stations rely on mana, the magical energy from that generator," Ji-woo said, tapping the table in a slow rhythm. "So when the generator went down, the shielding station went offline too. This let the anathema start opening their portals early. As you noticed when the power went out, we were also told that when the generator initiated its emergency shutdown, it caused a surge of mana, which is what tripped the mall's power and switched it to the backups. Understand so far?" "Yes, ma'am. But I don't understand what the problem is." "Well, the mana generator is also supposed to power the shelters. It sends the mana to the shielding station, which then transfers it to the shelters. Normally, the generator going offline isn't a problem, as the shelters can just draw from the city power grid. That's why this shelter isn't in some emergency power mode. In fact, the shelters themselves have their own batteries inside them as another backup, just in case. The problem is that Shelter 3 initiated its emergency shield." My brow knitted together in confusion. Why would that? "The shield doesn't just cover the doors," Sergeant O'Malley explained quietly. "It wraps the entirety of the shelter in a millimeter-thin bubble, cutting through all the material around the shelter. It's meant to protect from anathema coming in from any angle, as I understand it, but it also means the shelter is entirely cut off from the outside. Power lines, air, and everything else has to be provided by the shelter and its battery. Jiwoo met my eyes, and her hand reached out halfway to me on the table. The emergency shield takes lots of power to stay active, she said slowly. Normally, the shielding station itself takes over powering emergency shields when they activate, but ours is offline. That means Shelter 3's shield is drawing the entirety of its power from the shelter's internal battery at an alarming rate. The same battery that is responsible for recycling the air and all the other life support functions in the shelter. Realization dawned on me like a hammer, and the bottom of my stomach dropped. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat as Lily's smiling face flashed through my mind. Pushing past it all, I tried to form a coherent thought. What happens when they run out of power? I asked. The shield will drop, and the shelter will use the last of its power to open its doors. Sergeant O'Malley closed his eyes. They have a little less than 4 hours of power left, by our computer's estimate. Won't the usurpation be over by then? It's already been almost 5 hours, so shouldn't... I trailed off as I saw O'Malley shaking his head slowly. Normally, yes, the magical girls would have the situation cleaned up by then, even if it wasn't. The magical soldiers, would be able to do an emergency evacuation. That won't be happening, though, for the same reason we only got a 10-minute warning before this usurpation. This usurpation isn't localized. Jiwoo said, her eyes flicking up to meet mine. That's how the anathema got their rifts to open so quickly. They attacked multiple points across the city to reduce the shielding station's effectiveness. Instead of punching through at one specific place, they've essentially tried to attack everywhere at the same time to overwhelm the city's shield network. And it worked. Jiwoo took a small breath, as if steeling her nerves before she continued. As of 5 hours ago, dozens of areas across the island of Arcadia were usurped from reality, and every single magical girl and soldier is already busy fighting to retake control. Slowly, I felt myself sink deeper into my chair, too stunned to speak. It sounds bad, and it probably is. Sergeant O'Malley gave a helpless shrug. Using the communication equipment here, we were able to contact the city's defense headquarters and talk to a magical guardian about all this. He assured us the situation is under control, if not a little chaotic. They're confident they can fend off the attack, but it's going to take them time. That lines up with my analysis, though I do not have access to the situation at large. Celine chimed in. Arcadia is a base of operations for the magical soldiers who get their equipment directly from Guardians, meaning many are stationed here. Besides having overwhelming numbers, dozens of magical girls call Arcadia their home. Breaking through Arcadia's twofold barrier system will have made sure the usurpations that have occurred are relatively low in intensity. There are even plans in place for scenarios such as this. Right. Sometimes. It was hard to remember Arcadia was one of the 7 sanctuary islands created by the Zenith themselves. The city was a literal haven spanning most of the island, and Arcadia was home to people from North America, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, and Oceania. I wasn't too sure how many people lived in Arcadia, but I knew even the smallest of the sanctuary cities boasted a population of over 50 million. Which spoke volumes just how safe the city was when the anathema actively targeted large cities. So it did make sense that the anathema were being fought off, that there were safeguards in place, but if this really wasn't some huge crisis, if everything's under control, I began trying to work through the situation. Why can't they send a rescue team to evacuate the shelter? The shielding station. Sergeant O'Malley shook his head. When it went down, it was like ringing a dinner bell for the anathema. They'd been expecting a shielded area to usurp, and instead were suddenly given relatively free access. They took the opportunity to immediately start opening rifts all along the perimeter of the area, turning this area into a sort of beachhead for them. They're pushing outwards, making it hard for anyone to come to our aid. From what I was told, Everyone is currently tied up trying to keep them from expanding their area of control or putting out other usurpations before they can turn into problem areas and stretch resources even more. The only saving grace of the situation, Jiwoo said, is that we are right at the center, and the anathema are focused on establishing their perimeter and spreading outward. Theoretically, there should be relatively few anathema actually in the mall, and they shouldn't be that strong either. Not if they're sending their best to fight on the front lines, anyway. Which is why we had to talk to you, Sergeant O'Malley said with a sigh. We needed to know what kinds of anathema you saw and how they behaved. Because while nobody can break through to us, we actually have a decent shot of resolving this situation ourselves. Now that a few hours have passed, there should only be a few anathema left in the immediate vicinity, and any that are will be the dregs. It gives us an actual chance of sending someone to sneak to the mana generator and turn it on. If we can do that, it should cause an automatic restart of the shielding station, which will not only help stop the anathema from growing stronger, but also start powering Shelter 3's emergency shield. I know all of this must be hard for you to hear. Jiwoo gently added, but I promise you, we're going to do our best to save your classmates and everyone else in their shelter. Thanks to what you've told us, we have an even better chance than we did before. Images flashed through my mind of the anathema I'd seen so far, and I felt my breath leave me. Closing my eyes, I directed my thoughts towards Celine as nausea built up inside me. Celine, if they encountered an anathema, mundane weaponry is still capable of killing anathema, but they would lack the stopping power your Silverbane bullets carry. The chance of them getting injured before putting one down is significantly higher. Against something bigger, like the gorilla you faced, they would have an exceedingly difficult time putting it down without hitting a vital area. I shook my head. Their plan. It wasn't like there was anything wrong with it. But that was just because there just wasn't a better one. It relied almost entirely on luck and stealth, and if they did encounter an anathema, they would have to win as quickly as possible without suffering any injuries. With normal weapons, though how likely was that? And if they did get injured, what would the chances be that it's an injury they could just shrug off and keep going, even if they made it to the generator and turned it on? They would still have to sneak all the way back. No. This was all to save hundreds of people, but that didn't change the fact that what they were talking about was little more than a suicide mission. For them, at least. Celine, if you can interface with Magitech, could you go restart the generator? Unfortunately, no. There are security precautions and defenses that prevent magical constructs from accessing critical systems. It is a measure meant to protect against the more intelligent anathema, but it unfortunately also prevents full access to me as well. Okay. How much better of a chance would this plan have if I was the one who went? Their plan itself is based on sound reasoning, and with the advantages of being a magical girl, even without having access to the protection provided by your astral shift. I feel confident in success. Not only do you have better weaponry, access to a variety of first aid solutions, and an augment that gives you incredible combat capabilities, but I would also be able to scout ahead, even if you could not complete the mission. I see very few circumstances in which you would not be able to retreat if I did discover something insurmountable. I opened my eyes and felt a strange calm set over me as I considered my thoughts. The pounding anxiety and fear in me hadn't disappeared, merely settling into the pit of my stomach and my nerves in a low, keening edge. It was a familiar sensation, the feeling of thinly veiled danger and preparing myself to willingly enter it. It wasn't easy to accept, it never was, but there was no point agonizing about it when it was just the way things were. Besides, when I thought about all those people in the shelter, people like Lily or Brian's sister, what choice did I really have? I was a magical girl now. Even if I didn't have all the fancy tools available, having Celine to scout ahead was already a huge advantage, and that didn't even account for me being able to just summon anything I might need if a problem arose. Sure, it would cost points, but I had over 100 of those to spend on preparations alone. It all felt a little surreal. I had fought tooth and nail to get to the shelter in an effort just to survive. Even becoming a magical girl hadn't really been much of a choice, not when the alternative was dying. Yet here I was, about to propose a plan that would have me walking back out into danger. But maybe this wasn't much of a choice either, not when the alternative was letting somebody go to what could very well be their death, and not when it might mean hundreds of people dying, and not when it meant losing the only friend I had. Well, Jiwoo said softly, thank you again for sharing with us. I know you must be worried about your classmates now, but we really do have a good chance at saving them. I'll take you back to the barracks now. Hopefully you can get a little more rest, and I promise to let you know the second we have any news. Can I just have a moment, I asked? Jiwoo nodded without hesitating, and I took a slow, steadying breath. Celine, I want to be the one to go out there and restart the mana generator. Is that okay? I have no objections, but even if I did, you are the magical girl. I am your familiar, meant to help you achieve whatever you wish. You do not need my permission, and I think you may be surprised by just how much authority your new status grants you outside our relationship. Right, I said, giving myself a mental shake. I guess I'm still adjusting. You don't think this is a stupid plan or anything, though, that I shouldn't be risking my life like this. Risking your life is part of your new job description, and doing it to save others is the best reason there is. I can also assure you that if I found something you were planning to be suboptimal, I would let you know. Loudly. Perhaps with fireworks, if necessary. I fought down a smile, my eyes flicking to where Celine sat on the desk in front of all the computer monitors. So, how do I do this? I'll have to let them know I'm a magical girl, obviously, but the police have protocols in place for protecting the personal identity of magical girls in situations like this, Celine explained, jumping over onto the conference table and sitting down between the three of us. There are also various magics and technology that monitor for anyone who might be trying to reveal such things, though I doubt any of that matters considering how well these two have behaved so far. As for how to tell them, might I suggest something appropriately dramatic? I listened to her idea, my face reddening, but I nodded anyway. Then I slowly turned, looking between Jiwoo and Sergeant O'Malley. I couldn't believe how nervous I was feeling, considering what I was planning to do even later. Still, for some reason, this gave me more anxiety than the idea of going back out to face a bunch of anathema. Sergeant O'Malley, officer. Oh, I stuttered. I'm really thankful for everything you've done for me, and I have something else to share, but it needs to remain as secret as possible. Sergeant O'Malley's brow furrowed, and Jiwoo looked even more confused now. Still, she gave me a nod. Of course, like we said, this isn't a formal interview or anything like that, so please share whatever you think might help. I bobbed my head in assent. Then, following Celine's instructions, I raised my hand dramatically over the table, hovering it over where Celine was sitting. Considering how short I was, even with me sitting in a chair, it looked more than a little ridiculous how high I had to raise my hand, and I felt myself blushing further. Taking a deep breath, I said the next words with as much confidence as I could muster. Come forth, Celine. To my surprise, violet light appeared on the table beneath Celine, forming into the familiar magic circle with a 7-pointed star. Purple motes began to gather, forming around Celine in a glow as it gradually covered her entire form. Then, with an intense flash of light, the heptagram and glow vanished out of existence, leaving Celine sitting there alone and unchanged. Judging by the way both Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo flinched back and were now looking at Celine with wide eyes, though I was guessing they were now able to see her. Celine's 9 tails slowly unfolded behind her, each one waving independently with a slow, ethereal grace. Greetings, Celine said, and both of them flinched again. It is a pleasure to properly meet you both, and I thank you for taking such good care of my magical girl." Slowly, Jiwoo turned to look at me, and it was then that I realized I was going to have a lot more explaining to do. Chapter 15. Decisions. Sergeant O'Malley stood out of his chair and immediately saluted. "Miss," he said respectfully, and I blinked in surprise. Jiwoo seemed to pick up on it a second later, repeating the gesture and leaving me confused. Selene turned, looking between me and the officers. "Some explanation is in order. Officers, I'm afraid that my magical girl is entirely new, having only been contracted 5 hours ago. There are a few other irregularities, but it is safe to say she is ignorant when it comes to protocol or other facets of being a magical girl. Perhaps it would be best to eschew formalities in favor of efficiency. Please sit while we continue this discussion." That seemed to make something click in Jiwoo's brain, and her hand lowered from the salute as she sat back down. Sergeant O'Malley followed suit, giving a frown, and I nervously adjusted myself in my seat. "Irregularities?" Sergeant O'Malley asked, and Selene looked at me. She started, and somehow I could tell she was only sending her voice to me. "Do you wish for me to continue taking the lead in this? If so, how much do you wish me to share with them?" I'm not really sure what would be best. I thought back. So it makes the most sense if you lead. As for sharing information, I suppose, tell them whatever you think is relevant about what's happened in the mall, that is. I hurriedly added the last part, remembering Selene mentioning having all kinds of information on me from scouting me out as a magical girl candidate. While I was pretty sure Selene wouldn't just go spilling whatever personal information she'd gathered, I also wasn't about to take chances. Especially not when I wasn't sure just what she knew or what she might think was best for me. Selene's head bobbed towards me in affirmation, and somehow I got the feeling that she'd sensed the general direction of my thoughts. She turned back to the 2 officers. "Yes, irregularities." She picked up from Sergeant O'Malley's question. "Due to some unfortunate circumstances, Mai is unable to use her astral shift. If standard procedure holds true, then I believe you are familiar with both the term and implications." Sergeant O'Malley gave a nod while Jiwoo's eyes widened. "Wait, but that means that Mai did in fact fight multiple anathema without protection or most of her enhanced abilities?" "Yes." One of Selene's tails flicked in annoyance. "Besides using the gate to summon materials, she otherwise fought in a fairly mundane manner. More than that, while the story she gave is mostly accurate, one major point of correction is that the liquor store trap did not get all the anathema. Mai was left to fight off 7 of them on her own, along with a lone hound on the way. Her total anathema kill count currently rests at 16, including the one she killed before I made an emergency contract with her to save her from a near-fatal injury. I'm afraid her first fight to protect Brian did not go as smoothly as originally reported, either." Jiwoo paled and turned to look at me in horror. Even Sergeant O'Malley flicked in my direction, his face tight, not really knowing what to do with the attention. I looked down to the table. I wasn't quite sure why Selene had opted to tell them all of that, and the reminder of my first encounter made a knot of nausea swirl in my stomach. Needless to say, while Mai is still inexperienced and only operating with a fraction of the power and practically no protection, she has still exhibited high levels of natural talent, courage, and a unique ability to adapt and overcome the situations placed in front of her. My cheeks started burning as I looked up at Selene in surprise. I knew she was vastly overselling my abilities, that without her acting as a scout and advisor, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. Still, her words made warmth bloom in my chest, and I shifted slightly. Naturally, with the direness of the current situation, it would only make sense to offer our abilities. Mai and I believe your plan to have a decent chance of succeeding, but with a few alterations, there will be a much higher chance of success." Sergeant O'Malley gave a respectful nod. "Of course, Miss Selene. We would be happy to hear your recommendations." "Very good. She paused, for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts. First, I would recommend contacting Guardian Command and getting any updated information we can. Unfortunately, that's not possible, Sergeant O'Malley replied. As you might have noticed, this shelter's security is understaffed right now. We already sent out a group in an attempt to restart the mana generator near the start of the usurpation. The person in charge, Sergeant Price, was a former magical soldier and technically the officer in charge of the shelter. She left her access card behind, but that card alone isn't enough to engage the communications equipment. I looked up in surprise at the revelation. If they'd already sent people and none of them came back, no. They said it was near the start of the usurpation. They must have made a gamble, sending a larger force to break through the anathema when they would still be relatively weak, if not probably more numerous. It still left them this backup sneaking plan, effectively giving them 2 separate shots at restarting the generator. Knowing that people had already gone and had failed made my stomach muscles clench tighter. I did my best to ignore that, instead focusing on the second part of his explanation. You mentioned before about talking to a magical guardian, I said, but I thought usurpation zones cut off communications. Yes and no. He shrugged. Internet and cellular devices don't work. Radios only work within the zone, but tend to be spotty. The only exception is landlines and advanced magitech devices. Mega shelters are built with direct lines to Guardian Command for obvious reasons. I squirmed uncomfortably at having to ask another question. What exactly is Guardian Command? It's the city's headquarters. Celine explained. They're the volunteers of the Guardians Association, who are in charge of the magical soldiers, help coordinate the war on the anathema. Some unbound familiars provided by the Zenith and magical guardians with support skill sets assist from there as well. With Arcadia not belonging to any one nation, Sergeant O'Malley added, you can sort of think of the association as Arcadia's military, but their only purpose is to fight the anathema. Guardian Command is the name for the hub of all their local efforts. That's why mega shelters have direct communication lines there, just in case of an emergency. That is more or less accurate. Celine's tails mimed a shrug. As for the issue of accessing the communications equipment, I am happy to say it will not be an issue. As a magical girl, Mai has all the proper credentials, and the biometric lock will be able to recognize her. I blinked, but then realization dawned on me. If I was remembering correctly, I had gotten a notification after my contract ceremony mentioning something about my credentials being updated. It had said a bunch of other things too, but I'd never really gotten the chance to ask Celine about any of it. I made a mental note, adding it to the list of questions to ask. That certainly makes things easier. Sergeant O'Malley nodded, and I agree. Getting updated information would be ideal. Excellent. She paused, as if hesitating for a moment before continuing in her usual serene tone. Assuming we do not learn anything to make us rethink or otherwise abandon the original plan, the next step seems obvious. Mai will be the one to go and restart the generator. What? Ji Woo, who had been looking down at the table with a disturbed expression ever since Celine's explanation of events, suddenly interrupted in a startled voice. She looked at Celine like she was out of her mind. Sergeant O'Malley, for his part, had a grim expression on his face. Ji Woo, he started. Absolutely not, Ji Woo said, shaking her head. You just told us she's operating without most of what makes her a magical girl, and you want to throw her back out there. I felt my hands clench on top of my kneecaps as something ugly flickered in my chest. She wasn't wrong, but there are a few reasons this makes the most sense. Celine continued calmly. First, Mai will be able to use me as a scout, effectively neutralizing all but the most necessary encounters as I can telepathically communicate directly to her. I am also virtually invisible to anathema and utterly silent. Finding an optimal route will be trivial. The mana generator is in the basement level, Jiwoo countered. It's mostly maintenance rooms or administrative offices for the mall, but connecting everything is a maze of long, narrow corridors. There might not be any way to completely avoid a fight or even keep Mai hidden, and fighting in confined spaces is not easy even for someone with training. That actually will work for the better. The narrow corridors will give Mai's unique fighting style a decisive advantage. She blinked, looking confused. It took me a moment to realize that I had arrived at the shelter with the ice axe, and she might be thinking that was what I used. I reached to my left, opening my backpack from where I'd set it on the seat. Starting to rummage through it and moving my spare clothes out of the way, I paused as I realized I was about to pull out a gun in front of 2 police officers. I said, then switched to thinking directly to Celine. I won't get in trouble for showing them this. Will I? You are a magical girl, and your legal status has been vastly upgraded. Celine sent back to me. Something as simple as owning a gun is trivial. Each guardian has, for all intents and purposes, the same legal rights as their own sovereign nation. It was decided by Earth nations that trying to legally restrict people with almost unlimited capabilities for destruction was a bad idea, especially when they were chosen as protectors by a vastly superior alien race. Instead, the current stance of most nations could be best described as appeasement. Don't interfere with magical guardians and give them whatever they ask for within reason. Guardians also tend to suffer from MCS due to the unique blend of personality traits that qualify them to be guardians in the first place, and placating them generally saves everyone a lot of problems. I wasn't entirely sure what MCS was, but the rest sort of made sense. Aggravating not only people who were trying to protect humanity but also were capable of using magic to cause all sorts of damage seemed like a poor idea. It made me wonder what would happen if a guardian tried to abuse the sort of power and legal immunity they were granted. But that was probably why the Zenith investigated the Magical Girl candidates so thoroughly beforehand in the first place. So, I gave myself a mental shake. It's okay for me to have a gun. Yes. Though like we discussed earlier, the optics behind your choice of weapons is sure to garner an emotional reaction. Celine gave a tail shrug. I would recommend warning them first. Okay, I said aloud, clearing my throat. I'm pulling out a weapon, so please don't be surprised. Both of the officers had curious looks on their faces, and I very slowly and very carefully pulled out my gun. Keeping careful track of where the muzzle was pointed at all times, I gently set it down on the table in front of me. Seeing the gun, both of them froze for a moment, but made no other visible move other than to stare. There was no magazine in it, and the slide was clearly locked open, hopefully making them feel a little more at ease. I felt myself letting out an internal sigh of relief when neither made any comments or moved towards it. As you can see, Celine interrupted the stunned silence. Mai utilizes a firearm. This is how she was able to defeat all the other anathema, even without the majority of her abilities. In long, narrow corridors, Mai will have a distinct advantage of her opponents being unable to dodge. But Jiwoo shook herself from staring at the gun. That would hold true for any of us. Yes, but Mai has an Umbra which utilizes 9mm Silverbane ammunition. The stopping power against an anathema is several magnitudes greater. Against the lower-level anathema we are expecting to face, this will prove a crucial difference. In that case, it would make more sense if Mai let us borrow her gun and ammunition. Jiwoo pointed out, we have firearm training and experience that Mai probably doesn't. I found myself clenching my teeth. Jiwoo arguing made me both frustrated that she wasn't listening to Celine, but also weird that she was fighting so hard to keep me safe. It was an uncomfortable, fluttery feeling that gave a weird core to my building frustration. Not to mention, even though I'd been fine with Celine taking the lead, having everyone talk like I wasn't even in the room felt, well, not out of place, but dishearteningly familiar. I wasn't sure if Celine sensed some of my emotions, because she looked at me for a moment, then back to the 2 officers. While Mai does not have access to her full abilities, one that she does have gives her a distinct advantage to the handling and accuracy of firearms. I will not divulge any more information on that matter and am exercising my authority to place this information under a direct permission-only lock. Any sharing or reporting of this is strictly forbidden regardless of the situation without first getting Mai's permission. To enforce this, I will be contacting Guardian Command as soon as appropriate to prepare a geash sealing all information that may be shared or learned of Mai's capabilities during this situation. Releasable only with her direct consent. That got a reaction, and both of them stiffened in surprise. There was a sudden tension in the air, and I swallowed. What's a geash, I thought to Celine? A magical contract. They will be bound to it and unable to break its terms, whether they wish to or not. Not even torture or other magical means will be able to get them to break the terms. Celine, I gasped aloud, causing both officers to react to flinch at my sudden outburst. This has to do with your unique circumstances. She turned to face me, still only speaking in my head. I understand it may seem extreme without context, but I would also like to point out this will protect them. Nobody will be able to force them to divulge this information. You are still very, very new to your role as a magical girl, Mai, and I intend to do all I can to protect you. Information on the specifics of your combat abilities, especially your unique augment, needs to stay as secret as possible. Shaking my head, I tried to parse what Celine was telling me. I understood my abilities were an important, personal aspect of who I was as a magical girl. But why all the secrecy? Who exactly was out there that Celine was trying to protect me from just general public scrutiny or... It's fine, Sergeant O'Malley sighed, and I turned to him in astonishment. In a way, this is easier. The geash will warn us if we even come close to accidentally giving away information, and if your familiar thinks it's that important. I'm not about to argue. Besides, it's hardly the first geash we've signed. Jiwoo let out a snort, and I turned to her. All Arcadian police officers sign a geash that prevents them from sharing the personal identities of a magical guardian unless they've labeled themselves as public. It's a general and far-reaching geash, so it isn't as strong or effective, but it does help quite a bit. Besides, if your familiar thinks it's necessary, I have no problems with it. Jiwoo gave me a gentle smile, and again, a warm, fluttery feeling went through me. I gave a numb nod in response. She turned back to looking at Celine, the smile slipping from her face. This doesn't change the fact that I still don't think Mai should be the one who goes out there, Jiwoo told Celine, especially not alone. With reconnaissance, silent communication, and superior weaponry, it only makes the most sense. Even if Mai were to get hurt, she has access to advanced first aid. The only reason she's arrived hurt to this shelter was to help disguise her identity. In reality, she can heal most simple injuries in minutes. As for why Mai should do this alone, her access to ammunition and first aid is not unlimited. While Mai has enough resources to heal and arm herself, even one additional person would greatly strain her current reserves. This is also a stealth mission, meaning additional people greatly increases the chance of discovery. Finally, if Mai needs to fight, long narrow hallways will limit the effectiveness of multiple fighters and even potentially endanger her if she needs to run. Jiwoo was visibly clenching her teeth now, giving Celine a hard stare. I felt the frustration reach a critical mass in me. I was a little surprised how well Celine had to express all the reasons I myself thought this was the best idea, but I suppose I shouldn't be. She had told me she was my familiar, personally customized based on information gathered on me and my personality, so it made sense she would be arguing the same points I'd thought of. Besides, I really did think this was the best possible plan, which was part of why it was making me frustrated Jiwoo wasn't listening, even if she was trying to keep me safe. I wasn't sure why that mattered so much to her, even if it did make me feel fuzzy to hear her fighting so fervently. But my safety was not the priority here. Jiwoo, I said, forcing myself to look at her. I appreciate you trying to keep me safe, but I am a magical girl. Even if I'm new, inexperienced, and don't have access to my complete abilities, this kind of thing is what I'm supposed to be doing. And this is the best possible choice. I agree, Sergeant O'Malley added, and both Ji-Woo and I turned to him in shock. She stands the best shot at doing this without getting killed or even discovered at all. Besides, even if both of us disagreed, it's not like we can do anything to stop her. Miss Celine was nice enough to discuss this with us, but in the end, Mai is the magical girl. We don't have any authority over her, and technically, she outranks us. Ji-Woo's hands clenched, and she looked down at the table. Even though she clearly wasn't happy, she had a thoughtful look on her face. I gave Celine a questioning glance. In the sanctuary cities and most nations, magical girls theoretically hold a special rank that is more or less equivalent to a captain in the army. She sent me. It helps them cut through red tape and requisition the supplies or forces they might need. We could have just ordered them to let us do this alone, but that seemed both rude and unnecessary. Ji-Woo finally let out a sigh, and I turned to find her looking at me. If this is what you think is best, she said hesitantly, then, all right, I just want to make sure this is what you really want to do. My brow furrowed in confusion. What did it matter if this is what I wanted? People were going to die if I didn't. Lily was going to die. I had the best chance of success, and that was that. Besides, I trusted Celine and even thought she was right. I'd be able to avoid any real danger with her help. And what did it matter if I did get hurt, so long as I was able to save those people? Instead of vocalizing my thoughts, I just gave her a nod. She slumped a little, but still managed to give me a weak smile. All right, in that case, we should probably contact Guardian Command. Maybe they have some update and all this won't even be necessary. Sergeant O'Malley gave a snort at that, shaking his head. As if we'd be so lucky, he said. Standing up and walking over to the desk facing all the monitors, I got up and followed with Ji-Woo behind me. There was a keyboard on the desk, along with a few touchscreens displaying various menus. Sergeant O'Malley reached over and pressed a few buttons, prompting a message to display on the main display saying, "Verification needed. Please submit credentials." Okay. The sergeant gestured to one of the screens on the desk where a handprint was now displayed. Just put your hand here and we should be connected. We had an actual magical guardian respond last time, but there's no telling if we're going to get the same person. Before we call, do you remember the name of the guardian? Celine asked. Having jumped over to balance on the back of the unoccupied chair in front of the desk, I believe he said his name was Error Machina. Celine froze in that eerie way she'd done before, going completely still as if somebody had pressed a magic pause button on her. Her tails stopped their constant, graceful wavering, freezing in place with unnatural stillness. I felt my heart skip a beat, but before I could ask her what was wrong, her tails resumed their movement. It might have been my imagination, but they seemed to be moving slightly faster than before. Celine turned to look at me. "My," she said, and I could tell her voice was being sent only to me. Getting in contact with Error Machina would be ideal. Nevertheless, I would request that I take the lead in talking to him. I apologize, but with the things I have not yet explained, there are subjects that we should avoid discussing. Why I frowned at her. Magical guardians are, by their nature, very private people. The best explanation I can give is that they act very much like solo players in video games. They tend to only work well in specific groups, and are otherwise incredibly competitive. Sometimes, that competitive spirit can turn into something more hostile. I blinked, but then began to think about it and realized what Celine was talking about. Killing Anathema gave points and experience, and even though I'd barely touched online gaming, I was already all too aware of how selfish people could get when it came to getting the best possible rewards. In the real world, I could easily imagine how that would be amplified. Still, that makes sense, but, aren't we all trying to defend humanity from the anathema Yes, but there are caveats. Gathering points and experience is always more efficient alone, if not more risky. Usually, a guardian working solo is also more efficient considering the vast amount of places and people that need to be protected. I mentioned this before, but guardians also tend to have very unique personalities. As with anything, this causes friction, and guardians are hardly monolithic in their beliefs or goodwill. For every kind and selfless guardian, there is also one who is the direct opposite. How did they even become a guardian, then? I asked with a frown. Isn't that contradictory? The qualifications are complicated, but the primary ideological requirement is that a person has shown they are willing to fight the anathema and would use their powers to do so. There are, of course, other key traits, but fighting anathema is always the main focus, so long as their personality and behaviors are not overly problematic or unsavory. There is much leeway. I suppose what I'm trying to tell you is that just because a guardian is your ally in fighting anathema, they are not necessarily your friend, and they might not have your best interests in mind. And for you, she trailed off. Then her head shook lightly. No, this is not the time, and because we should be talking to Error Machina, I suspect he will understand your situation and be accommodating. What I wanted to warn you about is giving away information about your magical girl capabilities. Until I have had time to fully apprise you of your situation, it would be best if I took the lead and you only share what I allow. I understand this seems overly cautious, but all I can do is assure you once again that the secrets I am keeping are to keep you focused on your current predicament. I let out a tired sigh. I trust you, but this secret keeping is getting frustrating. Celine. I get that right now the reason I can't transform and everything else you're keeping from me doesn't matter, but it really doesn't feel great. Especially not when it's starting to feel like the things you've been avoiding all have to do with something bad. No. Celine said the single word with such forcefulness that I actually jerked my head back. Her voice rang through my head and I felt my eyes widening as she continued in the same tone. It is not a bad thing. Your circumstances are complicated and are certainly going to bring up challenges, difficulties, and frustrations. But it is not a bad thing. If I was being unclear about that, I apologize. The sole reason I have not informed you is that none of these complications deserve to occupy your time or effort at the moment. Not when there is nothing that can be done about them and they aren't causing further issues. Oh, okay, I replied, still stunned at her ferocity. I guess that makes sense. There was an awkward silence between us, and suddenly Jiwoo let out a cough. I'm sorry if I'm missing something, but are you two all right? You've just been staring at each other for a while now, and I know you can talk to each other telepathically, but I felt myself begin to blush, and Sergeant O'Malley let out a laugh. Imagine if officers weren't told guardians could do that. He chuckled, turning to Jiwoo. You do get used to it after a while. Guardians just staring into the middle distance or stopping mid-sentence for long moments. My favorites are the ones who talk out loud to their familiars. Though, you get half the conversation and it's fun to imagine what their familiar is saying. Sorry, I quickly replied, my face tomato red. I didn't mean to be rude. No, it's fine, Jiwoo hurriedly assured me. Just wanted to make sure everything was all right. I nodded, flicking my eyes back to Celine. I'm fine with you leading, and I'll make sure not to share anything without asking you about it first. Thank you. She bowed her head. I just want to keep you as safe as reasonably possible. I nodded at her. After everything we'd already been through, I had no reason to disbelieve her. She'd already saved my life, but more than that, she always seemed to know what I needed. When I'd broken down outside of the shelter at seeing it being shielded, she'd helped me pick myself back up and keep fighting to survive. She'd done the same after my first time killing an anathema with a gun, and then she'd even managed to help me work through defeating 14 anathema at once. No, Celine was more than just my impartial advisor. She was so much more, even if I couldn't find the right word. Besides, it's not like Celine's exactly human. She doesn't exactly see me like everybody else does. Maybe that's why I find myself talking to her so naturally. I certainly don't speak this well to normal people. I pulled myself from my reflection with a shake of my head. Then I raised my hand, hovering it over the display for a moment. Oh, I blinked. I meant to ask this earlier, but you were talking about this guardian, Error Machina, like you knew him. I have access to vast amounts of information, including dossiers on every magical guardian who exists. It only contains information on their public activities and anything they have willingly made available. But it is more than enough in this case. I am not allowed to give you specifics or the files themselves, but I can make general recommendations or share things accessible by the public. In this case, I am certain he will be an ally. And it won't be a problem revealing myself to him without my transformation. While you should generally avoid it when possible, it is warranted in this case. Also, revealing the personal identity of another magical guardian without their permission is one of the few universal taboos guardians have agreed upon. While not an official rule, there are guardians that would go out of their way to punish anyone who does such a thing out of malice. Still, it is best not to tempt fate, and I would recommend extreme caution showing yourself untransformed to guardians when not necessary. I nodded, taking in one last deep breath to steady myself before I placed my hand on the screen. The main display switched to a scanning screen, quickly followed by authentication approved, attempting to contact. After a few moments, it flashed, changing once again to show a man sitting behind a desk. The area beyond him was out of focus of the camera, obscuring his surroundings, but that was just as well as my eyes were immediately drawn to his outfit. He wore a skin-tight suit in deep green with darker pieces of gleaming glass-like armor over his chest, shoulders, and gauntleted hands. Glowing lines of emerald lit up his outfit in a pattern almost like circuits, thrumming with light. His hair was another shade of moss green, but his face was covered by a completely featureless and slightly angular black mask made of a shining metal. There were no bumps, protrusions, or even eye holes on it, giving it an intimidating visage. The man's head rocked back a little as the camera came online, his head whipping to Celine. Then he slowly turned to look down at me. Even through the monitor, I could feel a suddenly intense gaze as he took me in. He said nothing, and I shifted nervously as the tension built. Suddenly, his mask split apart into 4 separate pieces, pulling itself apart and across his head to reveal his face. He was young-looking, maybe in his early 20s, and had a light smattering of freckles across the pale skin of his nose and upper cheeks. What really drew my attention were his viridian eyes. The color somehow sharp without having the vividness of a Manaborn's. His pupils were shaped like square-looking zeros, and combined with his outfit, it gave him a futuristic and almost robotic look. He was also giving me a big smile with something like boyish glee on his face. "Well, well, well," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Today is just full of surprises." "Greetings." Celine dipped her head. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We were hoping you might be able to provide some assistance to a fellow guardian." Of course he grinned, his eyes actually beginning to glow. Things are a little hectic right now, but I always have time for an adorable new kohai. Chapter 16, Preparations. Kohai. I blinked in surprise. Naturally, I was familiar with the Japanese term. It was used to refer to a junior in a group, such as an underclassman, but it was weird suddenly hearing it out of the blue. Maybe it shouldn't be, considering how many Japanese terms had been adapted in Arcadia, and magical girls were kind of made popular, if not started, in Japan. In a way, it also was accurate. We were both magical guardians, and I was newer than him. So, wait, did he just say adorable kohai? But where are my manners? He interrupted my flustered thoughts. I go by Error Machina, or just Error for short. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I began to give a quick bow of my head. Apologies. Celine smoothly cut in, but my magical girl is currently untransformed and without a code name. Perhaps a name can be excluded for now. He winced, quickly nodding his assent. Of course, my bad. I should have been thinking about that. Give me a second. I'm going to ensure our conversation stays private. He reached into the air, and a green, semi-transparent rectangle appeared. I could vaguely make out buttons, almost like those on a keyboard, and his fingers wove across it, dancing so quickly I couldn't follow any of the individual movements. With a final, flourishing button press, the holographic keyboard disappeared, and the already blurry background behind him suddenly became completely shrouded as if a thick film had fallen over it. There we go. I'm at Guardian Command right now, working with a few other Guardians and a bunch of operators. So I put up a privacy shell. We should be able to have a conversation now without having to worry about any accidental eavesdropping. That is much appreciated. Celine paused for a moment, her tails twitching. I do not mean to be rude, but I would like to insist on the specifics of this conversation being kept as secret as possible, and I would like to ask for your oath to— He held up a hand, cutting Celine off. A gentle and almost amused smile stretched across his lips. Let me be clear. I do this kind of thing to help people, and I regard helping newbies a sacred task. So not only do I swear upon my soul gem that I will provide assistance while keeping specific details regarding you completely confidential, but I am also happy to inform you the system has given me a few significant quests to help you out. Does that help inform your decision? Indeed it does. Celine's tails loosened in relief. I thank you for your understanding. Before we discuss anything else, perhaps it would be best if we got an update on the situation in Arcadia as a whole, and whether rescue will be possible for the shelter on the 3rd floor of our building. Error nodded a few times, and as his hands moved, the holographic keyboard reappeared. Watching his fingers move was weird. It wasn't just that they moved so fast that they were practically a blur. It was almost as if I was watching multiple versions of his hands work at the same time. What I could only describe as transparent after images moved completely unsynchronized with one another in a hazy mirage of motion. I turned my eyes away from the headache-inducing image to face Celine. What did he mean by, I swear on my soul gem? It is the most binding oath a guardian can give without signing a direct gaesh. If he were to break his word, he would lose points and a massive amount of experience, most likely resulting in the loss of multiple levels. A portion of that penalty would be transferred to you along with the notification he had broken his word. My eyes widened in surprise, but before I could remark, Error turned back to us, his face somber. So, I assume these 2 officers, hello again, by the way, have already informed you of the overall situation. Arcadia was hit by multiple usurpations at the same time. Right, I responded. Yep, dozens of them. As far as that situation is concerned, well, the good news is we have yet to encounter anything stronger than our strike teams. And all of the newest Gen Guardians registered for the Academy have been accounted for. Naturally, we've advised them not to engage, and most seem to be listening. Even those who aren't are sticking to the non-combat roles. Thanks to the quests the system sent out. He let out a sigh, leaning back in his chair and tapping his desk in a slow metronome. Before I could ask what academy he was talking about, he continued. We've also managed to recall some forces from the mainlands, giving us almost 800 Guardians working together to clear Arcadia. That, of course, doesn't account for all our magical soldiers, and even the Inquisitors are putting in work. 800. My eyes bulged at the number. I had no idea how many magical girls normally called Arcadia their home, but that seemed like a lot. Error must have noticed my expression, because a corner of his mouth quirked upward in amusement. Unfortunately, completely clearing Arcadia is going to be a multi-day endeavor considering how urban it is. He shrugged. I mean, we're talking about practically going door by door or, at the very least, having guardians with advanced detection capabilities sweep through areas. The last thing we want is to leave an anathema behind and risk them creating a nest and starting a rebellion. He gave a shudder, and Selene glanced at me. Rebellions are much more dangerous than a normal usurpation. Instead of opening a rift from their side, the anathema create one from this reality. It lets them bring in stronger forces from the beginning, and with a nest, they already have a base of operations to form more anathema, which is exactly why we have to be so thorough in cleaning them out. Error agreed. As for your usurpation, well, the biggest problem is that the anathema are fighting tooth and nail around the perimeter of your area, and without the shield generator active, they're able to constantly get more reinforcements. Getting through them is going to take a lot of time and manpower. With that in mind, the higher-ups in Guardian Command made the decision to focus on clearing the other usurpations first. That, of course, is going to take days to properly do. A spark of anger flared in my chest at the implications, and I found myself clenching my hands painfully tight. "So nobody's coming," I blurted out, unable to help myself. "What about all the people in the shelter who are going to die in a few hours? They just get sacrificed." He was silent for a long moment, the tapping of his fingers disappearing as he stared at me. I wasn't entirely sure where my anger stemmed from, but it gave me the courage to meet his gaze unflinchingly. Eventually, he let out a long, tired sigh. "Yes," he said softly. "Yes, that is exactly what it means. Clearing a path to evacuate them would take significant resources and might give time for other usurpations to grow drastically worse. Command has decided that in the long run, it might end up costing more lives than it saves. If we could just deactivate the shelter's emergency shield, this wouldn't be a problem." Sergeant O'Malley murmured thoughtfully. "But unless I'm mistaken, it requires a physical key." "That's correct." Error winced. Deactivating an emergency shield requires both an authorized person and the unlocking key that can only be made at Guardian Command. It's a failsafe to prevent any Guardians from trying to rescue a shelter without proper preparation and resources. Unfortunately, that works against us in this case, as I have no way of getting it to you safely. "What about sending a Magical Girl or MS team to restart the generator?" Jiwoo asked. "Is that an option?" "They wouldn't be able to make it through the perimeter." Error shook his head. "Some of the stealthier girls might be able to do it, but they're all busy popping the nests beginning to spring up. It was one of the first things I checked when you guys contacted me earlier." There was a silence after that, and I felt Error's eyes move to me speculatively. Nobody said anything, and I swallowed as my heart started pounding faster. But I shifted my weight uncomfortably. What if there was a magical girl already in the zone who could restart the mana generator? Error's eyes shone, and a grin spread across his face. "Oh, now that just might be possible. I didn't want to say anything to make you feel forced, but yes. You could pretty much do it without a problem, even being level 1. Besides, if you use your familiar as a scout, you can easily avoid anything that might be too strong, and with most of the higher-level anathema being sent to the perimeter." "I apologize for interrupting," Selene said, her voice weirdly flat. "But this is where I must inform you of the things requiring your secrecy. First and foremost, the reason we are talking now is because we had to fight our way down to this shelter due to the third floor's shelter being sealed off. That being said, I also must inform you this was an emergency contract, and blacklight protocols are in effect." Error froze, the smile draining from his face, slowly. His hands clenched into fists on the table. I could see fury flash across his eyes in a deep, blazing inferno that transformed his face into a venomous glare. The sudden shift of emotion combined with the pure rage he radiated made me flinch, my instincts screaming at me. Reflexively, I looked down to the table in front of me. forcing myself to be as still and small as possible as I bowed my head. My heart raced, and I desperately tried to figure out what had suddenly set Error off. Blacklight protocols sounded familiar, but... wait. I had heard the phrase before. Right after I'd done my contract, part of the message that appeared in my head said my astral shift was locked because blacklight protocols were in effect. In the chaos, I'd never gotten around to asking Celine about it or any of the other things that message had mentioned. Although, with how evasive she'd been about telling me why I couldn't use my transformation, I doubted I would have gotten an answer. Still, I found myself desperately wishing I knew why Error had suddenly seemed so angry at me. A frustrated sigh finally broke the silence, and my muscles tightened painfully in anticipation. "Officers," Error said crisply, "I am going to request you wait outside of the room while I discuss some things with my Kohai. Consider this an order, if you must." Sergeant O'Malley gave a salute and immediately moved to leave. Ji-woo gave me a concerned look and opened her mouth as if to say something. "I assure you, officer," Error said, his voice glacial. "She is not in trouble. We simply have to discuss some things only Guardians have proper clearance for." Ji-woo didn't seem completely mollified, but she gave a hesitant nod to him regardless. Shooting me one last look, she left the room. There was another long silence, and then I heard a loud slam. "God damn it!" Error growled, and I risked looking back up at him. There was a hunch to his shoulders as he ran a hand through his hair, and something about his eyes gave him a tired, frustrated look. He paused halfway through the motion, tilting his head as if listening to something. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked back up at me. I flicked my gaze back down quickly, hoping he didn't notice. Crap. I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you, and I didn't mean to scare you, I have some idea of what you might have been through. Not having your astral shift, and even just that much is enough to make me furious. Especially when all of this could so easily have been avoided. There was a bitterness dripping from his words, but none of it seemed directed at me. Slowly, I looked back up at him with a held breath. Error had a weak smile on, and he gave me a nod of reassurance. I have had to skip telling her many things in order to prioritize what is directly related to her survival. Celine's tails curled downward. She is unaware of information regarding the basic section of her status, why she can't transform, and what exactly these blacklight protocols are. I have, however, made it clear I am keeping this information secret in order to let her focus on the immediate situation. I ask that you honor my decision." "Of course," he sighed, sounding tired as he rubbed his eyes. That makes sense?" "Okay. So you can't utilize your astral shift, but you still made it to the first-floor shelter. First of all, that's really impressive. I imagine that can't have been easy." "It was not, and we had a child with us." "And you did an escort mission," he chuckled, a glint of light returning to his eyes. "Now that goes beyond just impressive. You've got me curious what sort of tactics you're using now. But I won't pry. Still, you're going to get so many rewards when this is all over." I raised an eyebrow, and Celine turned to answer. "Due to usurpation zones cutting off most communication, active contact with the system cannot be safely maintained. Excluding major milestones or events such as your contract ceremony, you are cut off from receiving system updates such as quests, which, just like in games, are missions you can take for rewards." "But," I frowned. "Then how have I been summoning things? How am I even getting points for defeating Anathema if none of the information is being sent out?" Clever girl Error interjected with a grin, making me jump. "Most don't even think of that. The simple answer is that when you summon, you actually use some of your mana to send the message of what you need. For lower-tier items, it doesn't amount to much more than 1 or 2 mana per summon. but some of the more advanced technology or more expensive items can take a healthy chunk. Basically, the mana you spend is used for punching a hole through the usurpation zone to get the item sent to you. Your contract ceremony released a burst of mana as your soul gem formed, allowing you to get system and gate access in the first place. It is also why you were immediately rewarded for your actions prior to becoming a guardian. As for the point rewards, your soul gem is capable of processing such things and issuing rewards without directly accessing the system. It is sort of like having a computer but no access to the internet. You have many capabilities, but some advanced functions require information not stored locally. Error blinked at that, his mouth opening and closing a few times. I'm actually going to steal that explanation from now on. I could tell you all about how your soul gem actually analyzes those things, but that's a little off topic. The point is, once you leave the usurpation zone, the system is going to dump a bunch of points on you for your achievements. It's sort of the system's way of saying you did what it would normally qualify as a quest, but it wasn't able to give you one. I nodded thoughtfully. It was still strange to be applying so many game concepts to the real world, but in a way it also made things simpler. Anyway, Error said, the grin fading from his face, the generator. Without your astral shift, you're missing out on a lot. With your familiar and gate, you can probably still manage it depending on what you're using as a weapon, but it's going to be a lot tougher. You should still be operating within relatively safe danger margins, but nothing is ever certain in this line of work. So, let me ask you, are you sure you want to do this? He looked at me with an uncomfortable intensity, and I shifted my weight slightly. If I do nothing, hundreds of people die. I shrugged. That would not be your fault, he said pointedly, and nobody could blame you for trying to stay safe, especially not with everything you've probably been through. I looked at him blankly, then slowly shook my head. Plenty of people could and would blame me. Even if nobody found out, it wouldn't change that it would be my fault for doing nothing when I could. More than anything, I would blame myself. Besides, both he and Celine seemed to think that I'd be safe so long as Celine was scouting ahead. How could I possibly refuse to go? I'm doing this, I told him firmly. I just need to know if there's anything else Celine and I should know. He gave me a long look before letting out his breath. Well, there's not much more I can tell you. The mana generator really shouldn't have gone offline in the first place, but once you turn it back on, the shield station should automatically recognize it has power again and begin restarting. When that happens, it's going to start drawing up a ton of mana, and the anathema are going to flock to it like a beacon, including the high-level ones on the perimeter. This shouldn't be a problem for you considering the mall's shielding station is on the top floor. In fact, it will give you a nice, clear path back to the shelter as all the anathema leave their positions. You'll have 5 minutes before the shield goes up and they return to their original spots. I nodded. That was good to know. If I gave the anathema in the basement a minute or two to head upwards, I'd be able to make it back to the shelter without worrying about any encounters whatsoever. As for any other advice, well, your familiar is more aware of your capabilities and circumstances, so I'm assuming she'll have a few ideas. Other than that, just be safe. I feel bad that I wasn't able to give you the whole new Magical Girl talk, but, we can save that for later. I know you should start thinking of your Magical Girl name. I can't go around calling you Kohai all the time. A lot of magical girls like more flowery names, but anything is on the table. Really. I don't suppose you have any ideas yet. Do you? Or themes? Not really, I shook my head. But Celine has been putting an outline of a bunny head with a crescent moon on everything I've summoned. He barked out a laugh, and I looked up in surprise. Moon Rabbit, he grinned. That could work, even if Sailor Moon already did an obvious reference with the main character. Maybe lunar rabbit luna lunaria, or something a little darker. Eclipse. That might be too edgy considering how you look, though. He snapped his fingers, eyes glittering as he pointed to me with a big grin. Moon bunny, because bunnies are smaller, cuter rabbits. I'll think about it, I hurriedly said, cheeks warming up. Somehow, I was getting the same vibes Lily gave off when she started teasing me, and I had a feeling he would keep going if I didn't stop him. Whatever you say. Shadow bunny. Night rabbit. Moonlight. I should really get going. I looked for an obvious off button as my cheeks burned. Right, he gave me one last sly grin. See you soon, dark rabbit. With that, his feed cut off, and I let out a sigh of relief. That went most excellent. Celine declared, now we can move on to final preparations before departure. Among those, I suggest developing a cover story with Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo that will let you leave and return to the shelter unnoticed. Before that, however, we should discuss what to spend your stat and reward points on. I gave Celine a nod, removing my eye patch. I blinked a few times as my HUD flared back to life in my vision. Scrutinizing it for a moment, I found myself frowning. Something about it felt a little off to me, like it didn't quite look right. Celine, can I customize my HUD's layout? Indeed, simply focus on it with a small effort of will, and the changes should take place. I scrunched my nose in concentration, doing as she said, and then blinked as my HUD briefly flickered out before returning in the pattern I'd been thinking of. Except it also had a few additions I hadn't intended. Now, in the top left of my vision was a long red bar with a slightly shorter blue one underneath. The red one had 80% written in the middle of it, while the blue one had 300. Both bars were anchored to a sphere in the very corner of my vision with a crescent moon symbol in its center, along with the number 4. In the top right, a semi-transparent circle appeared, and the mini-map bloomed within, showing the layout of the shelter I'd been through so far. A small purple arrow marked my position, and a blue dot next to it seemed to show where Celine was. Satisfied with the changes, I walked over to where I'd set my gun down and picked it up. Once my hand closed around it, an outline of its shape appeared in the lower right of my vision, along with 015 next to it. I wasn't completely set on the design yet, but it seemed better than before. All I'd really changed was moving my health and mana bars to the upper left, while getting rid of the body outline, showing where I had been injured. It felt sort of unnecessary, considering I would already know where I was injured if it did happen. I was a little unsure why the sphere with the 4 and crescent moon symbol had appeared, though, as it wasn't something I'd been actively trying to add even if it did look nice. Weirdly, some other small cosmetic changes to the HUD seemed to have happened as well, like how the outlines making up the health and mana bars seemed to be a smoother, more polished texture instead of the simple flat lines they used to be. Celine, why did my HUD make some changes I didn't intend? Your HUD is an augment granted by your aspect, an integral part of what makes you a magical girl. As such, it seems reasonable that your HUD would adjust itself as you grow into it, even if the changes do sometimes seem minor. I suppose you could say it is reacting to your subconscious, trying to figure out what aesthetics work best. I thought about that for a moment, before forcing myself to slowly accept the explanation. It was hardly the weirdest thing I'd experienced, but the idea that my subconscious was trying out different textures to find what was most visually pleasing felt strange. Okay, I forced myself to move on with a small shake. Next, my stat points. Status. I thought, willing my status menu to appear. I looked over the menu and after a moment shook my head. Again, I felt a weird sense that things weren't quite right. After taking a moment to organize my thoughts and make a few choices, I focused once again, willing the menu to change the same way I had for my HUD. That seemed better. I'd removed the inventory section as it seemed unnecessary, especially considering my HUD would tell me how much ammunition I had on me. In exchange, I made a skills section to separate my abilities and augments into their own columns. I'd also separated the grimoires and vaults the same way under a permissions section. I was a little worried about how long the status menu might get as I purchased more things, but it would work for now. Happy with the new layout, my eyes flicked to my stats. Looking over each of them, I